everyone, I hope you're all having a wonderful evening tonight. And a special shout out to Omega 10 Bagel for getting in first and claiming the best seat in the house. But as always, a good evening to all of my guests tonight. To Omega 10 Bagel, to Devil Happy Jin, Sutarasu.io, and anyone else that is lurking out there tonight. I hope you're having a wonderful evening. And also shout outs to Stream Elements for only now deciding to go ahead and put the live notification. Good job, Stream Elements. You're trying. They're trying their best. We can only ask that much of them. But I hope you're all having a wonderful evening, and I hope you're all looking forward to getting on with our Chibithon today. We're on to day 3 now, which is, honestly, a bit further than I was expecting to get. Honestly, I mean, I know I managed to prepare a pretty decently sized list of chibis that I wanted to work on for myself. But I was surprised, especially on the first day, of how many people wanted chibis themselves, so that certainly made things go a bit further. Lazy Boy, hello, afternoon to you. I hope you're having a wonderful afternoon, a wonderful evening, wonderful time zone, wherever you may be. I hope you're having a very great one. We're going to just pretty much get jumping into it, guys. We have got about 7 things left on my queue. And if we finish the queue tonight, that will be the end of the marathon. And honestly, I think it's quite a success if we do. Although I will say, the last one is definitely going to be a bit of a challenge. I definitely did not pull any punches with this when it comes to the end of it, that's for sure. But that said though, I think we might as well get ourselves jumping straight into it, right? I mean, there's no need to delay things any longer when we've got some art to be done, and plenty of them at that. Even if we get everything done tonight, it will be a heckin' long stream, that's for sure. But that's wonderful, I'm looking forward to spending more time with you guys. Actually, hello, welcome in, welcome, having a wonderful evening. Alright guys, let's get ourselves right into it. Let's waste no time, shall we? And we'll move over to the art screen, and we're going to get ourselves started. So you know how the drill goes. Please keep your arms, legs, and other sort of body parts clear of the closing doors, and I'll see you by the art screen in but a moment. And we have some wonderful Fantasy 9 music to keep us company tonight while we do some art. Heck yeah! Alright. So here's what we were up to with our list last night. We've got 7 left on this list, and this last one here, this one's going to be a hecking thing, I can tell you that much. So let's have a look at what is hiding behind the next static, shall we? Spyro the Dragon! And of course, we're not talking regular Spyro the Dragon, no. We are talking Anime Girl Spyro the Dragon. So let's go ahead and go to our new canvas here with our pre-readied orb. And just go a random Spyro image, just something to work off of to look at. Obviously, him being a dragon and all that, we can't really, you know, pose reference in here, but that's fine. Sometime next to myself as well, to see if I can join it. Yeah, I would love to have you do so. Alright, well, so we're going to be making Spyro into an anime girl to go along with the Crash anime girl and the Croc anime girl we made yesterday. And I'm thinking of Spyro. I'm thinking Spyro's going to be like a little bit on the shorter side, but not like Croc short. Not like tiny, but just a little bit short, because Spyro is like a young dragon, you know? And for some reason, I don't know why, I'm really feeling we give them like a hoodie. I don't know why. I'm just getting that vibe from Spyro that... Because Spyro's kind of like a bit young, a bit cool, a bit hip. You see him with sunglasses at the end of the first game. So I'm thinking we're going to go for something a bit more streetwear oriented, yeah. Let's go ahead and maybe even keep the slightly canted head here, slightly smugger look here, I think. Oops. Let's get that line up properly. Let's go with this line. There we go. And it's like ever so slightly smug. Not going for like full-on like cockiness, I think, but we are going for a bit of smug. And we're going for like slightly tomboyish here, but not like full, not like proper tomboy, just like a little bit tomboyish. Need a smug character for sure. Yeah, definitely. We learned that when we finished Spyro 3 last week. Eyes, purple eyes. We used to do purple eyes. It's quite a nice colour, actually. I don't know why. I have a real soft spot for specifically purple eyes on characters, especially if they have no other unusual colours to them. Like regular, normal, like brown or black hair with purple eyes. I don't know why. I just always had a bit of a soft spot for that. Oh, we need a skin tone as well. Let's go ahead and just grab one from yesterday. Let's just grab, like, Croc, just to use her skin tone. There we go. Apple, yeah! Help me find a little bit, just ever so slightly less talkative, so, purely because I feel fine. The past, like, week or so, I literally just, I'm a bit bummed up, a bit congested is all. I don't know where it's come from. I feel fine otherwise, but, it does just make the, air circulation just a little bit harder than I would like, so do occasionally have to breathe through my mouth a little bit. Maybe if, yeah, this is the final battle of FF9. We've just got the FF9 soundtrack going here. I just wanted something that would be good enough for backgrounding, I think. Mind you, this is a very high energy one for the final boss here. I gave her purple hair. I wasn't actually sure if I was going to... I think we might actually... I think we might actually... I gave her, like, purple eyelashes. Eyebrows, rather. But I think we're actually going to go ahead and make her... Because this is the thing, Spider's got, like, this yellow streak. Like, of, like, scales, I guess you'd call it? This crest. I think we're actually going to make her blonde, but we'll give her a purple hoodie. I think that's the play here. We'll give her, like, a big, like, shock of yellow hair coming down the front of her. Nice yellow bangs. And when they're fighting Zombie Goku. Zombie Goku with a puppeteered Dusker. Oh my goodness, wow. I can't say I've ever seen that one, but that definitely sounds like the sort of thing I could imagine seeing on, like, early Newgrounds. I remember when I first discovered Newgrounds, like, some of the stuff on there was like, wow, this is incredible, and like, it's not all aged very well, I'll be honest. Some of them have aged worse than others, but I enjoyed it for the time. I remember when I was very young thinking that, what was it, that, Legendary Frog was the funniest human alive. If FF14 is free, why is Steam charging me £10? It's, oh, Sutras, to get the free trial, you need to download it through Square Enix's website themselves. There's a very weird thing with Final Fantasy XIV, whereby if you get it through Steam, everything you do through it has to be done through Steam, including, like, buying the expansions and whatnot. If you buy it through their website, or go to their website, that'll be how you can get the trial, that'll be how you can try it out that way. It's very weird. I don't quite know why it's been done that way. I can only assume there's some weird shenanigans or spaghetti code involved, but yeah, it is a little bit of a pain in the ass to get sorted, I'll be honest. Goku! Welcome in, Goku! How are you doing today? Welcome to day 3. We are getting started right off the bat with Spyro the Dragon. Spyro the Dragon, rather. Spyro the Darthog. Okay, that requires explanation. Me and my friends used to play League of Legends. And we were playing one time where with just some random folks, and I don't know whether the guy we were playing with was like maybe English was not their first language, or maybe it was just a massive misspelling. I don't know, but he typed Ward Dartog instead of Ward Dragon, and that became just a thing. Also, here's an idea: Spyro's got like these scales here. We're gonna give Spyro like some freckles, some like purple freckles. It's a little bit more fantastical, admittedly, but I think that'll look very cute. Just a few like 3 here, I'm thinking. Just sort of hanging out outside the living trouble mask that bounce stuff back would be so amazing and cool of an idea. It would be, yeah. I'd love to see like a Hang retrain. Just like Hang retrain that bounces on summon instead of like on flip, because let's be honest, who has the time for flip monsters these days? Ain't nobody got time for that. Design's really cool. Yeah, it is a cool design. He reminds me of, I can't remember the name of it. There's a monster in Final Fantasy VIII that looks a bit like Hang. Just like a very rough squiggle here. It was like, it's got like 2 bladey segments like this with like a circle in the middle. Bit like this is a really rough thing, and these are like bladed here. And there's like an angry face in the middle here. I don't really remember what the face looks like. I just remember it looks mad. But there's this monster in FF8, and it definitely reminds me of Hang whenever I see it. It's going. The hoodies are always challenging with vectors, so... Oh, it's too wide. Yeah. Sounds familiar. Yeah, it's weird. See that Rooster Teeth has been shut down, which stinks because all my photos shown from Rooster Teeth were either sold or selfies. Yeah, it is a shame. It is a real shame. Like, that is really a, like, you know, Rooster Teeth were kind of old school internet if you think about it. So it's kind of like, man, that's... Dang. Okay. I don't wish to sound harsh. I'm not terribly surprised, if I'm entirely honest. It doesn't change the fact that it's a shame, but I heard a lot of weird things about Rooster Teeth and how, like, the quality had been a bit iffy as of late. And I think also just that these days, I think you need to offer a bit more to be competitive in that field that they were going for, you know, that kind of online, what's the word? Like, streaming service, you know? Like, you need to offer more than just a handful of good-ish shows that you can get only here to be worthwhile. Like, why, you know, realistically speaking, why would I sub to Rooster Teeth for however much a month if I can just go to somewhere like, say, Crunchyroll, which actually had Ruby on there even. You know, you can watch Ruby on Crunchyroll. Like, they lost their own unique selling point like that, unfortunately. Maybe I always like long hair coming out the front of a hoodie like this. I think it's pretty cute. But I think Spyro's gonna be cute. We're gonna make her a bit cute, but not too cute. Not cutesy, just cute. On topic of weird mobs, I didn't realise Mac from Mario RPG had a small guy on top of a hill. Yeah, he's like on a giant pogo stick sword thing. The Mario RPG mods guys are like really weird designs, but they're really cool. Like, I don't know whether that was because Squaresoft worked on it, so they had a bit more freedom to do weird stuff, or if Nintendo like were more involved with the designs or not, but very cool designs on that. I actually have never played that game though, fun enough. It's the kind of game I want to play, because RPGs are definitely my thing. But Mario RPG, the original one, was never released in Europe. So until the remake, I've had no means of actually playing it. What was this mod from Helm? It was from 8, Final Fantasy 8. If I recall correctly, you can find it as early as like Disc 1 in a deserted area. I cannot remember what it's called though. I just remember it's a very early on one that I want to say that it maybe drops a blue magic for Keystis, but I could be wrong about that. That may just be faulty memory on my part. You know what I think I'm going to do? Actually, I was thinking we might change these freckles a bit more perfectly rounded, but actually, yeah, I think we will do that. We'll just use circles for them. It's a cheat, but I think it will look neater and look a bit more like freckles, and a bit less like she's got fruity pebbles stuck to her face. Take those off. Oops. That is a little bit smaller. Let's move that line so it's not so harsh. Maybe a bit too large now. We can make it just a little smaller. That looks a bit better, I think. Hi Jack, welcome in! We had an input version of the remake. It's just at a weird point, but honestly, just get the Switch version. Yeah, that's what I'm planning on doing, yeah. I am going to do it at some point. I've got a lot of games on my plate that I want to play and just have not found the time to. Case in point, I have owned Persona 3 Remake for about a month, and I've played it for maybe 2 hours. Just have not found the time to get into it, unfortunately. Yes, Spyro, quite slender. Maybe slightly bomb-heavy, even. Just slightly, not like massively so, but like... Actually, that kind of works because if we do a hoodie kind of like flares out naturally at the bottom there, so that kind of works for going for more of a bottom-heavy build for her. Yeah. You found it? Oh, heck yeah, what's it called, Adred? I can't remember myself, so I'm sure when you mention it, I'll either go, oh yeah, that's it, or, oh wow, I would never have got that. Called Belhamel. That sounds familiar. That, like, now you've told me it, I remember the name, but I would never have gotten that on my own. There's a 0% chance I would have independently remembered that. But yeah, it does kind of look like Hey, doesn't it? Like, I'm not crazy, it's got a bit of a similar vibe. A bit more long, perhaps, but... Right, so here I'm thinking we'll go open hoodie again. Actually, maybe open hoodie looks like... Oh, actually, yes, yeah, so we'll do like open hoodie. It's like partially unzipped. Down like around here. We'll go for like the hoodie, kind of like a hoodie dress almost. It's like a very long hoodie, but like it covers the lower part enough. Valhalla the hell. Do you not want to fight me as in a video game? Because I'm really bad at everything. I would be the gimmick encounter that just appears, just starts talking to you, and the way you defeat me is just by doing nothing until I get bored and leave. That's a bit too, lemony. But I want it to be the exact same colour as her hair, though. A bit lighter, perhaps. Yeah. So this hair situation out as well, speaking of which. That's really cool. I was like a Cincinnati, my his big old schnoz and hands, yeah. Yeah, that's just, I don't think that they're not mega similar, but there's enough similarities there where you can kind of see it. I think I'm going to put her, like, put Spyro's tail drill on the end of the hoodie cords here as well. I'm not sure what we're going to do with the horn situation, because obviously Spyro's got horns, but I don't know if we can put horns on the hood without it looking weird. Yeah, I'd love to do something with a hood, but I don't know if horns would look silly, actually. Little patch on this corner here. And let's darken these a little bit so there's a bit more demarcation there. There we go. I'm going to say something in FF7 that says magic description. If flip itself and whichever faces towards your party dictates if the magic is damaging or healing to your party. That could be another one. I'll admit, I'm not as familiar with 7. 7 was actually not my... Like, a lot of people that I know, 7 was their gateway into Final Fantasy games. For me, my first one was actually 8. I had no idea what a Final Fantasy game was. Literally, all I knew at the time, I remember very clearly, I was in a game store, used game store. And they had, like, a big bin of pre-owned games that were all like knocked down to like £10 or something like that. I had a bit of Christmas money, or it might have been birthday money, I forget which, left over. And I just remember thinking, oh, I've heard of Final Fantasy. I have no idea what kind of game this is, but I've heard of it. I'm going to buy this game because I've heard it's very good. I had no idea what it was like. I could have been about to buy a terrible game, but you know what? Wouldn't have been the first time. I bought an awful lot of bad games when I was a child. And yeah, turned out it just happened to be one of the best games. Well, okay, FF8 at the time I was thrilled with. I thought FF8 was the coolest thing ever. As I got older and more experienced with JRPGs, I kind of realised FF8's kind of the bad one, unfortunately. But I will never be too mad at FF8 because if I hadn't played FF8, I wouldn't have played FF7, I wouldn't have played FF6, and I wouldn't have played FF9, which is one of my favourites ever. And I quite possibly would not have played the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV, with its unlimited free trial to level 70, including A Realm Reborn, the award-winning expansion Heavensward, and the award-winning expansion of Stormblood, with no limitations on playtime. I mean, I might have, but you know, I possibly wouldn't have. Can't say for sure. We're looking good so far. I want to put something in without the hood, though. The hood is looking too plain, which is always an issue with Chibi. Because you're doing like a giant head, if you give him a hood, the hood does kind of end up looking a bit huge. We could put like... I could put holes on the hood, but I don't know, it doesn't really seem to fit the vibe. You know what? What if we put a pattern on? Dragons breathe fire, right? Or what if we give her like a flame pattern? Hashtag not sponsored. Hashtag could be sponsored. Hashtag call me Square Enix. Could you imagine if they actually did? Like, I joke about it, but like, if Square Enix actually contacted me tomorrow, like, yes, hello, Miss Helm-Chan, we've heard that you are expressing interest in our brand and we'd love to have you on board as an ambassador. Would you like to sign up for a collab or a code or something? I'd be like, oh gosh, I didn't think I'd get this far. What do we do? It would be one of those suffering from success moments. You know what? I'm kind of digging the flame hoodie, actually. I kind of put this on as a gag, but I think that might actually be just enough to put a bit of a splash of colour on. And again, it does sell the idea of the, dragons breathe fire. think this is kind of working. Maybe we'll make it like a flame outline rather than solid. But I think this could work. This is what I like about doing these sort of designs, where it's just like taking a character and making them into an anime girl. It just, you know, I actually like that less, funnily enough. Yeah, it doesn't look as good to me. Okay, one more try. Let's try doing a different colour. Let's try like a yellow instead, perhaps. You know, that's not working for me either. Maybe we'll just keep it orange. I think I need to tidy up this edge, but I think we'll just keep it orange. Yeah, this needs to be a little bit trimmed off here because that looks too large on this side. I'm finding this thing with a lot of these old like 90s platformer characters as well as we're turning them into anime girls, right? But because a lot of them have like not real names anyway, we could just call them the same thing. Like we could still call this character Spyro, and I think it would work. Think of the motif, thank you. Have this hate imposters in an anime-only cards artbook. Really, that's so funny. That's really funny. Yeah, let's get this flame pattern going down, I think. And we can even have it as like the bottom here as well, even. The flames can come around here and even go along the bottom of the hood here. Yeah. Okay, it's a little bit Guy Fieri, but I think that's fine. Citrus! Thank you for the subs! Thank you, heck yeah! Wow, well, you've earned yourself another chibi, so let me go ahead and just clean up this real quick, and then I'll move us over to the queue so we can get you signed in, as it were. Thank you so, so much, I really appreciate that. Keeping the train going. Alright, let's pencil you in here, underneath Spyro. Hey, 19, welcome in, Spyro, heck yeah! Have a wonderful day. Alright, so Citrus, did you have an idea for what you would like for your chibi? If not, that's fine. I can just keep your keep your spot reserved. But if you have something in particular, then let me know. Thank you so much for the subs. I really appreciate it. Zordon! Hello, Zordon. Welcome in. Doing well today? We are doing very well. Citrus just gave out 5 gift subs. So heck yeah. The Chibithon will continue for a little while longer, which means we possibly won't finish that. We'll see. Our own character, the guys might put a profile with me. Okay, if you wouldn't mind again, sending the reference to me on the same thing as before. But I was asking people for references before. I'll even grab that for you real quick. If you wouldn't mind just sending this here. There you go. He's also called Citrus. Oh, I see. Huh. Yeah, okay. So Citrus by Citrus. There you go. But I can actually change our character's name here. That's Emily now. There we go. Yeah, if you wouldn't mind sending the reference there, and I'll get to him when we're done with Spyro here. I'm actually really liking how Spyro's turning out, actually. I think she's one of my favourites of these. I don't know, the colours really pop. And we've got to give her a skateboard. We've got to, in fact, you know what? Not only a skateboard, I want to give her, like, a bandage on her nose. Because we all know how badly, we all remember how badly the controls for the skateboard were in Spyro 3. So she's definitely skateboarding, but she's also definitely, like, absolutely eating dirt during her skateboarding. More flamey pattern here. I am really digging this one, actually. This one's actually coming along. I like this design, actually. I'm not gonna lie, this is actually coming along really good. I'm always a big fan of this kind of like streetwear look. Not my fashion at all. Like, I don't wear clothes like this at all myself. They don't really suit me. It's kind of hard to find a good hoodie that will pair well with you know, a robot head. But I always like this look on characters. And it's kind of evolved from like Manibug. Hardy Hen. Oh, interesting. Okay. So I'll give her like, I think it's just ever so slightly bottom heavy. Like not gigantic legs, not huge size, but like, you know, just slightly wider hips than you might think for how slender she is up top. And you know what? I'm thinking maybe like leggings. We have like darker purple leggings, perhaps? Hmm. And then we'll have her like holding her skateboard like over here. So I'm gonna come down here. I have no idea how big skateboards are. I've never ridden a skateboard. I do not trust myself to not immediately injure myself severely if I was ever to try it. And it'd be like that. The fingies. What colour is Spyro's skateboard? Purple with green wheels. Okay, not the colour I would have immediately guessed, but that works. Should I ask you, Helm, when you are off duty on Maybook, what is your style of attire? Well, a lot of the time when I'm off duty, I'm not actually going anywhere. Which means that a lot of the time when I'm off duty, I actually, I kind of often just, I tend to just sit around in my pajamas all day. Because here's the thing, I'm the one that's got to clean my clothes. As the maid, I have to do the cleaning. So if I'm wearing clothes and I'm getting them dirty, I'm the one that has to clean them later, on top of everyone else's. I can have my triple two! Let's go! Oh, can you take these to level 2? Either way, that's still good. We're still happy. Thank you so much for that thing, guys. More about the self-insert character suit to see later when you're an expert. That's fair, fair. Yeah, so I when I'm at home, I do tend to just, it's a bit lazy, to be honest, but when I'm just sitting around casually, I do tend to just wear pajamas if I'm not doing anything in much of anything. When I go out, though, I usually, okay, I have a bit of a formula for my casual attire when I go out. And it is as follows. Plaid shirt. I have an embarrassing amount of plaid shirts. I think I have about 10 of them last I checked, although admittedly, some of them I haven't worn in a while. I might need to check if some of them still fit me. But plaid shirt over the top of a t-shirt, unbuttoned. So plaid shirt is like being worn like a jacket almost. Over a plain colour t-shirt and then a pair of jeans. That's my usual go-to for if I actually am leaving the house and going somewhere. To be fair, it is very hard to find clothes that do go with my face. That's very clearly a skateboard. You're not going to take off anything else, but that hand is a little bit. This hand and arm situation messed up. So hold on, I'm just posing my hand here to try and like imagine how this would work. So the hand goes down like this. So the thumb is coming behind the skateboard here. That. And then we need the cuffs here, which I think we will do in the same like blaze orange colour here. Even the little elasticated lines there. And then one more finger. I think that's why it's looking strange for the other three. Even though this one's going to be largely hidden, I think. Yeah, I will admit, I am far from the most fashionable when it comes to clothing. I never have been famed for my fashion choices. I just like wearing clothes that are comfortable and ideally have pockets. And ideally, I kind of like going out in cold weather more than hot weather because at least when it's cold outside, I often will have like a jacket on top. And that gives me an excuse to wear something with zip-up pockets, because I always feel very worried about putting things in my pockets and having them stolen. Or, not even stolen actually, less about stolen and more about just me dropping them, frankly. I think back of my name was Sute-Rusu. Sute-Rusu, okay. There's more of an A than a E. Got it, Sute-Rusu. I've got to say, this Spyro Go is definitely kind of giving massive show came out during the 90s, and I feel like looking at this character, you would be able to tell that even if you didn't know that fact. I don't know, there's some very 90s vibes about this design, which I'm kind of digging, honestly. Not intentional, but I'm kind of liking her vibes a lot. Just felt like hair a little more, because it was a bit strange how it's coming out from the hood there. Angle wasn't quite correct. There we go. And then I think her other arm we'll put like on her hip, or maybe in her pocket actually, yeah, stick it in her pocket. Stick it in the pocket so we can get away from having to draw another hand. On this layer. Move the pocket a little bit there. And comes out here, and goes over here. Give me Saved by the Bell vibes. Oh my gosh, that's another one. I never watched Saved by the Bell. That was one of those shows that, when that was airing over here at least, and I don't know how old it was when it aired over here, but I was very much of the age when I just would refuse to watch anything with real people in. I would only watch cartoons. Granted, I'm not a million miles from that these days, but it's more just like I just prefer the stories that tend to get told in anime rather than some sort of like weird, like, oh, gross, I don't want to watch real people. And yet the weird thing is, time for my hypocrisy to show. I loved Sabrina the Teenage Witch. I had no problems watching Sabrina the Teenage Witch every day of the week. Okay, these legs are very looking weird here. We need to widen these thighs. Widen these legs. Because that is way too much of a thigh gap, girl. Eat a burger or something. There we go. That's not looking too sad. I can't put a pattern on leggings. Actually, you know what we should give her? We should give her knee pads, because you know what? Safety is important. Maybe elbow pads as well. Knee pads and elbow pads. Yeah. Because again, safety is important. You only have one body. You can't replace it like I can replace mine. What can we make them though? Go orange. That's going to be maybe a bit too much orange. We'll just do it with black. The black doesn't really look right. Maybe we'll go like a really dark purple. We'll get purple, like super dark. I think that's a trick, yeah. So it's like almost black, but it's like barely purple. You can see the purple, but not much. Did you get my royal free ash pool? I did! I was kind of just like looking through the channels briefly before stream. That was... So between that Zordon and you beating freaking, what's it called, Snake Eye with Blue Eyes, I think you need to call up Konami, because I think I've just found their new Yu-Gi-Oh! Pro tag. That is not on her knee, that is on her... Well, sorry, it's not on her knee, I'm not sure where that would be. Class says that is not the knee. Oh yeah, because yeah, that's her. So her waist is like here. Her legs look shorter because of the hoodie being over her hips. Need to remember that. Telling the cat is the best part of that show. I really wish I could remember more of it. I remember just loving it. Like, actually, you know what? There is exactly one thing about that show that I remember. It's the dumbest thing about that show, but there is one thing about that show that I remember with very vivid detail. And if you've seen the show, you're either going to be very confused by what I'm about to say, or I feel like we're about to have that moment where we're both like, oh my god, yes, that! Shake your whammy, family, funky song, funky song. Shake your whammy, family, funky song. I don't know why, that has lived rent-free on my hard drive for absolute years. And I don't know if it will ever leave. Thoughts on a Heian Chibi or Karakuri Spider Cross Steel Scorpion Fusion Chibi. Oh wow, that'd be an interesting one. Alright, so I want to put something on the leggings here for a pattern. It looks, well, actually, do we need to? Let's put the elbow pads on. I mean, I don't need to actually. I might be overcooking a little bit here. I might be overthinking how much detail we need to put on her, because we've got quite a lot of details already. I don't want to completely over-design her. It's crazy enough this morning, I was discussing a post that someone wished Ash Blossom went to zero. I was literally like, Ash isn't a problem, I think you were rewarded. Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate in a way, though, just because Ash right now is kind of very dangerous to run. Like, yes, I will Ash your Snake Eye Ash. And then the Snake Eye player is like, oh no! Links summon heat to the fire charm ablaze. Anyway. Right. Something about the leggings needs something, but I don't know what. Might even just be as simple as polka dot. Maybe even just like a few dots in like the yellow just to break it up. That might even just be all we need. Just like a few speckles here and there just to kind of separate up the big block of colour here. I like the less twisted ones actually. Because one other thing that I like to try to do when I'm doing characters like this is I like to try to imagine that their clothing is not tailor-made for them. What I mean by that is, like, I like to imagine each of these pieces of clothing is something that you could buy independently. So I do try to deliberately avoid perfectly colour matching everything. So, like, again, these leggings here are a little bit more, slightly more of a blue colour compared to her coat, you know. The knee pads are slightly darker. We can have a couple of matches, like the purple match on the skateboard I think is fine, but... And then for her shoes, we're gonna give her like some clumpy sneakers, I think. On a few kinds of footwear I actually do not mind drawing. I don't know why. Sneakers I just find kind of fun. Like regular shoes I find kind of hard to imagine designs for, but actual sneakers, like, I don't know, something about them, they're easier to work with for me. I think because you can put a lot more bright colours and random shapes on there to just be details, and it just works. Speaking of Yu-Gi-Oh, by the way, I did post this in our Discord. So there is a game being made at the moment, a tabletop role-playing game system called Perfect Draw. I'm not gonna lie, I'm very interested in it. It is a tabletop role-playing game system designed to emulate the feel of being in a card game anime. So basically, you know, playing Yu-Gi-Oh! The show, as opposed to Yu-Gi-Oh! The actual card game. It looks really neat, and I love the fact they actually have gotten, like, the MBT, the Yu-Gi-Oh! YouTuber, involved in the project where he's going to be designing an encounter. That is really funny. I can only hope he puts as many memes into it as possible. Right, I gave her white sneakers, but I like the white. Actually, you know what? Maybe if we invert it. Maybe if we do purple with white trim, that might be the ticket here. That's not bad. Maybe... You know what? Let's try orange. Let's try... I know I did say about trying to not perfectly colour match this, but let's try and colour match up to her coat. Actually, I'm kind of selling myself on this a little bit. That's not bad. Maybe if we change the colour of the purple a little bit. Just a little bit darker, perhaps. I need a bit less saturation. And maybe we'll do the same to the orange, just a little bit less on the old saturation. By the way, seriously, while I'm getting myself getting started. It's Jenny Music Lover. Hello, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Good shout, of course. You just copy your name here because I am very bad at spelling names, apparently. Welcome to the day 3 of the Chibithon. Hope that your stream went well for you. Welcome in. We are currently working on turning Spyro the Dragon into an anime girl because this is the things that we do here, apparently. Less saturated. That kind of works for me, I think. It's your birthday now. Happy birthday. I hope you're having a wonderful birthday. I hope your birthday stream went well for you. But yeah, it does sound like a really fun idea, just going around being like, finally, a way to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Without having to actually play Yu-Gi-Oh! Perfect. Yeah, as I said, Suterusu, if you have any ideas, or if you would like to, while I'm finishing up Spyro here, of a pose for your character, let me know. Otherwise, I'll just improvise, but if you have an idea, that helps me get a starting off point. It's funny, have you ever had this experience, actually, where the blank slate is actually harder to work from than a restriction? So, Good example I like to give of this. If someone says to me, tell a joke, well, I have a lot of jokes preloaded at any time, so that's not too hard for me. But for a lot of people, if you ask them to just tell a joke out of nowhere, they struggle. But if you give them a restriction, say, tell a joke about a penguin, or something like that, it often makes it easier. And I'm the same when it comes to certain things, like doing art. If you just tell me to draw a picture, like, yeah, I might be able to draw something, but if you tell me to draw a picture of something, or a picture featuring something, or whatever, like some kind of guideline or restriction, I find it a lot easier. I have to say, guys, I'm not one to toot my own horn too much when it comes to my art. I heckin' love her. Oh my gosh, I love this character. I'm like genuinely actually thrilled with how this character has turned out. So, Polly, one second, I need to, I've got a smear on my visor, one moment. Very hard to see on the outside, but my optics are a little bit blurred. Let's see if let's fix that. That's better. Yeah, I am really happy with this girl. I love her. This is one of those cases. So this is how it's happened a couple of times. Like the character Joker that you may have seen on Yomi stream. I designed her. She began life as let's turn Joker from the game Klonoa into an anime girl, and now she's one of my favorite OCs that Yomi has. Oh, maybe sorry, fair. Now for Yomi, she is one of Joker is one of her favorite OCs that I have made. So just to be the real guy, with me sitting down with a gamepad in his hands. Got it! That is a perfect prompt to work from. That is exactly enough to work with. I'm just sitting here in silence. I am genuinely like really happy with this design. Like I know I keep saying it, but like man, this design has like turned out way better than I imagined. And I think it's the small details as well that are helping, like the nose bandage, the freckles. Like I kind of just threw them on as a win, but I think that's helping to kind of give this character a lot more. It tells you about this character without me having to tell you about this character. You know, that's what a good design should do. A good design should give you ideas for what this character's about, what kind of personality they have, what kind of person they are, before they even open their mouth. A bad design tells you nothing. Like, yeah, RGB try, let's go. And it's something that I do try to, when I do my own designs, I try to keep that in mind. Like, I want my designs to, when I design a character, I try to think of both, like, how can I tell a story about this character just with their design, but also provide intrigue about the design, you know, to try to... I think another good thing with a character's design is it should make you want to know more without being, like, what's the word, like, trying too hard. Is this what someone requested? This was one of my regular queue, so this is part of my personal queue. I wanted to make some more 3D mascot platformer girls to go with the croc girl that I made a while back. So this is Spyro, the anime girl. And honestly, I am very happy with how she's turned out. Like, I know I keep gushing over my own design, which is kind of cringe, but honestly, like, I may draw this character in non-chibi form at some point because I really am loving this design. Can I just cheat a little bit on this over here? Excuse Marsh. This is Q's Marsh. I like this track, but unfortunately this track is associated with my mind forever with the worst part of Final Fantasy IX. When we get there, eventually, when we get there with our FF Marathon, if you aren't familiar with this part of the game, you will also become very familiar with it, because it's unfortunately linked with the worst character. And to find the gamepad I use my piece. Oh, fair! Don't cringe to appreciate your own work. That's true, that is true. I am very hard on myself in that regard. Like, I don't like to toot my own horn and be too, like, cocky and whatnot, but no, I do need to, I've said this to Yomi, and I need to start taking my own advice. I do need to learn to, you know, appreciate what I am good at, you know? And appreciate when I do something well. I mean, obviously, you're always your own worst critic, and I'm no exception in that regard, but I am trying to get better at accepting that I can be proud of something, as opposed to just like, yeah, I made this, it's okay, it's fine, it's alright. I mean, I'm kind of like that in a lot of things, if I'm honest. I try to be humble. Not because I'm like, oh yeah, I'm gonna be humble so people think I'm like really nice. No, I just don't want to. I'm just always worried about coming across as like arrogant or super try-hard or whatever. Like, whenever people say like, oh hell, you're really good at Yu-Gi-Oh! I'm like, I'm alright, I'm fine at it, I'm okay. I mean, I don't like to think of myself as being good at things just because okay, I know this is not the case. I know this is not always the case, but I tend to think in my mind of the kind of person that says, oh yeah, I'm pretty good at this. Tends to be a bit of a unpleasant person to be around. I don't want to be that. I don't want to be that person. I've actually heard a thing about, in Japan, apparently. Apparently in Japan, there's a similar thing with that, where in Japan it's considered very, what's the word? Like, I guess arrogant or cringe, I guess. To say that you are good at something. So like if someone says, say like you're talking to someone in Japan and they're like, oh, what do you do for fun in your free time? You're like, oh, I play Yu-Gi-Oh! And they say, oh, are you any good at it? If you say, yeah, I'm pretty good at it, that is apparently seen as like really like, oh, wow, look at this guy saying they're really good at Yu-Gi-Oh! That's really gross, how unpleasant, you know? Apparently the correct response in Japan, also I've been told, is that you're supposed to say, I'm confident at it. Somehow that is apparently like okay and like respectful, but saying I'm good at it is like impolite. I'm getting myself, but hey, you know what? I get what they're going for with it at least. Right, I think we're pretty much done. Didn't take too long, but I am heckin' happy with this. Oh, hold on. I somehow got put to full transparency. Let's fix that. There we go. Yeah, I am heckin' happy with this girl. Yeah, I think she's great. Hi, Wyatt. Welcome and hope you have a wonderful evening. We just finished turning Spyro the Dragon into an anime girl. Because my war crimes know no bounds. Also, I've just seen a small flood here. Need to fix that. This line here needs to cover this whole corner section here. And then this shaded area should also cover this whole section here. There we go. That's better. Alright, save it. Group it so it's one piece we can move easily, and we'll put her down here out of the way for now. Lady Spyro, yeah. You recognise someone as better than me at certain things. I just think I'm decent at those things I do at Yu-Gi-Oh! And that's kind of where I'm at, yeah. Like, I don't tend to stick with hobbies that I am just terrible at. If I'm bad at something, I'm not going to have a good time with it. And if I'm not having a good time with it, I'm not going to stick with it. Fine, I have times where I'm not having a good time with Yu-Gi-Oh! But I'm very aware that, you know, being luck-based as it is, I say luck-based, you know, with an element of luck because of the whole, you know, card drawing being a big factor, you know, and the die roll. Like, sometimes, yeah, you're just gonna get, sometimes you have bad luck and you're just gonna get, you know, just gonna have a bad time with it, frankly. Alright, Sutosu, let's get your chibi done. I've got your reference here. And it's actually kind of chibified already, so we can grab that easily enough. Start with the oars. Over here, pop out. Oh. Zoom in. Alrighty then, so sitting down playing a video game. Easy enough. This style here, I don't know if this was AI, I'm not judging if it is. It reminds me kind of a guy online, actually. Okay. A bad habit where I'm a bit of a least when it comes to hobbies I'm passionate about, because I put a lot of time and effort into getting good. A lot of people don't. Honestly, Wyatt, I get you. I get you. That was me when I played Final Fantasy XIV. When I played Final Fantasy XIV, I did occasionally get a bit annoyed at other people playing that game, because I would be putting in a lot of effort to learning the fights and to be putting in like as good of a performance as I felt like I was able to. And I would get annoyed when other people were not holding themselves, whoops, that's the canvas size, that was a wrong one, but not holding themselves to that same standard that I was holding myself to. I like it going to canvas, what's going on? It's a very hard habit to break. The thing that I've eventually worked out with is, and this is not a good thing or a bad thing, this is just a thing that I've learned to accept, which is sometimes when it comes to hobbies, different people take hobbies differently in terms of how serious they take them, right? The best example I can give for this, tabletop gaming. So, anyone that's ever had a tabletop gaming group for a while will know the final boss of any tabletop gaming is the scheduling. It's not about the dragons, it's not about the dungeons, it is about the fact that, yeah, you have, say, 4 to 6 people, maybe even more, depending if you've got a very large group, who are all independent people with their own schedules, and you are trying to find a time to that works for all of them. Now, in that regard, I've been in groups where people, that's a bit too light, I think. People need to do a slightly darker green. Oh, that look a bit too strange. How about mid-tone? Yeah, kind of around there-ish, perhaps. That works. Yeah, and the issue is that you run into a situation where not everyone takes it as seriously. So you're going to get some people that just see D&D or Pathfinder or whatever game you're playing as just an excuse for, oh yeah, we can hang out with our friends. We're just going to sit around and chat and have fun, and it's not a huge deal. But then you're going to get people that take it very seriously, and they're going to, that's a very large people, that's too large. Take it very seriously, and they're going to be like, okay, we're here to play D&D, guys. We need to all shut up, get on with the game, pay attention, take it seriously, and be on time. Because the thing is that games like D&D do not work very well if everyone is not there and is not there on time. That's a little bit more angry than I was intending. I might redraw the eyelashes. Yeah. And that's the thing, you get some people that treat it as very casual, where they are able to, like, they'll think that, say, oh, you know, like D&D is just another way to hang out with the friends. So that's fine. If I have to cancel last minute, that's great. That's fine. I'll just cancel it. We're just hanging out and playing a funny game, right? But to the DM, I was like, no, guys, I have planned around us all being here. I have planned around you all being here. You all being on time. I have planned 6 hours of content for you today. We have about 7 hours of playtime, potentially. If you guys are late, or if one of you guys does not show up, that throws everything off. And it's very important in any hobby to make sure that you and the people you're doing it with have the same expectations, which is not always possible in like an MMO. Helm, question. Apart from the live twins, anything else that pairs well with sprites? I kind of want to try it. Well, obviously you've got live twins. You could play them with Nimbles. I don't know what the state of Nimbles are in the ban list for Master Duel. I know they hit quite a few of them. Melfies are also level 2s, so you could play Melfi sprites. The big one that I hear a lot of people say is like the best way to play it is Runic Sprite Fur Hire, which I believe is actually one of the decks that can deck you out through Maxi. Do not ask me how to play that deck though, I have absolutely no idea. I have read exactly one Fur Hire card in my life, and it is the generic Link 2. Donna, I believe it's called. I will say, if you're going to play Sprite, playing Sprite in Master is probably the best way to do it, because Elf. You know, let's just put a generic Monster Reborn level 2s that has no restrictions. That's not a bad idea. That can't possibly end poorly. Kind of these, I call them emo glasses. They're not necessarily emo glasses, but I call them that because that's what the item on Guile Online was called that looks a lot like this. Yes, smidge too large. Glasses on chibis that have thick frames. Always a little bit of a challenge. How's it be? Hello, welcome in. Yeah, it's funky generic glasses. Yeah, it's fine. Guys, apologies real quick. I do need to step away for just a brief moment. We are going to get an advert anyway. I do need to step away for just 1 second to take care of a bit of a maintenance for myself. I will not be long. Just a couple of minutes. We'll take care of an ad while I do it. I will be back very shortly, and we'll carry on. But I do need to step away for just a couple minutes. So I'll catch you guys in just a minute. Keep your hands clear of the closing doors, and I'll see you all very shortly. Well, back. Sorry for the rather abrupt cut out there. I just had to take care of a little bit of maintenance. Yeah, maintenance success. Yeah, we're all good now. Just had a little bit of a loose connection to get sorted out. We are all good now, and we're back into it. Let's keep going. Okay, Japanese mahjong competitively, I can tell when people are taking the game seriously. Yeah, and here's the thing, like, that's fine. Like, it's fine to not play a game seriously. It's fine if you want to play Yu-Gi-Oh! And you want to play exclusively Toon Monsters. It's fine if you want to play Fantasy 14 and you just want to play, like, very casually and you don't care about your performance. That's fine. But at the same time, it's important that however you're playing with people that have the same goals as you. If you're trying to clear the hardcore content, it's very important to make sure that everyone in the group is on board for, we are here to clear this content. We are here to do this fight. Not, we are here to hang out with our friends, have a bit of a joke, and maybe clear this content. If that's what you want, that's fine. Again, do not let anyone think I'm here to gatekeep how you play a game or how you enjoy a hobby. But the important thing is just the expectations, because if you don't match those expectations, then no one's going to have a good time, because the people that are taking it seriously are going to be annoyed, because the people that aren't taking it seriously aren't taking it seriously. The people that aren't taking it seriously are going to be annoyed, because they're going to find that the people who are taking it seriously, they're going to think they're like sweaty tryhards or whatever. And it's like, well, yeah, they might be tryharding, as in they're trying hard to win the game. Why aren't you, is what they would ask, you know? I don't like the term tryhard, I'll be entirely honest, because I don't think that trying hard at something should be seen as a negative thing, whatever you're doing. Like, if you're playing a video game and you're trying hard to win the game, well, yeah, of course you are. You're playing a competitive game. You want to win the game, presumably, right? You're going to be trying hard. And steal a hug? Of course you can. In fact, you don't have to steal a hug. They give it for free. It is important, doesn't it? Okay, fair enough. I'll leave that off then. Thank you for pointing out. What we're going to do is we're going to do, when it comes to bearded chibis, bearded chibis are a bit of a weird one. I usually typically just leave the mouth off and let the moustache define the mouth. We'll do it that way, I think. Because again, with a chibi, you've normally just got like a line there, so... Yeah, I think we'll put some more definition onto the beard with shading, I think, rather than doing it with lines. Because again, it's very easy for the beard to make it look messy if we do it that way. Blocking this part of the hair first. We'll do the bangs separately. Yeah, it's one of those things that I think it's very important in any hobby that you've got the same expectations. When I went to so the very first time I went to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Well, actually, I'd say like not the very first time. This was the second time I went to play Yu-Gi-Oh! In person since I got back into the game. I went there with what I would consider a decently competitive deck. It was my Live Twin Sprite deck. It wasn't quite complete. I was lacking every copy of Jet, a couple of blues. It was fine. It was good enough. Heading out. No problems, dude. Have a wonderful evening. Always a pleasure to see you. Take care. But yeah, I was playing a decently competitive deck, and I kind of felt bad by the end of the evening because, don't get me wrong, I didn't win every single game. But a lot of the people at the place I went to play, this wasn't even locals, by the way. This wasn't like a tournament. This was just like a casual gaming group I'd found in my area. Lovely group. I had fun there. The only reason why I don't keep going there is purely just scheduling. They used to meet up on Sundays and unfortunately no longer do. And that was like the only day I could make it, unfortunately. So, unfortunately, I can't do that anymore. But I felt mildly bad because, again, a lot of the people there that were playing the game were playing with what a lot of people would consider bad Yu-Gi-Oh! Decks. You know, there was like someone on Dark Magician, someone playing Witchcrafters, someone on Speedroids. Like, not awful decks. We're not talking like set one pass decks, but like decks that a lot of people would say, wow, why are you playing that deck? That deck's not competitively viable. And I felt a bit bad because my deck was, like, by comparison at least, a little bit more high power, a little bit faster, however you would describe it. And I felt a bit bad because it meant that we were in a situation where I was playing this comparatively very sweaty deck, and they were playing this very for fun deck. And unfortunately, because that was the only deck I had, I didn't have an alternative to play. If I had it at the time, I would have been playing my Gate Guardian deck instead, because that's a much more for fun deck, I think. But I think it's just important to manage those expectations in anything you do. Going back to when we did raiding, right? The thing with when we were doing raiding, in FF14 you have the concept of what is known as a static. And the idea of the static is it is a static team. The team does not change. The times you meet do not change. Every week you meet up at the agreed upon times for the agreed upon duration, and you will just play the game for that time. The benefit of this, of course, being that you get to work with the same people consistently, so you get to learn, if you're playing a healer, okay, I know that my off healer does this. Or if you're playing a tank, okay, I know my off tank tends to use these cooldowns, so I can plan around that when I'm taking it off of them. I had to pause for a moment there. I thought that was the routine, but no, it's the FF9 one. But again, even with the static, it's very important that your goals are aligned. When we were raiding, at one point we went through like a period of about 3 months where we could not find, for love nor money, a consistent replacement for our second healer. Our white mage left the group on good terms. They basically just said, look, I've realised that I'm not having fun doing this. I'm going to leave the group. Sorry guys, good luck without me, yeah? No hard feelings, all good. Problem was we didn't have a replacement lined up. And because we didn't have a replacement lined up, we now needed to try to find a replacement. So that was awkward because good replacements for a static can be hard, especially when you're like halfway through the raid tier, as it's known. Just blocking out my thing here. So one of the replacements we went through, one of the guys that was on our team, initially seemed promising. He was pretty good at the job. He learned the fights well. But then he said, then we had a weird thing. We got to the next fight. So we were on, for reference, we were on fight 3 of 4 of the raid tier. We were on Alexander 11, the Heart of the Creator. And we had cleared this fight like a couple times. We were not consistent. But eventually we did clear it again with this new guy. And we're like, okay, great. Next week, guys, we are going to go on to the final fight, Alexander 12, the Soul of the Creator. Everyone, please make sure you go ahead and look up a guide. We do not do blind progression here. We want to try to clear as quick as possible. Please look up a guide. Please know what to expect. Roll around the next week. We get into the fight. Well, actually, I said the next week, sorry, the same week, because you have to do it in the same lockout at the time. We get in there, we sit down, we get to the first thing, and the tank immediately dies to the tank buster because the healer was not ready. And we're like, okay, maybe it's just a fluke, No amount of prep work can prepare you for actually, seeing a fight. That's fine, we'll just call it we'll mulligan that and try over. We continue to have issues for like a solid 10 minutes. And then it comes out, we say to him, did you watch the video? Did you watch the guide? He says, no, I didn't have time to. And we're like, my guy, sir, the video we linked you is 8 minutes long. That is not a significantly long video. Please make sure you are watching the video next time. We do not do blind progression here. We've made it clear. We go in with a guide because we're trying to clear quickly. We're not... By this point, I should point out, the fight is no longer like a hot, relevant fight. The fight's been out for months, The world first was ages ago. A lot of people have actually started doing this fight because they're done with it. And anyways, we get to the end of the week, and I always had my housekeeping checklist when I was running the static, which is every single time we finish the night, I always say to the group, okay, is everyone good for our next week's session? Is everyone good to meet up at the agreed upon time that we normally do and on the days that we normally play. Is there any reason anyone might think that they could not do this? Here's the thing, if they did, not a problem. We would adjust around it. We could pivot to a different night. We could do longer on the one night we can do. I'd like to point out, we did not do long hours. Typically, some raid groups will meet up for like 3 or 4 times a week for like 3 or 4 hours at a time, maybe even longer. We met up for 2 hours a week, twice a week, 4 hours a week total. That is not very long for the kind of content we were doing. A lot of groups did a lot more than that. So anyways, I asked the group that, and everyone says, no, that's fine. No reason to think that we will not be able to do that. Wonderful. I think I might actually do the hands first, because I'm worried I'm going to put the controller out of reach. So Taylus, what kind of controller is it? Because I don't want to do it wrong for you. Is it like a Nintendo controller, a PlayStation one, or like an Xbox one? Because I know they're a little bit differently shaped. I wouldn't want to make it... it's Xbox, so wonderful. In that case, I will reach down here and grab my own controller and use that as a reference, because I don't have one myself. Oh no, cable spaghetti. Hold on. Oh gosh, there's a lot of cable spaghetti. Okay, that's fine, we're good. It was cable spaghetti hindered by a bit of Velcro off of something else. I'm going to put it on my lap this way so I can look at the buttons to see what sort of shape we're getting here. But yeah, so I asked the group, is there any reason to think that you won't be able? Everyone says, no, we should be fine, we should be good next week. Wonderful. Next week rolls around. One day before we are due to play, one day before our regularly scheduled raid meeting, I get a message from our healer saying, oh, I'm sorry, I forgot I ordered tickets to a concert on that day. I'm sorry, what? To this day, I don't know if that was just bait, like if they just wanted to leave the group and couldn't think of a convincing excuse for it, but assuming that it wasn't, let's assume for the sake of argument that it wasn't an excuse. Respect our time. I'm sorry, there is no reasonable way you should be getting something as major as a concert. That's not something you do on a whim. You had those tickets ordered ahead of time. You knew that we were planning our week around it. Yeah, I don't buy it either. It's really weird as well. It's another thing where, okay, I am not immune to this. I am not immune to this. I am not an exception to this. I have done this before. But I do notice that a lot of nerd hobbies, when people want to get out of them, they never just say they want to get out of them. Like, it's very hard, I found, for a lot of nerdy hobbies for people to say, like, yeah, I don't feel like doing it. I think I'm done with this, They say, yeah, I don't want to tell you exactly, yeah. It's like, there's nothing wrong with it. I would rather you just say what you're thinking. Yeah, don't be an asshole about it, you can be polite about it. But it's really weird to me how that tends to be the case. We had another case where later on we needed a DPS player, damage dealer. And we found this guy who was fine. He was alright. If I'm entirely honest, he didn't really click with the rest of the group particularly well, just in terms of personalities. But I'm not going to hold that against him. He was perfectly reasonable at his job in the context of the game. He did decent damage, he did his mechanics okay, he was fine. Anyways, he messages me one day saying that, I might not be able to raid this week because my hand's really hurting. I've got some carpal tunnel or something going on, I need to go see a doctor about it. I'm like, well, that's really unfortunate, but you know what? Fine, if that's what it is, then so be it. Let's look at my own hand real quick. I want to make sure I get this. Oh, that goes completely wrong way. I have the fingers curl the other way. That's why it looks wrong. Okay, I knew I'd done something wrong there. So from the front. Hold on. Let's Google a reference rather than trying to look at my own hands. And holding Xbox controller. Let's see. You know what? We're going to just redraw this hand. Yeah, so I say to this guy, I say, okay, that's fine. It's unfortunate, but you know what? It is what it is. Let us know how you're feeling. Let us know how your hand is, and hopefully we'll be good for next week. That's fine. That's cool. He messages us again later. We do go back to raiding, and he messages us a little while later saying, "Hey, look, my hand's gotten worse. I'm gonna have to quit raiding, so I'm gonna have to leave the group." And we're like, "Darn, well, that absolutely sucks. But it is what it is. If he's got a medical issue, well, we can't be hold that against him. It is what it is." Here's the problem, though. Final Fantasy XIV has a very large raiding community, right? And one of the resources available to the raiding community is a site called FF Logs. FF Logs is a website where people that run hardcore content typically upload, well, their logs. Basically a report of the fights they've been in. Wow, that is a really janky looking hand. Why is this angle so hard to draw? You know what? Let's give me another reference here. Because this is not working out. I need to reference a lot more than I am. There's a lot of references here, but not one from the exact angle I really want. You know what? That'll work. Do it that way. Yeah, okay. We're going to redraw the whole controller. That's fine. But yeah, so this site, FF Logs, it's technically a bad site. Basically, in Final Fantasy XIV, they don't like you logging the fights. Because when you log the fights, you can work out how much damage someone's doing. And the official reason why the developers do not like this is because you could use this to bully people. Now, obviously, I don't endorse that. Never use, low numbers as an excuse to bully people. That's absolute and unhinged behavior. However, this man made the mistake of having an FF Logs page that was public. And as a result of this, we found out that, he was lying. He was just actually lying to our face. Because it turned out he had cleared the fight we were on with a different group. And obviously he was happier with the group that were making better progress. That's fine. Here's the thing. If he was dissatisfied with our progress and wanted to leave the group, yeah, I'd have been a bit bummed about it, but I'd have been like, okay, that's a shame, but I understand where you're coming from. But the fact that he lied about it really kind of, for lack of a better expression, really boiled my piss. And I replied back to him being kind of, I'm not normally very snippy with people. I don't normally get aggressive or snarky. But I replied back to him and I said, "Darn, well, that's a shame. Hopefully your hand didn't hurt too badly." And I sent him a screenshot of his own FF Logs page, where, again, he had cleared this fight the same day he sent us the "I'm going to have to leave the group" message. He probably didn't care, but I just don't get why you'd lie about it. I guess some people are just so afraid of any kind of confrontation that they'll jump through hoops to avoid it, but I don't think my hands are perfect, but I think that's about as close as we're going to get them, so yeah, I think we'll go with that. Right, so legs. Make sure we don't make them too long here as well, because if we make them too long, they might look a little bit awkward. Something around here. I think we'll extend the hoodie a little bit as well. We're just blocking in the shapes here. It's too dark. You know what I just realised? I made a smart goof here. I'm going to move the eyes up, because I just realised I moved the eyes like this, because I was thinking gamepad in the sense of for some reason I was thinking a Nintendo DS, looking down at a handheld, but no, if you're looking at a screen, you'd be looking straight ahead. Well, roughly anyway. You wouldn't be looking down into your hands, unless you're really not very good at the game, I suppose. But yeah, mind you, I have been in the same boat before. So here's Helm's embarrassing story about that. This was actually around the same time, the same year even, this was during the time in which we were kind of trying to find a replacement for our DPS. Actually, yeah, this was around the time we were looking to replace our DPS that eventually led us to that guy I just told the story about, right? We got this one guy joining the party, and he said we at this point we're not looking for at this exact point in history, we weren't looking for a full-time replacement. We were just looking for someone for that night who would clear the fight. Because the way that they handle the loot in FF14, you basically need to do every fight once a week to get the maximum possible loot. It's not the best thing in the world, but it is what it is. So anyways, we were just looking for someone that had cleared the fight that we are on, so we can go in for the week, get our clear, call it good on our loot, right? This guy joins up, says, yeah, we've done it. I've done the fight. Cool, great. We get in the fight, and we wipe. You know, we game over. Everyone dies because he messed up the mechanic. Okay, it's fine, whatever. Maybe we do things in a way that's slightly different to how his group usually does it. You know, maybe he's not familiar with our strategies or whatever. Or maybe it's just nerves. I've been there before, you know, if you're going to a new party, sometimes it can be quite nerve-wracking to, you know, do it with a complete group of strangers you don't know very well. I've been there, it's fine. We wipe again. And we wipe again. And every single time I'm wiping here, it is not because of our group, but because of our replacement. And here's why I took the coward's way out, because I'm like, I want to kick this guy really badly. I want to kick this guy out of the group and say, look, you clearly don't know what you're doing. Get out of the group. Here's why I was the coward and I did the bad thing. I made a lie up. I said, oops, guys, I'm very sorry. The radiator in my room has just exploded and is spraying hot water everywhere. I need to go and take care of this. So the raid will have to cancel for the rest of the night. Which we did. Here's the thing. It was only half a lie. That did happen to me. One of our radiators did explode and spray hot water everywhere. But it wasn't my one. It wasn't that night. It happened like several months ago. So, in hindsight, yeah, I possibly should have just kicked the guy and said, look, I think we're good. Best of luck. But back then I was a lot more worried about not being the bad person in every exchange. I didn't want to upset people's feelings, you know? And don't get me wrong, not upsetting people's feelings is a great, what's the word, mentality to have. But it's important to know when to be able to put your foot down. And when enough is enough, yeah? Dealt with similar people before and I have difficulties first difficulty, yeah. It's from experience, like, exactly, yeah. Funnily enough, that actually, that accident where the radio exploded actually did kill one of our computers. There was a computer in that room that Lady Helm uses, and it was right near the radiator. It worked fine for a little while, but shortly after it just completely died out of nowhere. And we don't know for sure if it was the water spraying out of the radiator. I say water, like it's basically like mist at that point. We're not sure if that's what did it, but it certainly couldn't have helped matters, let's put it that way. I haven't actually played 14 in a very long time now. I think the last time I played was November. There's been a new patch since then. I should really go and play at some point. Janky stress too. You'd help with nondescript issue. Yeah, I should go back to FF14. It's been a little while since I played it, and I do enjoy it when I play it. It's just, well, since I started doing streaming, I just haven't had as much time to keep up with it. I would like to do it as a stream game, but I'm just very unsure of how fun of a stream game it would be to watch, who don't know it. Like half ADAS, half All-Stars Converse, I see. As I can't play, I need to go help my mum out with something. Yeah. I usually call, like, when I'm talking to people in, like, games and things, I just refer to Lady Helm as my mother because it's just easier to explain that way. It's not entirely wrong. It's not entirely right. It's it's easier than explaining the whole, yeah, I'm also a robot, by the way, so I have different relationships with my immediate quote-unquote family than you guys do. See here. I'm just going to copy paste the shoes. I know shoes aren't actually symmetrical, but they're close enough to being symmetrical from this angle that I think it's okay. Actually, hold on, no, hold on. That sole is really squiffy. Fix that. Oops. There we go. That looks a bit more. Right, now we'll put a little ankle bit here, think about open it. You can catch it off stream too. Well, I mean, it's hard to, well, it's, you know, it's not hard to, it's just hard to explain to people about being a robot in the middle of a game, you know? They don't need to know my entire life story. And yeah, it totally works. If I had a stream, my mother would be Lady Di, I get it. Exactly. Well, no, it is the truth. Lord and Lady Helm are here in the Helm Manor. Because I know you're new to this, so I'll explain. I am a maid at the Helm Manor. The Helm Manor is made up entirely of robots. Lord and Lady Helm are both my master and my parents. It's a completely innocent thing, though. There's nothing suspect about it or sinister. It's purely just because, being robots, we don't have the same familial relationships that humans have. They're my parents, that they were responsible for my creation, but I was made partially to serve them. Again, it's perfectly, there's nothing menacing or sinister about it. It just doesn't translate very well to human terms, unfortunately. Dr. Lights and Mega Man. Exactly, yeah, exactly. Alright, I think we're good with the lines here, so let's go ahead and clear that off and get the shading going. Save early, save often. In fact, you know what? Let's preemptively do this. Let's reload early, because we're probably about to run out of memory, if I had to guess. Mega Helm-Chan. I would love to be in a Mega Man game. Mega Man has a lot of very handsome robots and very pretty robots. Just saying, Leviathan, Fairy Leviathan, absolute best girl. Love her. But I know that now I'm going to do it for the think of you as a robot. I'm a robot. What are you talking about? I am a robot. I'm a perfectly normal robot maid. I say it every time people come in. I can't help it, I'm a robot. I tried my best to try to emulate being human, though. That is part of my, what's the word? Programming. You know? Part of why I am constructed the way I am is to emulate humans as best as possible. But because it's very hard to emulate a human head, or to construct a human head of replica, I should say, that animates convincingly, that's why I don't have a human head, because we could not build one. So we decided the best compromise was, instead of trying and failing to make a good-looking human head that would result in the uncanny valley effect, instead of that, we decided we won't even try. That's why we just lean to the helmet aspect. And most of the time, people just think it's a helmet, so it works. I'm not going to see a Helm-Chan in a Mega Man style. That would be tough, because I don't know how I would do that, because Mega Man as a style, yeah, I'm not really sure how I'd be able to do that, to be honest. Like, I could do myself in a Mega Man costume, but the Mega Man style is very particular, and I don't think I could emulate it very well, unfortunately. That being said, I would love to get a, maybe like a commission of me doing like a style. That'd be great. But with your hair at first, it's designed to look like hair. It is designed, that is a deliberate design choice. Although, technically speaking, I technically do not have hair. Because, well, by the definition of what hair is, I don't have any. I do not have hair follicles. I do not have hair strands. So, technically speaking, I guess I am technically bald. Do not call me bald. Do not call me bald. Please do not call me bald. We need to find the fuzziness of the beard with a little bit of shading here. Oops. Oops. That is a double-sided handle, that's why it's working that way. Need this to roll at Mega Man. True, true. But at that point, I guess I'm just doing myself normally. Appreciate your company. I appreciate you guys. As I always say, like, I I started doing the VTubing thing as a hobby because Yomi was doing it and I could see how much fun Yomi was having out of it. And seeing how much fun she had, I'm like, wow, yeah, you're like having a lot of fun with this. And her and the thing, she's having like tons of success. That wasn't even a factor for me. I was just like, wow, I can tell how much fun you're having doing this. I want to try it. And I'm really glad I did. And I'm glad you guys like being here because, you know, if I didn't get like any people at all, I don't know if I'd stuck with it for long. I do tend to get very defeatist. I am very easily disheartened. If I'm playing a new game and I get stuck on a boss very early on, I will put that game down and probably never play it again. I don't tend to be very persistent if I'm having a bad time with something. And admittedly, I did get, you know, the old saying goes, and it is very true. It's not what you know, it's who you know. And honestly, with how much work Yumi put in, I'm not going to pretend. Like, I definitely got a nice boost of signal from being her friend. And I am eternally grateful for that. In fact, you know what? Screw it. We don't shout her. We shout her out a lot, but we don't shout her enough. Shout out Yomi, there you go. If you're not already, give her a follow. Give her some love. She's playing Poppy Playtime right now. And she's on, like, week 4 of her subathon, which is absurd. If you like what I do here and you want to give me any support, give some support to Yomi as well, because she deserves it, and I would not be here if it was not for her. And she's also just very cute. I actually did design her, not her model per se. Her model was based off of an original character that I actually did design for her as well, so I'm kind of responsible for her in a weird way. Very roundabout way, admittedly. I think we're getting near the end here. Quite a simple design to shade, thankfully. The shading is always the easy bit, of course. Me being a VTuber didn't make sense to me because I'm physically disabled and can't move much. That's fair, honestly. That's fair. I mean, like, I actually know a few people who you know, took up streams because they had certain things that couldn't stop them from doing other everyday jobs and such. But no, I understand where you're coming from with that. Like, on my end of things, there's things I would like to do that I am kind of prohibited from doing because of my living conditions. Not that my conditions are bad by any stretch, but like, I've had people talk about the idea of, say, doing like hand cams, of doing like Gundam buildings or something like that. I'd love to do that. I just don't have the space for it. My desk barely accommodates my keyboard and microphone and mouse. Granted, part of that is because right now my desk is very messy and covered in Yu-Gi-Oh cards. But even if it wasn't, it would be a real struggle to fit everything on that I would need for that. I think we're pretty much done. Just maybe a couple more shades of strands of the hair here. And I think we'll call that good. Messy Meg, SMH. Look, Debu. Cleaning is my job. It is not my hobby. If you do anything as a job for long enough, you will learn to hate it during your downtime. I can assure you. Alright, there we go. I'm happy with that. Actually, I'm going to bring the bottom of this a little bit in. I'm a bit too flared here. That looks better. There we go. That's actually, the leg's a bit lumpy here. Oh, that's actually a completely different vector, that's why. Bring that up slightly. There we go, that's a bit better. Still not quite right, hold on. Do it a smart way. Do that. Punch. There we go, that's better. That's better. Alright, all done, Suterisu. Going to admit, following 2 streams at the same time is confusing. That's fair. You guys put on mute. Here's the thing. If you want to show your streamer, if you want to show streamers love, Twitch will count you as a viewer in up to 2 streams at once. So you can have 2 streams open and have one of them muted. You are still counted as a viewer towards it, and you are still giving your support to your streamer. So if you have multiple streamers you want to support, that's the way you can do it. I only know this because Jeremy told me. So yeah, there we go. There you are, next to Spyro. Alright, let's save, and let's get ourselves into our next part of the list. Chibithon Q Summon. Boss off Suterisu. And who's next up on the list? Yeah, I told you guys I wanted to do more mascot girls, or mascot platformer girls, and yeah, I mean it. This is a bit more of an obscure one here. This is Klonoa. You may or may not have heard of this character. They're not hugely relevant these days, unfortunately. They only ever had like 2 games, and they didn't go very far, but you may be getting to see more of this character soon if you stick around the channel. Just food for thought. And I'm gonna actually here's the thing, this character has 2 designs. I'm gonna look at them both to see where we're gonna go with it. Actually, no, I think we are gonna stick with the Klonoa one design. Yeah, I like that one more. Yeah. Give myself a chair sofa to mount that to. True, right? Yeah. That's the great thing about a sitting chibi, you can put it anywhere. Stick it on a logo, stick it on a sign, whatever suits your fancy. Rage! Hi Rage, we're doing well. Welcome. You've just arrived to be about to turn Klonoa into an anime girl. So Klonoa here, I know exactly what we're doing with this character. Like, this character is like, I know exactly what we're doing. The girl Sparrow, she really is. I'm not gonna lie, I heckin' love this design. I really cannot gush about how much I really love how she turned out. But Nathos, hello, welcome in. Welcome to day 3. Hope you're having a wonderful evening. We are just about to get started on Girl Klonoa, Anime Girl Klonoa. Alright, I know what I want to do with this character. It's very simple. These are ears. We're turning them into twin tails. That is like the simplest thing we could ever do with this design. Twin tails with the cap forward. Yeah. I'm not sure about the, yeah, so they changed Klonoa's eye design between the games as well. They gave him, like, more traditional eyes. Pull them both up real quick to have a quick peek. Okay, yeah. I see what we're doing with it. I see how we're going to go with this. I must say, one small aesthetic I'm a big fan of, well, I do like the combination of baseball cap with long hair. It's a very particular thing, I know, it's a very particular combination to enjoy, but I do like it. We're going to actually draw the cap first, because caps are a little awkward to fit on sometimes. Get that blue. It's quite a tall cap as well. It's not like a... almost like a... what do they call those hats? Are they called snapbacks? Is that the word I'm looking for here? Or am I thinking of something completely different? The caps that are like very tall and quite rigid. Klonoa's a very upbeat individual. She's going to have a big smile. Not like a huge smile, but like she's just happy to be here. Again, we'll just grab that same default skin tone I use because it works. And definitely yellow eyes here. Definitely. Yeah, he does have slitty pupils. We can give her like cat eyes, yeah. Technically, Klonoa is known as a cabbit, I believe, in the lore. Part cat, part rabbit. Hence the cat eyes, but the almost rabbit-like ears. I think we can lean into the cat eyes a little bit. Tabaxi? That's something completely different. Yeah, that's D&D, isn't it? Tabaxi, if I remember correctly. I think that's the cat guys from D&D these days. I think. Despite how much I like tabletop games, I'm not very well versed in D&D specifically. I'm not the biggest fan of 5th edition. I think it has a lot of problems. Took my time. Not the best Chocobo theme, but you can never go wrong with a Chocobo theme. Speaking of Chocobos, have you guys ever seen one of my favourite things to jump scare people with? I'm going to do this to you guys right now. So I'm assuming everyone here knows what a Chocobo is. I'm assuming so, I could be mistaken. Just in case you're not, let me show you what a Chocobo is. They are the mascots from Final Fantasy. And they're birds, they're just big birds. There you go, it's a Chocobo. He's just a big bird. He's just a big guy, you ride him. He's like about the size of a horse. However, if you've never seen this before, I'm going to give you a treat. Have you ever seen the original Final Fantasy II concept art for Chocobos? If not, prepare to be amazed. And by amazed, I mean absolutely horrified. This is the Yoshitaka Amano artwork for the Final Fantasy II Chocobo. I am not making this up. This is not a bit. This is a real thing you can find right now. If you go to Google and you search for FF2 Chocobo, you will find this artwork. This was the original concept for Chocobos. And this is why I will always say Yoshitaka Amano is a very, very good artist, but he's an extremely bad character designer. I am so glad this never made it live. Zen, welcome! I was just showing off the original FF2 Chocobo design. It is nightmare fuel. Say hello to your new sleep paralysis demon. Why is he so big? Like, look, these are just like regular sized guys up here. Just this guy's like reclining on his back. Like, this is gigantic as well. He's got backwards, yeah, he's got the backwards feet, backwards jointed legs, no wings. He's literally just like armless, can't fly at all. Yeah, I hate it. I hate it. It's awful. Again, Yoshitaka Amano, fantastic artist. Do not let him design your characters. Meanwhile, some would argue that the same is true of Tetsuya Nomura. Great artist, but don't let him design things. I actually like Nomura's designs, I'll be honest. I'm a real sucker for like his very urban streetwear look, where he puts loads of belts and zippers and things like that on his characters. I think it's a very good look, personally. And to ride the flesh bird. Oh no. Oh, I don't like that. I don't like calling it the flesh bird. You're right, but I don't like it. Also, yeah, Clonoa has Pac-Man on his hat because it's made by Namco. So, you know, gotta get that product placement in where you can. Waka waka. You know what? We can do this more accurately. Why am I approximating Pac-Man when I can just do a mathematically accurate Pac-Man with this? There we go. Actually round now. Thanks, I hate it. And Nomura-san, you need to create 6 characters of the main party. They're going to have 12 belts between them. And Nomura-san's like, how? It's not possible. Can't be done. I think that Nomura has like the same... Okay, Nomura has the same curse as George Lucas, where they both can make good things, but they need someone like looking over their shoulder, slapping them when they come up with a bad idea. I heard somewhere, and I am not a Star Wars nerd, so this may be incorrect information that I just heard somewhere and took as gospel, but it might not be true. But I heard somewhere that apparently the original cut of Star Wars was really long. Like, the original Star Wars movie was really long. And it was George Lucas's wife actually said to him, "What are you doing? This is stupid. Cut out this, and this." And that was what made it into the final movie. I have no idea how true that is. It could be just one of those urban legends that gets told a lot and isn't actually true. But I could definitely believe it, seeing how like some of the later Star Wars stuff ended up. Like Jar Jar? Exactly, like Jar Jar, yeah. Jar Jar was a mistake. Although that being said, I will say this much in defense of Jar Jar. Don't get me wrong, I don't like Jar Jar. I'm not saying Jar Jar was a good thing. But I will just say this much in defense of Jar Jar. I think a lot of people tend to forget that Star Wars is kind of like Pokemon. Right? Now what I mean by that is, it's one of those franchises that's like it's not explicitly designed for children. Well, actually, no, sorry. It's not designed for adults, but adults can enjoy it. But it is kind of designed for children, you know? Like, let's be honest, Star Wars is a toy franchise that happens to have plot attached to it, much like Gundam, like in that regard, you know? And I think it's very easy to forget that, like, they wanted to market Star Wars to kids, especially via Phantom Menace. So I think it's easy to forget that. Does that excuse Jar Jar being the worst thing ever? No. It doesn't explain it, but it doesn't excuse it. It's like why I always find it a bit weird with Pokemon. It's like, you know, Pokemon is a series that is enjoyed by a lot of adults, but those self-same adults tend to forget it is literally a kid's game. And there's nothing wrong with liking a kid's game. I've said before, I do not believe there is such a thing as being too old for something. I think that there is such a thing as growing out of something, but that doesn't mean that you're too old for it. That just indicates that your tastes have changed and it's no longer your cup of tea. That is normal. That happens to everything. Food, TV shows. Ah, White Wolf. Boba Fett was literally designed as a toy before his movie costume was finished. Exactly, yeah. Exactly. Like, Star Wars is extremely toyetic, and Gundam is as well. I'm not going to pretend it isn't. Even though I like Gundam more than Star Wars, I'm not going to pretend it isn't. If you didn't know, fun fact about the original Gundam. So, let me go about an image for this, actually. The original Gundam is known as the RX-782, or as it's often known in the community, Granddad, or Grandpa. This is the iconic original Gundam. This is the robot known as Gundam, right? And it's a decent design. It's not my favourite, but it's a pretty good design. But this was not what it was originally meant to look like. No. You see, the original Gundam was a much more plain-looking thing. I'm trying to find an artwork for this now. This used to be an easy image to find. Hold on. Oh man, why can't I find this image? Here we go. Here we go. Perfect. Actually, this even has a comparison on it. The original Gundam was actually this thing on the left here. This was the original design for Mobile Suit Gundam, or one of the original designs for Mobile Suit Gundam. And they asked it to be changed because they said, this thing looks too plain. It's just one colour, it's all white. Kids won't buy a toy of this. And so, even Gundam, one of the largest multimedia franchises ever, is still subject to, we've got to appeal to the kids. Personally, I do think they made the right play. I don't think the design would really have been as good, but... oh, White Wolf, thank you for the follow. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself here. Welcome. But yeah, I'm very glad they did change it. I don't think it would have... I don't see that design sticking around too much, frankly. Alright. So for now, here, we're going to give her some twin tails. Look like her cabot ears here. And we're not trying to make them look exactly the same. Again, we want them to be like... we're trying to imply the same idea so we can still recognise the character, but we don't want them to be the exact same. Actually, you know what? Let's make them high twin tails, because they're just cuter. Yeah, my big what's the word? Conspiracy theory for Star Wars. And I say conspiracy theory. What I am about to say, we have no way of ever knowing. I could be 100% correct here, or I could be a million miles off the mark here. None of us will ever know. But my big theory for Star Wars is very simple. Lightsabers. If you removed the lightsabers from the original Star Wars, if it did not have Star Wars, my theory, no one would have cared about it as much. It would have still done well. Don't get me wrong, it's still done decently. But it would not have taken off anywhere near as much as it has. I know some Star Wars fans that get really bent out of shape when I suggest that, and I don't know why. Because it's not like we can prove it either way. I'm not saying Star Wars is bad, I'm simply saying laser swords are cool, and I think it owes a lot of its success to the idea of laser swords. I mean, Gundam's the same. Gundam has beam sabers, beam rifles. You could argue that Gundam wouldn't be the same if it didn't have those, and I wouldn't be upset about it, even though I'm a huge Gundam nerd. Okay, this is looking alright, but the head's not quite this angle here. We need to make this side of the head needs to come around a bit more, I think. We're deliberately hiding the ears here because I want it to be ambiguous if this is a cat girl or not. Because we've got the cat eyes, but I don't want to give her cat girl ears because Klonoa, Klonoa's ears normally are these. So I want to kind of deliberately make it a bit vague. This isn't a particularly realistic angle for the hair to come out at, but I want to show it off a little more, make it clear we've got twin tails going on. The cat has twin tails and you can only see one tail. Why give them twin tails? Red Viper Serbia! Welcome in, having a wonderful evening. Welcome into the Chibithon, having a wonderful time. We are currently turning Klonoa into an anime girl. Because these are the kind of things that we do around here. That's good enough, I think, for the hair. Again, we just want to have, like, peeking over this side here so we can see it. Robots, I assume you're human after all. Actually, no, I am a perfectly normal robot maid. I am designed to try to be as human as we were able to create as physically possible. But unfortunately, it's very hard to create a robot face that is convincingly human. But I am entirely robot in nature. Not cyborg, nor human. But welcome in regardless. Alright, so Klonoa does not have a shirt on in his original image, his original design, but in his second game he got a blue shirt, so I think we're just going to lean to that angle. Just rough out the body here. Oh, we're going to put the collar on as well. That is definitely a detail we have to include. Did Klonoa always have shorts on, or did he have pants in Klonoa 2? Let's have a look, see. Klonoa 2. Always had shorts. Okay, so we're going to go shorts. I think we might even go for short shorts. Yeah, I'm kind of feeling that. Kelly, hi Kelly, how are things going? They're going well. We've got a couple done so far, including I heckin' love this girl. This is Spyro the Dragon turned into an anime girl, and I'm kind of in love with her, I'm not gonna lie. I've kind of fallen in love with my own image here. And we are currently working on Klonoa as an anime girl. Welcome in, okay, having a wonderful day, wonderful evening. Okay. That's how I like reaching for the hat, I think. VTuber Spyro, gosh, if I were me. That is one thing I would love to have. Okay, jobs that do not exist that I would love to have existing. VTuber designer, but not artist. Responsible entirely just for designing VTubers and then giving them to a more talented artist. I would love that job. I would subscribe to Spyro easily. Okay, that hand is not going to work. The arm is going to look too awkward there. We'll leave that idea off. Actually, you know what? Klonoa had this giant ring. We can keep her have the giant ring. We'll have like spinning on like her finger. VTuber Spyro anchor, yeah. Pay me to design characters, please. Exactly, yeah, exactly. I remember, oh man, going back a long while now. When I was a wee Helmlet, back in my alpha form? No, not quite alpha. Past alpha. One of my betas, I think. I remember I had this brilliant idea in air quotes, because it's not a brilliant idea, it's a dumb idea, which was, when I get older, I want to make video games. But you know what? I don't want to do programming. I want to be the ideas robot. I'm just going to be the one that comes up with the ideas for video games, and then other people will make them. No, Helm, you are not. That is not a job that exists. That will never be a job that exists. Because the people that are making video games and are able to program the video games also have ideas. They don't need you to come up with them for them. But God, if only. We can dream. We can dream. But she does have these very yellow gloves, which are kind of like very iconic for Clonars. We have to keep those on, even though they're a little bit color clashy, but it's fine. My issue, I do know where to code. Exactly, yeah. I have like very, very, very limited coding and understanding. Most of the coding I know, like, that's relevant is I did a little bit of Lua scripting in Tabletop Simulator for the game that me and my friends are making. But even then, it is not good coding. Like, it works, it's fine, it gets the job done. But an actual coder would look at my code and be like, oh God, what is this? Why have you done it this way? Why is this a thing that you have done? Why are you allowed to live? And I'd be like, honestly, you're completely valid. I'm not even gonna try to justify myself in that regard. As long as it works, it works. That is true. However, I have made several things harder for myself because of how I've half-assed a lot of it. Granted, I was teaching myself how to do this on the fly. We have a coder on our team. But our team's coder doesn't know Lua scripting. He knows actual programming. He actually knows what to do with actual, making programs and things, which I don't. And he made the generator we use to mass produce our cards for testing purposes. If it wasn't for him, honestly, the project would not be anywhere near what it is today. We probably would have given it up ages ago because it would have just added so much steps. But because of him making this program, we are able to mass produce cards in literal seconds. Like, I can put an entire Excel sheet of data into this program he made, and it will just fart out like dozens of cards in a matter of seconds. It's so helpful. And I will be sharing with you guys this game. I know I've talked about it a lot, and I know I've alluded to the idea of doing a stream of it for a while. I fully intend to share it with you guys, and to not only do a stream of it, but also to play with you guys at some point, because I want more feedback on it. The only reason why it's taken us so long is, part of why it's taken so long, I should say, is because I want Yomi to be one of the people in the stream. And I am not saying this to complain about Yomi's success by any stretch, but Yomi Subathon has gone on for ages, and obviously she's not doing collabs at the moment because of Subathon. So I need to wait till she's available before I can do that. But it will be happening. It will be happening. This is a really weird angle to try and do, actually. Actually, maybe not if we do that. Because, yeah, the thing, if I squish it, it's going to be, flatten like that way. You know what? I've goofed this. Let's redo this over. I need to do it, this way. This is something else that I've gotten better at as well, which is, when I was younger, I used to hate the idea of throwing things out. Like, if I drew something, I would stick it out. I'd be like, oh, I'm gonna, just deal with this drawing, even though it's not very good. And I'll just, work off these awful lines and try to salvage it, which would not work. It would just look worse over time. These days, I've gotten a lot more comfortable with the idea of deleting something and trying again. Since you might do collapse doing something on my opponent, heck yeah! Well, I'll have to poke her about that, because I've got 4 people in mind, including her, that I want to do this collab with. And every one of them's on board for it, but I haven't set a date or anything because, we didn't know how long Yomi would be in her subathon for, so I'll have to see if she's up for it. In fact, you know what? I'll give you guys a peek. I'm gonna give you guys a peek. You guys get a sneak peek. Sneak peek for the Chibithon. I'm gonna show you a couple of things. I've shown some of these off before, but I don't care. I'm showing them again. So we have 16 playable characters in this game. I want to show you a couple of them. This is Matilda and Kaini. Matilda is one of our, we call them defenders, basically our tanks. When you play the game, you typically will want to have 1 defender, 1 healer, and 2 attackers. And Kaini is one of our attackers. This is the art style we are using for our game. We don't have an awful lot of finished art. A lot of it's placeholders. But our art, this is not my art, I should say. I did not do this art. I am not this talented. But our artist is absolutely crushing it. And let's show you a little bit more real quick. Let's see. Let's just show you guys a couple of the characters. We're showing you a DPS. Let's show you guys one of our healers and one of our other DPSs. So we'll go ahead and show you... I've shown this character before, so we'll show her off as well. And we'll show off... Which DPS should I show you guys? Who's my favourite? Ah, that's not fair. That's a lot of my favourite. Actually, no, this is my favourite. This is Chibithon. She is our witch. And when we were putting this character together, I told our artist that we wanted big Hex Maniac energy with her. She's a bit weird. She may or may not eat frogs. By which I mean she definitely eats frogs. But she is a swamp witch, and her gameplay involves putting swamps all over the field to attack the enemies. And then one of our healers is our adorable Mitsuki, who is a monkey girl. She is a Miko, and she has a bit less raw healing power than some of our other healers. However, she makes up for that because she has the ability to put defensive wards up that absorb damage instead. And Mitsuki has a friend. Mitsuki has her own companion character, which is not optional, it's part of her core gameplay. She has a fox called Hero, who is a little sort of extra bonus healer that can help her out. And he's very, very cute. We love Hero. Look at him, he's so cute. Our artist was very concerned about trying to draw animals because he's not used to them very often. But he crushed it, he did a great job with them. But yeah, these are just a few of the characters that you'll be able to see in our upcoming board game Final Encounter. But you know what? One more teaser. Because what is a game where you fight enemies if you haven't got some cool enemies to fight? Well, we've got a few cool enemies to fight. But I think the one that is the most imposing we can show you is this lad. The Colossus. We have currently got 4 bosses ready for playtesting. And we have tested them ourselves. You know, there's just a few things that might need to be tweaked. They are of varying difficulty, and Colossus here is our intermediate boss. He's slightly on the easier side of things, but he's certainly a challenge. You will need to focus up. Otherwise, if you're not careful, if you don't respect his mechanics, and don't avoid unnecessary damage, you may find yourself getting crystallized. One of our debuff cards here that he can give you. You want to avoid picking these up at all costs. Well, enough about that game, enough about the game. I've chilled for long enough. We're going to be getting it on the workshop soon. Soon is like a TM after it. It's pretty much playable, but there's just a few last minute things we need to make sure are just how we want them before we commit to putting it on the workshop. But once it is on the workshop, you will be able to download it for free and play it on Tabletop Sim. And if you guys do, I'd love to hear some of your feedback about what you thought about it. But now, let's get back to Klonoa, who is definitely getting the dog collar, because the dog collar is very cute. Soon TM, better than, well, soon Half-Life with number 3. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. We are Duke Nukem Forevering this, and by that I mean we're going to put it on workshop when we're ready to put it on the workshop. We're not rushing ourselves for a date. It's literally just 3 of us working on this. It's not like we have a publisher or anything like that to worry about. But we don't want to rush to finish it. We want to make sure that it's ready. We put it out when we're happy with it, and not sooner. Of course, we're still probably going to change things after we put it out because, among other things, the artwork is all placeholders. Like, all the characters have, like, 1 image currently, apart from a few of them. Like, Matilda and Kaini there have artwork, but, like, they are basically the only 2 that have alternative artworks right now. Most of them just have that kind of reference pose. Okay, I'm thinking for Klonoa here. So Klonoa does not normally wear a top in their first game. In the second game, though, they gave them like a cropped jacket. So I think we might go for that. Like, I think we'll give her like a black t-shirt underneath, and then I like the blue jacket on top. Which kind of helps to sell the colour scheme a little bit more as well, I think. I think I have a cropped jacket here, yeah. I like that. Is it long or short sleeved on the flower too? Short sleeved, okay, even better. Quite a light blue as well, kind of like, yeah, maybe a little bit less saturated than that. Maybe. Oh, that's a bit too dull actually. That was a bit better. About there-ish. The collar on separately here. I have an idea of good and ready. Exactly, yeah. It's the old Nintendo philosophy. The old was it Miyamoto or Iwata? I think it was Miyamoto who had that quote that a lot of people like to trot out, which is a good quote. I'm not blaming them for doing so. Which is a rushed game. So a good game, a delayed game is eventually good. A rushed game is bad forever. I mean, we're not in that position. Like, obviously, even if we did rush it out, it's not like we're publishing it officially yet. Who knows? Maybe down the line we will. But we want to have the best first impression we can, because we did a little bit of looking at certain games that were like prototyped on Tabletop Sim, and some of them are in a really rough state, like really rough state. And it's that thing where it's like, well, we're playing a board game. The theming of the board game and like the artwork and whatnot, that is a big part of the draw of the game. Like, if you're playing Yu-Gi-Oh! And all the cards have no artwork, you're not going to want to play the game, you know, it'll be boring. You want the cards need to be feeling fun to play with. It's kind of like, I don't know if there's a name for this kind of hand pose, where it's kind of like that, the slightly bent backwards at the wrist. I don't know why, I always find this pose very easy to work with when I'm doing these chibis. Like blade fingers kind of look. A little bit too far down her arm. Right, we got this a little bit. I'm liking her. I think she's come along cute. I think the mouth is a bit of a too pink of a colour. Let's make it base it off of that a little bit. That was a bit better. You know what? Kanala does have fangs in some shots. I'm never above putting fangs on if it makes it cuter. Honest, when the artwork is wonderful and the gameplay is objectively unfun. Well, that's the other problem. Yeah, you need to have them both ways. I think like okay artwork is fine if the game is really fun. You know, you've got some games where the artwork's like really not exciting. You know, like say I don't know, Clue, or as we call it here in Europe, Cluedo. I don't know why it's different over here. Oh, there you go. Like personally, I wouldn't say it's a very exciting game, but I'm sure some people disagree. The artwork's like fine. It's alright. It's not. You know, no one's sitting around getting hype for drawing fan art of Colonel Mustard. You know, it's like okay. But I think like, oh hold on, is this too short? I might make her shirt too short here actually. I made her torso too short actually. Let's just lengthen that. Yeah, I think like okay artwork is fine if your game is really fun. But yeah, if your game is not fun, then it doesn't matter how good the artwork is. You could have, you know, Salvador Dali himself do all the artwork for your cards. If your game sucks, your game sucks. What do we do with the legs? I never actually thought this through. It's like this. Like a sort of like kind of walking-ish pose. Something like that, maybe not like kind of. Yeah, I kind of like that. You know, slightly bouncy vibe. And yeah, I'm thinking short shorts for some reason. That's like me with Monopoly. Most people consider it unfun, and the different themed versions of it are plus for me. Monopoly is brilliant. Right? Now, I will say, I don't like Monopoly. And in fact, fun fact, and I'm not just saying this as a dunk, Monopoly is actually deliberately not meant to be fun. The original Monopoly was a game called Landlord, and it was designed as a political statement, with the idea being, at the end of the game, one player has all the money, and everyone else hates that player because they won the game and have all the money. That's not me doing a bit, that's actually the history of Monopoly. But I will say this, the fact that they then made so many versions of Monopoly, that is brilliant. That is like a fantastic way to market your game, because you add that kind of personalized touch to it, you know? People want to buy the Monopoly from their hometown, or from a place they visit, or from their favorite franchise. It's such a basic formula that you can like compound it to anything, and that is fantastic marketing and like a great way of getting the game out there. Like, although I don't like the game, I will respect the heck out of what they've done with it. Funnily enough, the most fun version of Monopoly I ever played was a Star Wars one that had a alternative win condition where you could just collect these 4 golden coins instead, and it made the game significantly shorter and kind of more fun as a result. I see, actually, as a version. Really, I wouldn't be too surprised, honestly. I think most places do. I haven't checked if like my particular part of England does or not, but I would not be surprised if it does. I mean, I know London has one. I'm quite close to London. Right, here's what I'm thinking as well. I'm thinking we'll go for we'll give her some black stockings as well. Maybe slightly less dark, actually. Slightly grayer. Yeah, just a differentiating from the shirt. And again, it kind of keeps the character's identity here, because again, Klonoa is always a furry character, you know, he's covered in fur. We want to make sure we're not taking too much of the original character away when we redesign them like this. Alright, I'm just going to grab these shoes, because these are very funky looking shoes, and I want to reference them. We are kind of going, again, more based on Klonoa 1. Counter argument, would you play a Gundam Monopoly, goof token and all? Damn. I mean, I would. But it would be because it's Gundam, not because it's Monopoly. You're not wrong, though, Zara. Yu-Gi-Oh! Monopoly, damn, imagine that. Yu-Gi-Oh! Monopoly, but instead of paying taxes, you just got to pass by Masquerade the Blazing Dragon, who's not even a dragon. Instead of passing Go to collect 200, you pass Pot of Greed. Instead of going to jail, you end up on the Forbidden Limited list. Why is this not a thing? The more I started saying this as just a joke, the more I'm saying it, the more I want it to just actually be a thing. And again, I've been saying for a while now that I want more ways to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Without playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, when Konami used to do those weird Yu-Gi-Oh! Games like Duels of the Roses that were not Yu-Gi-Oh! But still used the license, they weren't always good. But they were always kind of interesting, you know? Say what you like about those games, I don't think you could call them dull or predictable. Boardwalk could be like Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. I don't know where Boardwalk is, because here's the thing, I don't know the American Monopoly board at all. Over here, the default one is like the London one, you know? So like over here, the most expensive square I think on the Monopoly board is Mayfair, I think? I think so on the UK version at least. I'm going to cheat on the shoes again because I don't like drawing shoes. I'm going to copy the shoe. Aha, the boot's on the other foot now. Get it? Because boot. But I'm very funny. You are allowed to laugh. Okay, this goes to the back. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, Mayfair, I believe, is our one for that version. Okay, how are we looking? I mean, I like the overall composition. I think the face is a bit off. But I think once we fix this a little bit, I think we'll be good. I think the eyes are a little too high. And the nose possibly as well. Oh, also eyebrows. These are eyebrows. Did I get spiral eyebrows? I did, they were under her head, that's right. Yeah, I'm cool with that. I think we'll call Klonoa ready for shading. She seems like she would be fun to go on an adventure with. That's the vibe we want to have. Klonoa may be coming up on the channel soon. It's actually one of my favourite games from the PS1 era. The very first game that I ever owned that required a memory card. The original Klonoa 1. When we first got a PlayStation, we didn't have a memory card because back then you had to save on a memory card, and that's how it worked. And I didn't know... Well, I didn't know that it was a memory card. Klonoa was the first game that I bought, or not bought rather, it was bought as a gift. It was the first game that I specifically asked for after playing a demo disc of it. Unfortunately, I do still owe it. But unfortunately, although I own it, my exact copy of it, well, look, Helm being a maid was not always the case. I was not always clean. And I did not take very good care of my PS1 games. And unfortunately, Klonoa, because I loved that game so much and played the heck out of it, it got a lot of use. And, yeah, suffice to say, the disc is, yeah. Klonoa is worth a lot if you've got it in good condition. I do not have it in good condition. One of those many cases of Helm having something that was valuable in hindsight, and that she ruined as a small child. You don't need the memory card if you beat the game in one sitting. Very true. I came very close, actually. I think the furthest I ever got was, like, World 4. The problem is, at the time, we only had one television in the manor. So I had to leave the console plugged in and just change the signal input to the TV and hope that no one turned off the PlayStation while it was on. Eventually, though, we got a PlayStation memory card and all was good. But yeah, Klonoa was the first game that I bought, or again, I asked for rather, on the strength of a demo disc, and the first game I owned that required a memory card to really make any significant progress, because there was no password feature. I actually did not play Klonoa 2 until the recent, I say recent, it's probably like 6 years. When was it? When did it come out? Hold on. Oh, Phantom Reverie. I'm probably overestimating this. Came out on 2022. Oh, man, really? Only last year? Okay. Yeah, so when it came out last year, that was when I actually played Klonoa 2 for the first time, because Klonoa is one of those franchises that, even though it's very beloved by those that play it, Namco hardly ever acknowledge it. And they did nothing to market Klonoa 2 when it came out over here. Back games that said, "The Proxo Blessing, curse you N64 memory pack." I still do not own one of those. I only ever owned one game that needed the save pack, or whatever they called it, the controller pack, I think it was, for the N64. And it was... I actually don't even know why I owned this. I think my sister unit bought it. It was WWF Warzone, of all things. I don't know why she wanted it. None of us watched wrestling, and I think maybe she played it around a friend's house and wanted a copy herself. But, yeah, that game had a lot of things you could unlock, and you needed a controller pack to save any of it. So every single time we played that game, we were back to square one. I did have, though, the expansion pack, the one that you needed for, like, Majora's Mask and Donkey Kong. And fun fact, that expanded controller pack actually breaks one game. Space Station Silicon Valley. For whatever reason, it crashes if you have the controller pack in. Unless you furiously mash past the developer's credit at the beginning of the game. If you can do that, apparently it works. I've never tried it, but I've heard so. Although, that game has another problem because you can't complete it. Due to an oversight, one of the collectibles that appears after you do a challenge, the object spawns, but the collision for it never gets turned on. So you can see the object, you can walk up to the object, you can touch the object, but the object will never acknowledge that you've touched it, so you can never actually collect it. Which is one of those real, whoops, how did this happen kind of moments. That said, good game. Well, I don't know if I'd say good game. Interesting game. It's a game where you play as a robot whose body is destroyed, but you are on a space station full of robot animals. So you can play as his walking computer chip, and take over the bodies of dead animals. And that game for PS1, it was not a good game. Okay, Zen, to be fair, I have heard the PS1 version is significantly worse. I don't know what the differences are, but at least I think it was the PS1 version. One of the versions was significantly worse. I think it was the PS1 version was the worst version, and the N64 one was the better version, I think. Going off very old memories here. But it is one of those games that's like, again, even if I wouldn't call it a good game, it's an interesting game. It's got a few very unique things that you don't see very often, like diegetic music. Every music in that game comes from a speaker that you can physically find in the level and destroy. And the closer you get to the speaker, the louder the music gets. If you can find a way to destroy every speaker in the level, the music just stops because there's no more speakers. That's one of those, like, they did not need to do this, but that's a really neat little touch. Of all the games ever, it was one of them. It certainly was. I won't dispute that. I have played video games, and among them is that. I will say this: I did not get very far in that game when I was a kid. It's a game that does not explain itself well at all. It's the kind of game that you really want to play with a game facts guide pulled up, frankly. Maybe one game that I do miss from the N64 though. In fact, I think, I actually have my N64 hooked up still. I can't see it from where I'm sat. I think it's actually the game that is still in my N64 to this day. F-Zero X. I heckin' love that game. And for one very particular reason, something that I never hear anyone talk about that game. F-Zero X has literally, and I mean literally in the actual sense of literally, not like the internet hyperbole sense where you say, oh my god, I'm literally dying right now. It has literally infinite replay value. Because when you complete that game fully, you unlock a mode called the X Cup. And the X Cup are procedurally generated tracks that range, admittedly, in quality from, like, actually pretty good to borderline unplayably bad. But that is such a cool feature. I can't believe that more racing games didn't have that. Or maybe they have that now. I don't know. Do games do that these days? I'm not really a racing game fan, I'll be honest, so I don't really check in with them too much. Oh, but they have Chick-fil-A in the UK. Not to my knowledge. If they do, they don't have them near me. All I know about Chick-fil-A is that, I think it's Chick-fil-A that Yomi does not like. Apparently they are very famous for having very long lines. But I don't know much about it beyond that. I've never been in one myself. Yeah, F-Zero X was amazing. It makes me sad that the F-Zero series is so, what's the word I'm looking for here? Like, just ignored by Nintendo these days. I'm not expecting like a huge big budget release, but like, come on, can we at least acknowledge that Captain Falcon isn't just the funny Smash Bros. Man that yells Falcon Punch, and maybe we can perhaps even have like some racing involved that isn't the weird mini game from Nintendo Land. I will say I did like Nintendo Land, but come on, it's almost worse when they acknowledge F-Zero. And it's not a real F-Zero game. It's like, we want it. You know that you haven't released a game in it for a while. Come on, guys, please. I know what's looking off here. Some of these shorts were looking off. Darken these pockets and zip a bit. Adds a little bit more texture. In fact, you know, we can even darken the lower parts of the pants, I think. One. Oh, that's why. Okay. Is the end of this line. There we go. That looks better. Yeah, I needed a bit more depth there. I did for third shade done actually. I'm gonna keep you running on this. It's up to you. It's entirely up to you. We're gonna keep going until we're done with the list. There is Klonoa done though. Put her down next to Spyro. Oh, they do look good together. They are definitely besties. Definitely besties. Alright, so with Klonoa done, let us reveal the next name, shall we? Yeah, bet you never saw this one coming. So for those of you who aren't familiar, Tyler Tasmanian Tiger is a mascot platformer from the PS2 era. Didn't do very well. Did get a few games. Did get like 3 games in the series. But did not take off, really. Had a very funny ad campaign, though. The ad campaign for this game showed Sonic, Spyro, and... damn, I just realized I didn't put Sonic in this. That would have been... Well, that would have been an obvious one, but I feel like Sonic probably gets a lot of anime girlification, to be honest. Yeah. By comparison, they had Sonic, Spyro, and Crash in like full body casts in hospital after being brutalized by this tiger. His name is Ty, T-Y, the Tasmanian Tiger. Okay, games. The weird thing about this series is, okay, you know how we said when we were playing Spyro 3 and Crash, how they have this same awkward trend whereby these games cannot commit to a gameplay style near the end. Like, in the 3rd game of the series, they get to that point of, we need to put in gameplay variety for the sake of gameplay variety. You know what, we're actually going to we're going to go down Crash Bandicoot girl, because I think we're going to make these have the same complexion. Because again, Crash is orange, and Ty is like, oh, he's orange enough. He's close to being orange. So I will wear that like very slightly tanned color we had. Yeah, it's not really that tan at all, but it's distinct enough from the pale characters. There we go. But yeah, mascot platformers have this really bad problem whereby they'll get 3 games in or 2 games in, and they'll be really worried that people are going to get bored of them if they keep doing the gameplay they've been doing up till now. So then, because of that, they will feel the need to, add in new gameplay gimmicks and gameplay-like mechanics that no one asked for. Even though by doing so, they're removing the gameplay that people were buying their game for in the first place. Anyway, Ty does have 2 boomerangs, so we are going to make sure to give her some boomerangs here. Thinking of what we're doing with the arms in this situation. I've got the one down by her side here, I think. I'm sorry, I just heard the Japanese yo in the music there, and I did not remember that was in this track. Okay, so I have one arm by her side with like a boomerang like in her hand here. We're kind of a miracle here, I think. How do you chat so well and joy teach me your multitasking ways? Anxiety! That is my secret. My secret is I get very anxious about being boring and of dead air. So I always feel the need to talk, especially while on stream, because when I'm streaming, I'm very consciously aware of the fact that I am the only voice in the room. So if I'm not talking, no one's talking. And I don't know, I feel anxious by the lack of talking. Can we do the legs, actually? We could just like mirror Klonoa's here a little bit, but I don't know if I want to do exactly the same. Same thing, but at the same time, I can't come up with anything to say. Oh, I am just a chatterbox, that's all it is. I just look for things to talk about. That's simply leading me to repeat myself on occasion, but it is what it is. You know what? I've just realized, well, I think it's time we're going to make a bit more tomboy as well. Maybe even slightly buff. Maybe even slightly buff go, actually. Yeah, you know what? We'll go that. A bit more of a commanding style. Wider, what's the word? Keep our legs apart a bit more. Professional, yeah, but exactly. You guys text to speech with silver because now fond to being pro debuts. Yeah, I have nothing wrong with text to speeches. Like Yomi has one, a few other streamers I know have them, and they can be a lot of fun. The main reason why I don't think I would ever do a text to speech, it's not that I don't trust you guys. If I had a text to speech, I would immediately shut up every time it talked. And I would feel like I don't know. I think it would just be weird for me, is the weird thing. I'd be like wanting to be quiet so that I can let the text-to-speech talk. Because as a maid, you know, I need to give priority to those around me. Alright, yeah, I think we're gonna go something like this. The hair, so Ty's hair is like this very clear boomerang shape here. We need to do something with that. I actually think I know what we're gonna do with this girl, in terms of her, hairstyle, actually. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go for like older, tomboy, One-san kind of type. Or like glamorous One-san, but like, you know, big sister. Emily hears you as a respect thing for your masters. Exactly, yeah. I mean, if you know, go back to like Victorian times and the maids, you know, were expected to be seen and not heard. Well, to be fair, back then that was kind of just the view towards women because, you know, haha, Victorian England. A place of equality for all. Oh wait, no, the other thing. The opposite of what I said. When Yomi has so I can bounce off something, my chickens go quiet when I draw, which is unfortunate. That's fair! Yeah, I know if you ask Yomi, she'd happily, I'm sure she'd happily help you with that. I believe the program she uses is called VTS POG, but I can't tell you anything about it beyond that, unfortunately. Yeah, I definitely don't have the thought of being too quiet, that's for sure. If anything, I am sometimes worried that I'm talking a bit too much, which is silly, because you're literally in my stream, which means you want to hear me talk. At least to some degree, I would hope. Fun fact, when I was at school, I actually did get, I don't know if you guys do this at school, over there, perhaps, but we used to do things over here where you'd get sponsored for doing certain things. One of them was like sponsored silence. I got a surprisingly a lot of people that wanted to sponsor me to be silent for a day. Thanks, if you have past midnight, time to sleep. Maybe just look at the phone so quick. No problems, Thomas. You have a wonderful night's sleep. Thank you again for the gift subs. Have a wonderful night's sleep. Starblind! Hi, Starblind. You're doing well there. I see you turning me to blue mode. You've arrived to me turning Tyler Tasmanian Tiger into an anime girl, which is the third of my war crimes for the day. I'm gonna make her eyes a bit more narrow, actually. A bit more of a smirk, I think. That eye looks a bit. The right eye looks a bit too kind right now. She's got a bit of an attitude, but she's not like aggressive. She's just like kind of a bit smug. Let's crunch this a little bit down. Yeah, that's the vibe we wanted. That's what we were after. I think it's a little bit because again, this is a slightly angled expression, so we can make this a bit smaller. It's a little bit larger here, perhaps, to fit in. It's definitely a sentence. I mean, look, Starla, I'm just saying. I have turned Klonoa and Spyro into anime girls. If this does not constitute a war crime, I don't know what does. Also, I heckin' love this Spyro girl. Why did she turn out so cute? I am probably going to draw this character again at some point. This is how it starts out. It starts off by like, haha, wouldn't it be funny if we turned a character into an anime girl? And it ends with, oh no, I love her. Oh no, you're my new character, you're my new OC. You're going to get a name and a backstory, and I'm going to make fan art of you, even though you're my own character. I'm kind of kicking myself for giving Spyro the nose bandage now, because I forgot that Ty has kind of got a nose bandage of his own. We need to do something with this yellow stripe across the schnoz. But I don't know what we do with it. I guess we could just do like a nose paint, honestly, like a maybe like a maybe I could make it more of a pointy one, like that. Oh, make it like a scar. That could work. Like it's not yellow, but I think it still kind of represents the idea well enough. A bit too dark for a scar, I think. Less saturation, a bit more light. That looks more like a scar. So I hit the power button, maybe this is a new game and this is playing it. Oh? Is it? Wait. Hold on. No? Okay. Sorry, I thought I had something in my vents. I thought I had to clear my vents out there, but no, I think the auto purge took care of that. Alright, so I'm thinking we're going to give her like a headband here. And in that way that gives us something to kind of have the, have her, like these spikes here come over. But she's got a bandana around her neck as well, so we can definitely use the red colour here. And we've got like 3 big spikes here. So the big boomerang one comes out the most. That's going to be the biggest one. Big anime hair like this. More, which we'll do like slightly behind. I'm gonna make it perfect. And then, right, so now we can play with the rest of the hair. So this boomerang here needs to make sure it's very clearly defined. That's a very important shape. There we go, that gets us the curve there. And then I guess we'll have like just a few more strands of hair just over the top of this. Quite sure of around this exact part, but we'll figure it out. I'm just playing around with shapes here to see what works. Not gonna lie, but hey, that's sometimes how the proverbial sausage is made, I guess. Yeah, I think we maybe lengthen this side a bit more, like even that up. I'm liking this. I'm liking this vibe. We can even have like the hair kind of come a bit off here like this. Like that. Put that on there. Put that below that. Yeah, I'm going to change the angle here. It's a bit too angled around this part, I think. A little bit more. Yeah, that's looking good. Alright, and then we're going to give her, I want to give her like a, so Ty's got a tail. We're not going to go full into tail, but we're going to give her like a ponytail. But not a massive one, just like a little short, like sporty ponytail. And I have just realised Ty has got stripes, he's a tiger. So we should probably put a few of those into her hair as well. The cursed ears. Why did humans evolve ears? Or why did... No, let me rephrase that. Why did humans evolve ears that look like this? This was really the best that evolution could settle on, really? Really? This was your go-to? I mean, I guess, go off, but... Why couldn't you settle on something cute like cat ears or robot ears? Or fox ears, or literally any other animal's ears? I'm sorry to all the humans in the audience tonight, I know there's quite a few of you, but... I feel like the human ear is one of the most unpleasant things in nature. Why did it end up that way? When you see how many animals have really cute ears, why did humans end up with this weird, like, fleshy mollusk on the side of their head? Oh well. I don't hold it against you. Right, so he's got spikes on his things and like brown on the tip, so we can do brown tips on the ponytail. Ponytail, tiger tail, haha. Same for feet. Exactly, yeah. Feet are also, why do feet look like that? Like, I mean, there are a few parts of the human body that I think you could say it about in general, to be honest. I'll just say this. Maybe it's the robot perspective. Maybe I just don't get it, but I think there's a lot of parts of the human body that below the waist look very unpleasant. I understand why they're called private areas, because wow, why would you want to show that off? It looks hideous. Makes me glad I'm not necessarily entirely anatomically accurate. I like the vibe here. I think we're going to do something with the back of the bandana here as well. We're make it a headband, actually. We could just keep it... It's already a headband. We could just keep it as like a headband instead, actually. And still give her like the bandana around the neck. In fact, actually, maybe we'll make this brown to go with the gloves. And then go for the red bandana around the neck. Yeah, otherwise I think we might go a bit overboard on the red. Yeah, I think that's the plan. The move, exactly, yeah. Alright, let's go ahead and give her a bandana around the neck. I like drawing bandanas, they're very easy. You just draw a squiggle, and then you just put some lines on it to define the folds. One of my favourite things to draw in chibis, because they're just... I don't think I've ever had to do a bandana more than once in terms of like lines, because they just work the first time, because they're just cloth. Just put a bunch of cloth there, call it good. Alright. So what are we doing with the top? Again, I'm feeling this is quite a sporty girl. And I do kind of want to lean into the kind of like, what's the word? Like, slightly buff angle. Not like massive, I don't want to make her jacked. But I think maybe she's got like some abs going on, maybe. So maybe we give her like, kind of like a sports bra kind of top. Like a crop top that's like quite tight fitting. And she's probably not very stacked, to be honest. Give her more of an athletic build. What colour do we do, is the question. We go for the brown. Brown's not bad. We could go for like a different orange. Maybe like orange with like black. Or not black, like brown trim. Could work. Actually, we could maybe lean into the stripes angle here even. Maybe. Let's try just like a brown band here. And around the arm. Oops, that's not what I meant to grab. Oh, I love this track. It's Rose of May or Protecting My Devotion, I always forget. Oh, it's Loss of May, right, okay. I mean, they're basically the same track with different instrumentation, to be honest. It's a little bit too flat. Like, I'm making her have like huge boobs, but... a little bit over the band there, just enough to put a bit back there. Now for her arms, we're going to give these some good sculpting if we're going for like slightly toned arms here, so... I don't look too bad actually. For first try, we'll take it. And then we'll just put like very, very slight. We're not going to go... Actually, we're not even going to... I'm going to put these lines in now, but we're probably going to delete these. These are just guides for when we come to do the shading. Just shade the muscles a little bit to kind of give them a bit of definition. Actually, if we do it like this... I need to get a reference for his actual boomerang now, because that's not... The boomerangs we have here are not his original boomerangs. I want the default ones, not the flamerangs. There we go. Alright, like that. Like this, got there. I know, yeah. Helm needs a reference to draw a boomerang. Helm is a stick. I know, but he's got very particular designs on his particular stick. Reminds me of, oh, in Okay, fantastic British comedy. If you've never seen this British comedy, consider this a genuine recommendation to check it out. It's fantastic. Called Blackadder. It is a comedy show set through various time periods in history, starring Rowan Atkinson, who you may know as Mr. Bean. At one point in one of the episodes, he comes back from Australia and has a gift for Queen Elizabeth. And he presents her with a boomerang as a gift from Australia. And he explains to her it's a stick, but when you throw it, it comes back. And she goes, oh, well, that's not very good, is it? Because when I throw things away, I don't want them to come back. She's not very bright in this show. And then the other side is just a V shape. Good enough. That's going to be perfect. We're going to be rotating it and fitting in anyway. What do you have against pants? We're getting to the pants spoon. Look, we work from the top down, okay? I'm actually not sure what we're going to do with this one's pants, because it's like Ty has these very distinctive shorts. I don't know if they're going to look good on this character, though. They might look a bit too silly. I may come up with something different for that, we'll see. Probably a second boomerang. Also featuring Mick Mayo as Lord Flashheart, and he chooses scenery harder than anyone else in that show. I love Lord Flashheart. He is so funny. In fact, so I briefly went through a period in time where I had a rather serious lapse in judgment, and I allowed myself to be convinced by my friends that I should get into Warhammer 40,000. That was a mistake for many reasons, but as part of getting into Warhammer 40,000, I had a Tau army. And Taus, if you don't know, their armies mostly consist of like giant robots. Anyway, there was a named character in that army called Lord Farsight. And he's kind of the closest that Warhammer has to like a hot-blooded shonen protagonist, honestly. And my headcanon for Commander Farsight is that he is basically Lord Flashheart from Blackadder. Lord Flashheart, the character, he's very over the top, very full of himself, and he's kind of the character that's like, all the women love him, all the men want to be him kind of character, you know, that trope. And my headcanon is that Commander Farsight, when he arrives on the scene, he lands and introduces himself as, hello everyone, I'm Commander Farsight. They call me Farsight because when I drop my trousers, you can see me from a mile away. Aha, penis joke. But yeah, that was my headcanon now, and I can never see that character seriously again. Every time I see Commander Farsight mentioned, I'm just imagining him as this giant horn dog. I'm happy with how that's looking. Needs some work, but we can work on that. Honestly, fair, yeah. I'm not gonna lie, I do regret getting into 40k just because I spent a lot of money on that hobby and I didn't get much out of it. We only ever actually played the game about like 3 times, and I didn't really have fun with it. Every time I played it, one side just dominated the other. And I mean, I've mentioned this before during my streams, but the thing I have with Warhammer that I think is bad is Warhammer presents itself under the guise of being this very intense strategy game, you know? You're commanding these armies and your strategic decisions will bring you to victory. But the problem is that in practice, what often happens is it just comes down to who rolls better. Is that Ty? It is certainly Ty. We are turning Ty into a tomboy One-san GF. I remember it. I love these. I love the first game in this series. It kind of lost its track down the line, but yeah. Alright, so I'm really not sure what we're doing with the shorts. I think the shorts are going to look silly. So I might do something a bit different with the shorts, maybe. I see Ty in 2024. Well, I'm here to bring you back to the past. To play the, honestly, pretty decent games that just no one remembers for no readily explored reasons. You know, I can see why AVGN didn't go with that one. It's not quite as catchy, is it? Alright, so what are we going to do with your pants, Adam? Oh. Ooh. What if we give her, like, cargo pants? Oh, we'd have to change the colour. I don't think the red is going to work that well. We could try it, though. Maybe darken it a little bit. Yeah, I don't know why. I feel like big pants for this lady. I don't know why. But I'm just thinking, like, a big pair of, like, big... Like... Not quite like MC Hammer pants. So I'm going to put, like, some pockets and things, but, like, I don't know why. I'm feeling cargo pants for this design. Kind of gives the design a bit of an top-bottom asymmetry. But I 40k and fantasy and good army games, but they're very overpriced for the level of fun you end up getting. Very much agree. Very much agree. Oh, what's this? Oh, you're fine. Yeah. Oh, there you go. You're fine, Dread. Auto mod doing its thing. We'll try with the red. I'm not sold it will work, but maybe I'm wrong. Look at this. Take to the back. Honestly, actually, the red doesn't look too bad in that shade of red. Maybe we darken it a little bit more. Just a little bit more, though. I don't think too much more. Desaturate it maybe slightly? Yeah, so the thing I had with 40k is it didn't feel like, again, as I said, they present themselves as like these big army games that are like, oh, grand strategy, command your forces, your decisions matter, but ultimately, every game of 40k I played, which admittedly was not many, it just comes down to like, who can roll bigger number? And I'm just like, this is a very expensive way of just playing dice. I'm gonna be real. Any type of game where you need a ruler or measuring tape for basic actions is fundamentally flawed. Yes, agree. Very much agree with that. Okay, I'm still hung up on this, but I want to put this pattern on here somewhere. This pattern is very iconic for Thai, I think. You know what? Screw it. Let's just commit to it. Let's commit to just doing these pants as like cargo pants. We'll give her a belt. And we'll put the pattern on and just see how it looks. Maybe it'll look okay. Maybe I'm overthinking like how bad it'll look. Slap some of these like darker patches here again. And then we'll give her like some big pockets on the side, like these big chunky pockets. Who knows what she's carrying in there? Maybe it's like thunder eggs or something, I don't know. Like, what are you doing if your cargo pants don't have giant heckin' pockets on them? Oh, right then, right. Almost got there. If you enjoy modelling and painting these, one is the very best you can get. Yes, that I will not dispute. That I agree with. As a modelling hobby, it's great. If you just want some really nice miniatures to paint, they give you some very interesting textures to go with, that's great. If you want a fun game to play, though, there are way better uses of your money. Boomerang holsters would be funny, but oh, that's actually not a bad idea, actually. I don't know how you would holster a boomerang, but you know, we can put like just a couple of loops here to kind of imply that. That's a good idea. Thank you, Andrew. Okay, cool. And Mr. Spyro's, oh, Spoon, don't mind, we'll show you the Spyro. Here she is. I love her. I genuinely love this Spyro design. I don't know what it is. I really don't know why I love this so much, but I love this Spyro so much. I am drawing this character again. This is getting another redraw at some point. I'm going to do a higher quality version of this that's not a chibi, because I just love her too much. There you go, Spoon, you are welcome. There is a Spyro girl. Yeah, thank you for that. I'm always up for suggestions. Absolutely. Sometimes I forget something, or I'll miss something obvious. That's a wrong shape. We need to be on more of a loop here, I think. Yeah, I'm really happy how she turned out. I mean, I'm happy with all the chibis have been turning out, but something about that Spyro girl just hits real differently in all the right ways for me. Yeah, like if we just make a couple of loops on the belt, because like boomerangs, you know, you don't have to holster them like in a proper holster. You just need like a belt loop that you can put them through. In fact, I actually know some people who do, oh boy, time for Helm to tell another story about a hobby she tried and didn't enjoy. Does anyone here know of live action roleplay, or LARP as it's often known? Basically, you're probably aware of it, even if you don't necessarily know the name of it. It is that thing you've probably seen people on the internet do, where they go to a field and start hitting each other with foam weapons, or they'll start. So I'm looking for a gold color. There we go. Or they'll start like throwing. What's the word? Throwing like bean bags at each other and yelling lightning bolt, lightning bolt. That's LARP, basically. The idea behind it is you're basically doing Dungeons and Dragons, but rather than doing it in the form of, like, say, you know, around a table, you're doing it in the form of acting. You're at Gotrek and Felix. Gotrek and Felix. The only Felix that comes to mind is, well, it's Felix the cat, or Felix from Golden Sun. Those are the only two Felix that comes to mind. Post, hello, Post. Welcome in. Having a wonderful evening. Welcome to day 3 of the Chibithon. We are going strong. Going very well. I don't know what I'm doing the shoes for this. I actually think maybe, like, I don't know why. I'm thinking like sandals. I don't know why. In fact, I'm actually thinking maybe you can change this back to red. Yeah, red is the play there. Yeah, I'm thinking sandals for some reason, which I don't like that idea because that means I have to draw sandals. So let's not do that instead. Let's give a big clumpy army boots instead. Worst boomerang is the Doomerang. Yeah, they gave you it as a bonus prize in the like cowboy boots. Not sure about that one, I'll be honest. Yeah, the Doomerang was weird because like they gave you it as a bonus prize in the remake, as kind of a oh you beat the game, here have the Doomerang to use. It's like neat, but it's worthless. It's not good. It doesn't do much. We're gonna get like a big pair of like brown Doc Martens here, I think. Which are going to be hidden by the boot part is going to be hidden by these cargo pants. I think the Deadly Veng is better. I don't know Bush Rescue too well. I did play it. I did own that game back in the day, but I don't remember it very well. I did replay Tai 1 last year to completion. Had a great time with it. Honestly, probably am going to be doing Tai on stream at some point because, like I said, it's not a bad series. It's just a series that never got much love. For me, when I was replaying it, though, I found that the Kaboomerang was the best option, and for Tai 1 at least. I don't remember if it's in Tai 2 or not. Hey, I love this track. It's a very bouncy track. Why is Boomerang anyway? So it makes sense why it's good and expensive. Fair, yeah. Yeah, because that's right. You couldn't get the Deadly Vang in the first game, could you? It only appeared in the cutscene for Sly. I will say this for replaying Tai 1. Tai 1 is a very good argument for why Spyro the Dragon's remake should have did the right move in having the Sparks can point at gems for you feature unlocked right away. Because playing Hunt the Final Thunder Egg in every level is not particularly fun. Alright, so we're like nearly done with her, but I need to work out if we can just put this pan onto these pants and it'll work. So it's like it starts with a pentagon, not a star. Pentagon. A five-sided pentagon, bright yellow. And then we basically put like little starbursts off of it like this. I'm obviously doing this way too large, but like, I'm gonna shrink this down is the idea. I'm glad though that we have some people that do remember Tasmanian Tiger, because it really is one of those games that did not get much attention or love. Which is a shame, because like, it actually is by an Australian development team. Chrome Studios are based in Australia, and you know, it's not like Australia has a huge game development scene going on. Alright, can we get away with just slapping these onto there? Honestly, we might. Honestly, I was kind of skeptical. I think we can get away with it. I want to cheat this a little bit here, how we put these on, but I think we can actually get away with this. It's not like a fantastic look, admittedly, if I was going to design this character to not be a tie, like if I was going to make this a legally distinct, their own character kind of thing, I probably would ditch those flowers, but I think they actually work good enough for selling the idea. Distort them a little bit to make a game as well. A bit too much distortion. keep the spare one because we need 2 reader story. Gotrek and Felix are the duo of characters from Warhammer Fantasy, and they're my favourite. They have a set of 12 novel books, and they're great. Gotrek is a dwarven troll slayer, which is a dwarf that's committed a crime so bad the only way he can redeem himself is by shaving his head into a mohawk, dyeing his hair red, then going out into the world and fighting honourable death in combat against something big and nasty, and Felix is honourable, bound to restore his story. That does sound fun, that really does. I want to put one thing on Tyler is trying to compete in an already mascot game centered in basket. That's the weird thing, right? Because I was saying this actually in Yomi's stream earlier, because Yomi actually, on her meme review, someone actually submitted the Thai, what's the word, commercial. The one where he's like brutalized Sonic and then not. But here's the thing, when you think about it, like really think about it, during the PS2 era, what was going on in the mascot platformer sphere? Crash Bandicoot wasn't doing well. Like, Wrath of Cortex? That game was so bad they poked fun at it in Crash Twinsanity. Spyro? Like, even as someone that's never played the Spyro PS2 games, I know how bad they are because I know that, like, one of those games can be speedran in, like, less than 2 minutes because of how buggy it is. The PS2 era was unfortunately really not very good for mascot platformers. There were some games that are kind of like mascot platformer adjacent. You know, you had games like Ratchet and Clank, but I don't think they quite fill the same niche, you know. Also Sly Cooper. I've never played Sly Cooper. I've heard good things. But from what I gathered, from what I've seen, from what I understand, they're not quite occupying the same design space. Hey, look, if you like this, I thought Cortex wasn't that. Okay, Atruid, let me ask you this. When was the last time you played it? Genuine question, because last time I replayed that game was not that long ago. And all I will say is this. The monkey bars. The monkey bars are the worst thing in any Crash Bandicoot game. At all. Like, here's the thing. It's playable. It's fine. But it is still easily the worst Crash Bandicoot game. That's an actual Crash Bandicoot game. Like, if we're obviously, the actual worst Crash Bandicoot game is obviously the DS one. You know, Crash Boom Bash, but in terms of actual Crash games, that is clearly the worst. Jak and Daxter, my joke to you. True, but, again, Jak and Daxter fell off the mascot platform thing themselves. It started as a mascot platformer, and then by Jak 2, they're like, no, we're bored of this now. Let's go and be bad Grand Theft Auto and put guns in it. And vehicle segments. I never played Jak 1. I have no idea how good Jak 1 is. But I do know that I played Jak 2, and that was really not... That was not it, Chief. And the face of Crash was so weird and the games were fun to play, just the designs were a shit show. You mean like the Titans era? They were fine. The problem is that it wasn't Crash Bandicoot, you know? The example I like to give for this type of situation, imagine if you've got a local burger shop, right? Let's say your local burger, let's give it a name. Let's call it Jim's Burger Emporium, okay? Jim's Burger Emporium is well known in your town for doing really good burgers. Like, the best burgers in town. And they're cheap. So you go down to Jim's Burger Emporium, and you get down there, and as you sit down, Jim himself, the Jim of Jim's Burger Emporium, the man himself, comes up to you, and he says, oh, it's lovely to see you again. It's always great to see another regular. We've got a new menu item today if you'd like to try it. It's called the Super Double Giga Deluxe Burger. And you think, that sounds great. You know, Jim's Burgers are the place to get burgers, so let's get the Super Double Giga Deluxe Burger. You order this Super Double Giga Deluxe Burger, and you wait. You're excited to try a new burger from Jim's Burgers, because you know Jim makes darn good burgers. And your order is finished. Jim comes up to the table to serve it himself and puts down in front of you a gigantic pepperoni pizza. And you look at Jim and you say, Jim, there must have been a mistake. I ordered the Super Double Giga Deluxe burger. And he says, oh yes, I know. This is the Super Double Giga Deluxe burger. Enjoy. And he walks away. Now, it doesn't matter at this point how good the pizza is. This could be the single best pizza ever made in the history of mankind. It may be a pizza so good that you weep tears of joy upon consuming it and resolve to never eat another pizza in your entire life because no pizza could possibly compare to it. But you wanted a burger. You really wanted a burger. And you went to Jim because Jim makes good burgers. You trusted Jim's recommendation because Jim makes good burgers. That's what he does. So it doesn't matter how good his pizza is, you wanted the burger. And that's how I feel about things like Crash of the Titans. How good Crash of the Titans is does not matter. The problem with Crash of the Titans is that it's not a Crash Bandicoot game. It does not do what you want a Crash Bandicoot game to be doing. If it was a completely different title, no one would have cared. Like, if this game did not have the Crash Bandicoot branding, it wouldn't have had the same sales. It wouldn't have done as well. I mean, it didn't do amazingly anyway. But they really were just riding the Crash Bandicoot branding on a game that has functionally nothing to do with Crash Bandicoot. And that is the problem I have with it. And I'll say this, I actually didn't mind Crash of the Titans. As a game, it was fine. I finished that game. It was alright. Not bad. But I wanted to play Crash Bandicoot. I didn't want to play Crash Bandicoot sometimes, but mostly by playing, like, really bad beat-em-up. I wanted to play a really bad beat-em-up in that era. There was no shortage available. Especially because a lot of people were put on Xbox Live back then. I disagree. A lot of people here really like the changes in Jak 2. But again, everyone here was like 10 years old, so we don't know anything about game design. Also, I'm speaking exclusively the PS2 era, not game fighters as a whole. Oh yeah, that's fair. And here's the thing. Again, Jak 2, I'm not even saying Jak 2 was a bad game. It wasn't what I wanted to play, though. That was the issue. It was the pizza. I went and bought Jak 2 because I heard everyone say that Jak 1 was a pretty good platform game. And then Jak 2 was not a platform game. So I was disappointed. So at that point, the quality did not matter. I felt like I have been misled as a consumer. And as such, I am now predisposed towards not liking what comes out. I think I did get decently far in Jak 2 for whatever it was worth. I don't know if I finished it. But it was 100% not a game. I would not have bought the game if it wasn't for the pedigree. You know, if it wasn't for the history of Jak and Daxter 1 is a pretty good platformer, everyone's been saying, I would never have bought Jak 2. If I'd seen the gameplay of Jak 2, I would never have bought Jak 2. Which, hey, you know, you could argue that's, you know, not doing your due diligence as a consumer, and I wouldn't even say you're wrong. But, in my defense, I was a teenager at the time. It was not easy to find footage of games. And magazine reviews have never been reliable. Alright, we're going to get rid of the muscular arms when we do the shading. We're going to do the shading on the arms, but we're going to just imply the buffness here, or the toneness here with shading, rather than a full-on line here. This makes it look a bit too ripped for what we're going for. Kind of works! It's still a little bit too much for what we're going for, but I think it's about as much we can do without sacrificing the look we're going for. It's also why, that same reason, is why I have a well-documented dislike for Final Fantasy 16. Because it's not a Final Fantasy game. It does not do Final Fantasy game things. It does bad Devil May Cry things. Like, if you want to play bad Devil May Cry, it's fine. You've got better options, probably. Like, I think you'd probably have a better time playing Bayonetta or actual Devil May Cry, but if you're that desperate for a poor man's version of it, well, you probably could do worse. If you want to have some of Soken's most mid-music playing to you, then go off, I guess. I say that as someone who likes Soken's work. I think Soken's work's fantastic, but I think I don't think he phoned it in. I think he was probably kept on a really tight leash for the music for FF16, As a result, the creativity just was not there as much. That's just my view anyway. There's a few decent tracks, I suppose, but definitely not his A work. I was a little bit nervous about this one, this Tiger. I didn't know how well she was going to come out, but I'm actually kind of pleased with how she's looking. I'm not as, like, in love with her as I am with the Spyro girl. Like, that Spyro girl, I need more of her in my life immediately, but I'm pretty happy with how she's looking. Her and Crash can go and wreck things together. You know, I wonder if I could get away with this, you know? I mean, not that I'm going to, because I don't have the time nor the means, but I wonder if I could get away with these designs if we gave them a different enough name of, like, making a game about, you know, platformer anime girls. Actually, shoot, that does sound like a really fun idea. Like okay, imagine this, like a platform game where we take these girls that we're making here, right? We'll take these designs, we put them into a 2D platformer, and they all control a little bit like their original form. So like Spyro can glide, Ty's got the boomerangs, Crash just spins a lot and has a double jump. Like, I think I could see the internet going mad for that. Wifey things is something the internet does like after all, and I am no exception. I am part of the internet. I'm ready to actually take a brief stretch after we finish Ty again. I'm just a little bit stiff right now. Need to hydrate, a little hydrate, I think. Well, to be fair, this is like the third day in a row we've been going. This is our marathon. We just put just put the names, exactly, yeah. Oh yes, this isn't Ty, this is my original character, Tanya. Actually, wait, no, we can't do Tanya, that's a Crash Bandicoot thing. I'm kind of digging her. I like her. I like her vibes. Put her next to Klonoa down here. Yeah, they look good together. Klonoa's cat eyes do look a little bit off now, actually. I might change that. I think I'm going to change to cat eyes, because we haven't really gone too monstrous on the other two. So I think we will make her eyes regular instead. Oh, I need to do a regular circle there. Yeah, I'm thinking that looks better. Yeah, I wasn't sold on those cat pupils before. Oh, hold on. Look cute. Yeah, that looks better. That looks much better to me. There we go. Sacrifice a little bit of faithfulness in favour of a better design. Heck yes! Alright, we're done with Ty. Give me just a couple of seconds. I'm not going to step away. I just need to go and retrieve my drink from my shelf. So, pardon me for a moment while I bug out here. 1 second. Oh. Alright, there we go. Sorry, chair is a little bit... The carpet is a little bit rough under my chair. I don't know if it's worn in or not, but a little bit stiff to get the chair back in place. Alright, Chibithon Q, let's go! Crash Bandicoot, more like Impact Marsupial. Legally distinct. Alright. 4 more names on the queue. We might be done tonight, and if we are, that's not a problem. I've been having fun with this marathon, and honestly, I think 3 days is a good time. We're mixing it up. You didn't think they were all going to be platform girls till the end now, did you? Oh, no. We've done a lot of cute girls. We need to balance this out with some manliness. And when we say Joseph Joestar, we are of course going for the correct Joseph Joestar. By which I mean we're doing old Joseph Joestar. I don't even really need that much of a reference because like his outfit is extremely simple. But what I do need is a pose for him. If you're doing a JoJo, you need to give them a good pose. Oh damn, that's a really good idea. Dang. Okay. Yeah. Shoot, that's quite a good one. Okay. We're gonna do old Joseph doing a young Joseph pose. I need to find the exact one that I want though. I know what I'm looking for here. I know the exact pose I'm after, I just need to find this reference. I'm after the one that he does with Caesar. Oh wait, no, wait, he doesn't do that pose. Caesar does that pose. That's why I can't find the reference. Huh, hold on. Oh, there are like no good references to this pose. At all. Why is this one specific pose so hard to find a reference from? Try something else. Okay. Wasn't what I thought I found it, but we found it. I want to do him doing like this pose. This is like the pose he does with like Caesar did. Although, even they, okay, I'm not complaining about them. You can see they fudged this pose. Look how much his bicep is cropping into his arm. Huh. Can we find a better version of this pose? Like, this is the pose I want to get. Because I think it's like the most outlandish one I think we can go for. Ah, yeah, because he doesn't really do too many poses in part 3, I guess. It's mostly part 2 he did. Let's try this. I can't find any good ones. Might have to go something else. That's unfortunate, that's fine. I do want to try and go something a bit more dynamic for a pose, like because like the official reference I can find for him very easily is this, which I guess is a fine reference. I actually have a figure of him in this pose without the hermit purple, but I want to do something a bit more elaborate than that. I think we can do better. If I was smart, I would have looked up a pose ahead of time. Unfortunately, as we have established many times, I am not smart. As such, I have not done so. And there's like no good images of Joseph's poses, apart from like one particular pose, which is like always with his arms above his head, which is fine, but something I want to go for. Wait, yeah, hold on. Okay. Okay. It's not quite what I was thinking originally, but I think we can go for this, right? Yeah. Again, this is from the video game, but I think we're going to go for this. We're going to go for the your next line is pose, but it's old Joseph. That was one thing that I will admit I was a bit bummed about with part 3. I actually do like part 3. I know a lot of people don't. But when it comes to like old Joseph, I was very disappointed that he didn't do more of the your next line is. He only gives them that one time. And I was kind of disappointed with that. I wanted to see more of it. I'm just going to grab a reference just so I can have a look at him up close. Because God knows I want to look at this man up close. I mean, what? Sorry, nothing? I didn't say anything. What are you on about? Helm didn't say anything here. That wasn't being sus. Let's cop out this black that came out because of, again, unfortunately, the software does not handle copying transparency well. It gets upset about it and just makes it go black. Take this down so I can actually see what I'm doing. You try to search them in the games. Yeah, that's what we got in the end. Yeah, go for this one. I mean, it makes sense. Old Joseph is exactly the most popular character in the series. I like him though. I think he's the best. Oh my god, is that a JoJo reference? Oh my god, is that a JoJo reference? Alright, this is gonna be a challenging one because like we are doing a very strange. Like he's gonna be a very buff Chibi. Very chiseled jawline as well. I think his head's too canted forward here. Hey, this is the track. Protecting My Devotion. Great track. You can probably just grab it off of him here. That looks a bit yellow, but we'll see how it looks for you. We'll see how yellow it looks after we put the rest of the details in. Alright, so here's where we're going to get the pose in first. I want to put Hermit Purple on as well, so I think we might have Hermit Purple coming off his arm here. So, let's see. So he's got a very broad body. We're going to make him very broad shoulders. Comes down quite a narrow waist, but not too narrow. And I think his body is like slightly angled away, so he's going to come up a little bit. And then he's pointing directly at us, which is a really annoying angle to try to draw. We'll figure that out in a moment. Arm comes out to the side here. Goes up. And then he points at his own temple. Let the fingers come down like that. There's a rough for the arm, and then the other arm is pointing straight at us, which is an annoying angle to try to draw. But something a bit like that, I guess, will work for like placeholder purposes. I don't know what his legs are doing during this, but you know what? It's a JoJo character. We can go nuts with it. The legs do not have to make sense. We're gonna make him a bit fabulous. Or have his legs like crossed behind him, I guess. Actually, I've got to make sure that the balance makes a bit more sense as well. A bit more bend in that leg. Yeah, a bit more bend in that leg. Alright. Let's oh, actually, he needs to be taller as well. We overlap the orbs a lot. We only do that on short characters. You are not short. You are a strapping 6-footer. So just make your body bigger, basically. That might be a bit too buff even for a JoJo, but we'll see how it goes. Alright, pose is good. Onto the deets, onto the face and the hat, etc. Actually, I'll get his expression as well while I'm doing it. Big grin. Yeah, that'll do. That's why I love about old JoJo. Even being like an old guy, he's still got a great sense of humour and he's still very, very playful and fun. Now, next slide is that a JoJo reference? Is that a JoJo reference? Nani? Very tidy beard as well. It's like kind of an awkward beard to try to draw because of this, but I think we just like do it a little bit like this. That should work out. And then, how about the mouth hole? Yeah, this skin tone is definitely looking very yellow. I think we'll need to grab another one. He's got like a light grey beard, very light grey actually, it's a bit too grey. It's like grey bordering on like white pattern. Why I his nose way too big? What the heck? That's way too big of a nose for Chibi. Maybe but he still has Chibi still need to have tiny noses. What was his eyebrows doing in that reference? Actually, shoot, I shouldn't have deleted that. Hold on. Okay, angled downwards. Not angy, but like downwards angle. Gotcha. Like mischievous. I just realised this is like the first Chibi where we didn't start with the eyes. And then we always start with the eyes. Beautiful blue eyes. Very piercing blue eyes, actually. Would you believe me if I said that Joseph Joestar is not even close to the buffest? Well, I was going to say not even close to the buffest Chibi were doing this marathon, but we did do Goku, so I guess that's not too big of a surprise in that context, actually. I might just grab the same skin tone we used for the PlayStation girls, honestly. Probably good enough. Hello? Thank you. I just rip it off of Noah here. That looks better, yeah, it's a much more human-looking skin tone. Success! Joseph has cured his jaundice. Old Joseph Joestar, smash or pass? Smash. Not even hard. Not even hard, smash. Look, I'm just saying, age is just a number. Especially in his case. Well, apparently that number is surprisingly high. I always forget, like, old Joseph is like 67 or something in this part. I'm just saying, I've seen guys in their 40s that don't look as good as him. I know he's got like the whole hormone going on that keeps him a bit younger. And we know for part 4 that he's certainly still very, what's the word, very virile. Look, I'm just saying, Josuke's mom has taste. Woman of culture, very clearly. Oh, God. Okay, worst... Okay, most cursed thought now. I'm not gonna finish... I don't need to finish this thought here. I'm gonna start this thought, and then you are all gonna mentally finish this thought without me needing to do so. You know, so you know how Joseph Joestar has his whole, you know, your next line is thing? You think he ever uses that in the bedroom? That's all I need to say. I don't need to elaborate beyond that. You're making better jokes in your head than I could possibly make myself right now. And the question is, does that kill the mood or make it better? 100%. I think he probably would. I honestly think he probably did. Maybe that's why he stopped doing it. He started associating it with the bedroom. Nice, we're going to be a bit cheeky here, because obviously we ain't got one at the top of his head, because he's got his hat on. You like the hat? Very nice hat. I wonder if it's like... Actually, I was going to say, I wonder if it's by design that it's kind of a bit of an Indiana Jones look, but I actually don't know when Stardust Crusaders came out. Like, I know JoJo is a really long-running series. For all I know, it could be like predating Indiana Jones. For all I know, I have no idea when Indiana Jones came out. It's kind of also asking Naruto to use shadow clothes in bed. Yeah, I could see that for sure, 100%. I mean, if you had those sort of weird powers and you could use it to spice things up, you would, right? Like, why would you not? Just saying. Fortunately, his hat is going to be massive due to the nature of chibis. That is what it is. A bit too dark, so a little bit weird with the lines here. I like just a little bit. Alright, and he has actually got like kind of almost surprisingly long hair. He's got a bit of a mullet going on. Put that above the skin layer. I'm going to put the more defined brows here. I think that's about right, honestly. I don't think you see his other ear behind his head here. Alright. The beard is a bit weird looking. I think we need to put some lines on the beard for him, because he's got such a very particularly designed beard, like the way they draw the beard. I think we need to do some of these to make it look correct. This is how Araki drew his beard. It's like these vertical lines. Do you have one on the moustache as well? Yeah, it looks like it. I think we're almost getting there. I think we need to bring these lines to connect a bit cleaner. I kind of rush those a bit. Maybe we'll make them like a bit more transparent as well. Like all the way up his beard. That might help as well. On the left side. I think that's looking a bit. That sells the idea that this is Joseph Joestar a bit more. I think just a very particular way that Araki drew the beard. Just make these like a little bit transparent so they don't look so hard on the face. Maybe like 60 or so. Maybe a bit less, 50. That's better. That sells it. That sells it again. Alright. At this point, it's largely just drawing a buff guy, which I will never complain about. Buff guys are fun to draw. In fact, although I don't normally draw like a foot. Wait, what's on here? Oh, it's because wrong layer, right? Yeah, his shirt is like so tight you can see his pecs through his shirt. So we definitely need to like define the pecs a bit more here than I would normally for a shirt to the character. I promise I'm not peeking. I need references, okay? That's all it is. That's literally all it is. V-neck. There's a V-neck. That nice tan colour. Perfect. And the collar. Top collar. Actually, let's do it this way. I always thought this track sounded like an evil lullaby. I don't know why. I think it's like the very twinkly music box notes on it. He has got basically booba shadow from how Buffy is, so. And his shirt's kind of wrinkled in the way, since it's like practically like shrink wrapped onto him. I don't like the hat how that's looking. I think the colour's a bit off. A little bit too saturated, I think, compared to his shirt. And with the hat band. Looks like the wrong colour. No, it just looks like the wrong colour. I'm pulling off here. That looks too saturated to me. Keep pulling colours off the hat till we find one that looks good, I guess. That might be it. I think that might be it, yeah. Let's have a look at the from another angle, because I think we've made it too, yeah, it's a bit more slightly pointed in the front. Not much. Not drawn perfectly round, it's like a bit of a peak to the front. Like that. On the top here. Gigantic chibi arms. Again, some people don't like putting certain details on chibis, like boobs or muscles, but I think you need to. If your character is buff, they need to be buff. You need to show off your character. The way I look at it, when you're doing a chibi, you're kind of trying to distill the essence of your character into as little details as possible. And if your character is buff, that's a very key part of your character's detail. You don't want to omit that. You need people to tell that they're buff. Oh, hold on. That was an instruction line. Together. And we got the sort of like black bracelet or bracelet, I guess you could call it, something like that. And at the bottom. Is it black? Yeah. Black and quite wrinkled. Behind that mechanical arm, which I only just now realised does make old Joseph a cyborg. I knew there was a reason I liked him. I need the hand again. I shouldn't have deleted that reference. There's me. Right, so that's what the hand's doing there. Maybe do some two bits at least. Oops. That needs to go behind. That needs to go behind. Be deleted. This button just not a bit too much, I think. The thumb is around here. You should even pre-shade that because that's going to just be fully shaded. And those fingers out. There's a bit there. A sausage finger going on there. Let's fix that up. I don't think a finger is a hard thing to get right, but you would be wrong. I need to move the hand a little bit. I think it's a little bit too close to his face. It'd be like overlapping him. But it's a little bit this way. And then we can probably just rotate this entire arm assembly here. That works. Although this bit needs to be behind everything else. This is the best. There we go. We'll put the hermit purple on at the end, I think. This is like the easy bit, but also like the hard part. Like getting a pointing right at you is a very awkward pose to try to work with. But you know what? We're not here to try and do easy poses. We're here to try and do what I want to do. What I want to do is draw old Joseph pointing straight at us, accusingly. Down a bit. Oh, no, hold on. This is not right. We need to fix this shape. Knuckle, 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 knuckle. This shape here. A bit more fingers. And how the heck are we gonna... Well, I guess we could just like... make the finger a bit longer. Maybe put a circle on the end. That's not going to look right, so that's not silly. Doesn't look bad. Okay, we'll do the other way. The other way, which is you point not towards the person, you point away from them. That's often a more easy way to sell the point, and I think that'll work. Instead of pointing straight here, we'll point over this way. Like, close enough to pointing at you, but it's like, it just gives you a better view of the finger. That looks a lot better. That looks a lot more convincing to me. I was cleaning a bathroom at work yesterday, and all I did was close the cupboard to the trash can. The second I did, the entire back wall of the cabinet fell off. Oh my gosh. Oh goodness, well I hope you're okay. I hope you didn't hurt yourself doing that. Jeez. It's definitely a OSHA moment. As someone who is very big on health and safety, I would be very scared. Yeah, that's how we'll do it. We'll put his hand off to the side a little bit, put it past the viewer. And we'll just fudge the arm a little bit there. It's a bit strange looking, perhaps, but I think this will get the pose across idea. Yeah, but it scared me. I bet it did, yeah. I'd have been terrified. Hope you took it up with your boss. I mean, accident works, no joke. Oh, I fell in a puddle on the way home, so I'm very liquidy Stratos for tonight. Oh dear. I said, I don't mean to sound harsh. You are a little bit accident prone. I feel almost bad for you. Well, hopefully you can warm up nice against the fire tonight. Get yourself nice and toasty and get some nice, clean, dry clothes. Best way to avoid getting a cold, after all. You've arrived to Joseph Joestar. We're doing old Joseph recapturing his glory days and doing the your next line is pose. Yeah, they're quite tight pants for an old guy. Not judging, not complaining, just observation. Also today, a resident demolition unit got mad, sent us to Sohan's trash can, attacked the med cart. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. I mean, yeah, I know obviously those kind of, dementia is a very awful thing that can make people do things they wouldn't normally do, honestly, but it doesn't make it any less terrifying to be on the receiving end. And my good days and my bad days, my luck is either so good I can find extremely rare things for cheap or get hit by 2 cars. That does seem to be consistent, yeah, with what you told me. You have pendulum luck, I guess. Either all very good or all very bad. Swings one way, then the other. Time wizard luck, exactly, yeah. Quite baggy, well, quite wrinkled pants, but they're also quite tight. Kind of again got that almost vacuum sealed vibe to him, like he's just like they're almost too small for him, but they're not. Oops, hello, go away there. Don't need that. Belt, 4 strength, 4 stem leather belt. I'll be honest, I don't even know that means myself. Jota! Worst part, I suck at calling was the effect. Oh my god! Holy shit! Son of a bitch! Fun fact, actually, there is a game coming out. I don't actually know exactly when. I'm not sure what the release date for it is. There's a game coming out called Ratatan, which is a spiritual successor to the PSP game Patapon, which is kind of like a hybrid of RTS and rhythm game. One of the characters in that game... Oh, his back was completely square, never mind. One of the characters in that game is actually voiced by old Joseph, which I think is wonderful. I love when you get, unexpected voice actors in the same places. I think I heard somewhere that one of the characters in oh, that was it! In Has Been Hotel, in the Japanese dub. I forget who it was now. One of the characters is voiced by Speedwagon's Japanese voice, but I can't remember who it is. Oh, Joseph is also Heihachi from Tekken. Damn! I'd become a Heihachi man, I guess. Oh, wait, he's already dead, isn't he, now in the game? That's annoying. Well, rip Heihachi. To be fair, I will give Heihachi this. He has a very good coat. His Tekken 3 coat I always thought looked really comfortable. Yes, but no. Oh, did he come back again already? Is he back again already? God damn it, Heihachi. How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man? Throw you off a cliff. No, oh, no, okay. I was called Shadow Plane. We can do multiple different things while in shadows, but dropping its biggest side. Oh, neat! Ah, there. Bit congested again. Ugh. I don't know what's wrong with me. I feel fine, just congested. I think the pants maybe could be a bit darker, actually. I think it's a little bit too light, but not by much. I think that's a bit more accurate. There's a voice of Professor Oak. Really? I didn't know. Dr. Leon, welcome in. Welcome to Chibithon. Heck yeah, on day 3. We are getting near the end. Almost. We've got 3 more after Joseph Joestar here, and then we'll be finishing, which looks like we might finish tonight, and that's fine. Again, I'm not complaining about how long or how short we go with this. I just want to do this for fun. Like, you know, every bit of support we've got from people gifting subs has been greatly appreciated, of course, but it's not like I was here, like, and I was going to be disappointed if we didn't go for X days or whatever. I didn't think this through. I was like, let's just start and keep going. We'll just play it by ear. I will say, when we get to the last entry on the list, I will be amending the stream info, because at that point I will be no longer taking submissions, because the last one on the list is going to be the big finale. And when I say big finale, I mean it. You're gonna want to see it. You're gonna want to be about for the last one, because it's gonna be painful for me. That's all I will say on the matter. I don't think it's unreasonable to say the last Chibi on this list is probably going to take more time than, like, probably 2 of these combined. Also, yeah, this is the ones we got for today, including Spyro, Klonoa, and Tiger Tasmanian Tiger as anime girls to go with our Crash Bandicoot and Croc anime girls. I think there's somebody actually will do his shoe in differently here, because we're going to redraw this one, so it's going to have like a bent toe. Definitely some of Kingdom Hearts, same VA plays Yagami and King of Fighters. Really? Huh. I do love weird voice actor connections like that. My very first one that I remember finding when I was very young was Tara Strong, being both Raven from Teen Titans, but also what's her name? Riku from Kingdom Hearts. So your question is so it was Slime Totebi. We don't, Mr. Player, you know better than that. We don't use the ST words in the manner, but we do have a Frog the Jam Chibi, yes. He's already done. You like has been out so I do. I haven't seen the whole thing. I've watched an awful lot of clips of it, but I don't actually have Amazon Video, so I can't watch the entire thing. But everything I've seen from that, I'm loving. Alright, we're nearly done. We just got to do the Hermit Purple, which is going to be a pain. But I think I know how we're going to do it. I want to put on this arm. We're going to cheat. We're going to do the old Billy Mitchell special. We're going to draw the first loop. We're going to make this a line of about 4 thickness, with very little softness. I'm going to clone it. I'm going to make it purple line of 1 pixel lower, and that's how we cheat it. Actually, this is a little bit too big. 3 could be fine. Make this a 4 instead. Yeah, I think that's better. Put that on top. And we'll just do a few of these, and then we can cheat afterwards to put the thorns in afterwards. Let's just do all the black lines first. We can position these again a bit. Pretty much how we like. We're just having fun with it. Careful Amanda's fingy. We just copy all of these. We paste them. We get the purple line again. Make it down one size, and there we go. Easy mess of tentacles, very easily. Or vines, I guess, in this case. And then we just got to play with the actual angles of them. Couple cases we have to do a bit of patching here as well, just to cover up the intersects. We at least met Lucifer. Yes, have, yes, to me right now. And Medea has 2 stands true. We have Gundam Fire at Home, Gundam Fire at Home, Mugen. I have never played Mugen, funnily enough. remember when I was younger, I was really interested in it, and I could never work out how to get it working. I was very stupid, I guess. Like, I downloaded a whole bunch of characters, and I could never get any of them working. It would just only ever give me Karate Man and nobody else. Probably, like... Well, not say probably. Definitely skill issue. I was definitely doing something wrong, but I just don't know what it was I was doing wrong. Okay, I think we just put some thorns on and call it good. This is my favourite character because there was this big jerk who enjoys suffering, but he's a really lovable goof who was a sport daughter to be safe and happy. Definitely, definitely. He's a lot of fun. I like him a lot. I do like Alistair. I do, you know, I'm not immune to the charms of the Tumblr sexy man, but I do like Lucifer as well. I also really like the what's her name, Loot. I haven't seen much of her because again, I haven't seen. Most of what I've seen have just been like where Amazon have uploaded the songs for free. But I like her vibes and I like her design a lot. And I like Adam. Adam's a very good you love to hate him kind of character. Which is very easy to do badly, I will say. Like, I've seen a lot of things that have been done badly. And my friend showed me, it wasn't too hard to my head around all because in the quick places. My favourites are the joke meme characters like the King from CDI and Link, who filled the entire stage. That's really funny. I love CDI memes. I probably am going to play at some point on stream a game that came out fairly recently called RZ and the Jewel of Faramore. It is a CDI-inspired game. That is basically, what if we made Link the Faces of Evil today, but made it actually playable? And in fact, I know for a fact that one of the people that worked on character designs for it is a YouTuber called Jimmy Davis Jr., who is... He recently announced his retirement from YouTube Poop, but he is honestly like one of the great modern YouTube poopers, or I guess was at this point. The man always put out nothing but pure quality. I just realised I probably should have done these vines after the shading, but that's fine. Because we're not going to shade the vines are just going to be like their own thing. I always thought they kind of copped out a little bit of Joseph's stand, I'm not going to lie. I thought maybe like they gave him a bit of a lamer stand because he has the hum on still, but the hum doesn't even come up that much. On the founding fathers of poop. I don't know about founding fathers. I think if we're talking founding fathers of YouTube poop, that would go to the likes of Walrus Guy back in the day when he was around, or oh gosh, what's the other guy? I can't remember his name. There was another guy who used to do YouTube poop that was really good, and I can't remember his name suddenly. I can't remember. Oh well. Can I see my husband hotel fanfic? Well, yeah, go for it. Alright, I think we're good on Joseph here. On his art, basic art. We're gonna shade him, of course. Save early, save often, save repeatedly. Does anyone else have that bad habit? I say bad habit, it's not necessarily a bad habit, but I have always got into the habit of saving twice. Even back in the day when, like, you know, memory cards were a thing and it took forever to save, I always have to save twice. This is what it also has remains of Hum on. Dios has a stand of the world. Joseph, like his grandfather, has Hermit Purple. Yeah, but like, here's the thing. I might be wrong and I might be misremembering. Are there any other, besides Holly, are there any other characters that have stands that are just like attached to them always? I guess Alessi's kind of is. Like, Alessi's like attached to his shadow, but it can still kind of like pop out of his shadow and like attack. Cheap Trick. Which was Cheap Trick? I'm trying to think of the name of which one that was. I recognise the name, I just can't remember who it was. Oh, I guess Rubber Soul was one of them as well. Like Rubber Soul was kind of like attached to him as well, I suppose. It's just weird, like, Joseph's just seemed like the lamest stand. characters are kid in hell whose parents were killed during examination for the plot to have Charlie. Oh, neat! That sounds nice. When you kill if someone ever saw your back. Oh, right, yeah! Well, here's the thing, right? Like, you're not wrong. But at the same time, Cheap Trick is still kind of an autonomous stand, you know? Like, Cheap Trick could run around and do things on its own. It doesn't, but it could, you know? It is a guy, is what I'm getting at. Whereas Hermit Purple isn't a guy. It's just like some vines attached to Joseph's arm. Compare, like, you know, Hermit Purple to, like, say, I don't know, or Star Platinum, or Magician's Red, or Silver Chariot. Fishing Rod stand, that's another good one. Yeah, another good lame stand, definitely. You have strength. I still don't really understand strength. Because, like, strength stand was like the boat, right? I don't understand how that works, I'll be entirely honest. Like, what does strength stand look like when he's not on a boat? Does the stand only exist in the context of being a boat? It's one of those stands where we don't see enough outside of, you know, being the boat to really understand what it could do. Which is basically Garudamon. No, you're right, you're correct. The stand only exists in the boat. Okay, so yeah, that's a pretty lame one as well then, yeah, I'll give you that. We'll grant you that one. I'm not gonna lie, I've been on a bit of a JoJo rabbit hole recently, which is part of why I wanted to draw Joseph. And I've seen a lot of videos that are the meme videos, which is just Jotaro watching someone stand, saying, it's the same type of stand as Star Platinum, and it just does the exact same thing. So it's the same type of stand as Star Platinum. Star Platinum, the handle! Foo Fighters is a standard. True, true. Yeah, you're not wrong. Like, imagine being in the JoJo franchise and getting, like, the worst stand. Like, you're gonna feel pretty bad about yourself, right? Like, you got stabbed by this arrow and all you got for it is, like, I don't know, the ability to keep liquids cool at room temperature. What's my stand? I don't know what my stand would be. Probably something very underwhelming. My stand is Darby's stand. Same power as Darby's stand, where I can, like, defeat people by beating them in games, but it's only Yu-Gi-Oh! And I don't have to actually beat them. All I have to do is get them to call a card Slime Toad instead of Flog the Jam. That is how I beat people. By playing legal Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards and asking them to call them by their correct name. Let me stand, I can insert here. Stop them. Hey, I can do that too. Younger Darby or older Darby? Basically, it doesn't matter in this context, I don't think. Also, older Darby, I like him a lot. He's a very cool character. I like his charisma and his energy. I could definitely see an alternate world where he is the protagonist of his own series, just scamming people. What's this card? Oh, it's a very nice black chick. I'm just like Domon Kashu at the start of G Gundam. Have you seen this man? And then instead of beaming a picture of Kyoji into their cockpit, it's just Fog the Jam. Have you seen this card? Yeah, we run the ads on every hour. Again, I like to keep. I know that we do run some lengthy ads. I do it because I like to keep the pre-rolls off. I think I've had it from my perspective. If I was a viewer, I don't like coming into pre-rolls. I think, you know, ads suck, but you know, I would rather not deter people who might click on and see my content and get turned away because of the pre-rolls. Personally, that's how I look at it. At least it's what it is. But you know, if you would like to remove the ads, you can always go ahead and subscribe to Twitch TV/Helm-Chan. Angel Part 6. I don't remember that one. I'm not very good with my knowledge of JoJo. Keep saying JoJo for some reason. I don't know why. My knowledge of JoJo does get a lot more it does drop off quite quickly after, like, part 3. I know part 4, I've seen part 4, I've seen part 5, but I just don't remember them as well, frankly. Looking at how he's shaded, he's got shaded with, like, this here. It's kind of, like, imply abs, but the shirt's not tight enough to show them properly. Gucci had to be, like, dealing with part 3, really thinking about it, it's that useful. I see. Oh, I was just saying 19. I'm like Domon Karshu in Mogos Fighter G Gundam. At the start of that series, he's looking for his brother, so he's fighting all these guys, and he keeps beaming into their cockpit a picture of his brother. He's like, have you seen this man? Just sends a picture of his brother into their cockpit. That's me, but it's with Frog the Jam. Have you seen this card? Frog the Jam. It turns out that Frog the Jam is actually the last thing a human brain sees before it dies. Beach Boys has to be attached to Pesci. Yeah, we said Beach Boys, yeah. Or, sorry, you mean Fisherman? The power of my stand, Fisherman, will defeat you and your Zipper Man. Okay, I'll be real. I don't mind a lot of the dub names for the stands, but Zipper Man is hands down the worst one. Can we agree on that much at least? I actually think Maiden Heaven is quite funny. That's quite cute as a name. Really does not fit the stand, but it's a very cute way of localizing that name. But Zipper Man, they didn't even try. They weren't even trying on that one. Worst Company is the worst? I don't know, I think Worst Company is fine. I think, because again, Worst Company is kind of a pun. I think the hat's looking a little bit off, but besides that, I think they're nearly done. Like, I kind of like Worst Company because it's a pun name, you know? Whereas, like, yeah, Killer Queens is pretty bad. Like, Deadly Queen, that's nothing. Like, it's like you're trying a pun, but you're bad at puns. Alright. He's done. We've got the gigantic British gentleman here to go. Your next line is... Based up in his... Yes! Filthy Axe at a Reasonable Price is the greatest dub name. You are correct, Zen. That is the best. Alright, Joseph is done. 3 names remaining. Save early, save often. And let us see what lies behind the penultimate name. Yeah, we're doing something a bit indulgent here. I did ask Lady Helm if she would like to be drawn, but Lady Helm said she didn't want me to draw her on stream. She's quite okay with me drawing her at some points, but not on stream. I don't know why she's particular about this. I know she doesn't like her picture taken, so maybe it's the same sort of thing for her. But you'll see her at some point, but for now, we're going to draw a Lord Helm. There's my art reference for here, there we go. And I'll keep the reference off to the side, because I've shown Lord Helm on stream before, but if you haven't seen him, well, you're going to be in for a treat. Now, Lord Helm is also a very tall gentleman. In fact, he's probably even taller than Joseph, so we're going to make him, like, even higher. We're going to raise the head up a bit. That'll work. And we're going to just grab my colour palette. I actually have a palette saved specifically here. This is my colour palette, but we share a palette together, so... Save early, save often. I was like, hell yeah, my daughter must be involved in her streams, I'm so happy. He was really excited about it, honestly. He was I actually didn't ask him for permission, he suggested it. So, he's got a very strange construction for his face, though. It's going to be weird doing Chibithon, because the thing is, Lord Helm has like a giant beard that comes down like this. It's going to make the chibi look a bit strange, I think. But we'll do our best for it. Actually, you know what? I know the problem. We need to find an angle for his face. We're going to give him like... Let's build his face normally. Yeah, that's what I'm doing wrong here. Good tip for artists. If you're ever going to be doing... you're ever going to draw a cat with a beard, draw them without the beard. It was a mistake that I used to make a lot where I would... What am I doing? Don't do that. Well, I would draw the beard instead of defining the jawline first. No, you'll make your life a lot easier if you do the beard onto an actual head, which in this case is going to be a mostly yellow head. But he is Lord Helm of the Norse Helms. Is a lot of them be Robo Vulcan. You'll see as we put them together. Quite simple eyes. In some aspects, it's going to be quite quick to do. In some aspects, it's going to be quite long to do. We've both got the kind of almond-shaped eyes. Make sure we're lining up the heights here a little bit. Yeah, that is not aligned at all. That's way too low on this one. You're the maid. What was your sister unit made for? So here's the thing. We actually are not developed specifically for purposes, because the thing when it comes to how the robots in the Helm-Chan are developed, we are developed as just Visor-Chan units that may or may not develop on their own. In fact, you might actually might have noticed, Yomi has a Visor-Chan unit on her bookcase. That one didn't really develop anything. It's not really intelligent particularly. It just kind of sits around and blinks. It can talk, but that's about it, very crudely at that. So, like every other Visor-Chan, I started as just a Visor-Chan. Couldn't really talk, couldn't really think very well. Some Visor-Chans don't develop. You know, some of them just remain Visor-Chans forever, and some of them end up going into more progression. Typically, as we develop more intelligence and more self-awareness, we get upgraded into new forms and then develop from there. Kind of like a human. Humans aren't born with the intent of, yes, this human shall be a carpenter, or this human will program video games, or whatever. In the same vein, we are similar. We are born with or created with a particular purpose in mind, but we certainly develop into purposes over time. I was shown to have the perfect skills to be a perfectly normal maid, and so I was chosen to develop into that further. I could have said no if I wanted to, but I had the skills for it, there was a demand for it, and so I became it. This is Lord Helm's mouth. He has a single vent, which is actually quite typical. A lot of the male-type robots in the Helm Manor have a single vent, whereas the female ones tend to typically have two vents. What did the Cecina become from us? She works as a education member of staff. That is to say, she is a teacher. She teaches primary schools. And from what I understand, she has a lot of fun with it. And I'm sure the students enjoy having a robot teacher. Quite intelligence. Why do you keep saying you're dumb? See, proving your smart is easy. The hard part is watching my opponents face spells under Dark Angel. It's part of me being humble, as I always like to say. I like to try and be humble. And it's easier to just admit that you're stupid than to come up with an excuse for why you did something stupid. I've seen people do that. Like, I've seen people bend over backwards to try to think of an excuse to justify why they've just done something stupid. Like, I was distracted, I wasn't paying attention, the sun was in my eyes, my allergies were acting up, it's the day of the week that ends in the letter Y and that distracts me. You know, excuses. No one, as the Smash Bros players like to say, no jobs. It's easy to come up with an excuse. It's more respectable to just own up to being a fuck up. It's kind of like with, I have mentioned this wonderful gentleman before, Josh Strife Hayes did a video about this a while back. I say a video about this, there was a clip for his streams, where he said, like, apologizing profusely can make you look bad, right? And it's kind of a weird way about it, but if you think about it, it's true, right? So imagine that you're in a meeting or a whatever, like you've got a meeting with someone, and that person's late. And I'm not talking like a few minutes late, like they're late by like 15 minutes. Now that person might have a very good answer for why they're late. But if they come into the room And they're like, oh my gosh, guys, I'm so sorry. There was traffic and my car wouldn't start and my nan died yesterday and there was a squirrel in the road or whatever. Like, even if the excuses they have are good, you are going to look down upon them. And it's not like it's just a psychological response, you know? Whereas if this person's late, they come into the room, they look around, they don't address it, they go, thank you for waiting, let's move up, let's begin. You inherently end up respecting them more for it. You might be mad at them. You probably will be mad at them. But you just naturally will find yourself respecting them more because you're not making apologies. That guy from the thing, exactly, yeah, Josh Strife Hayes, yeah, wonderful gentleman. That's the only joke you can drop is the one about yourself. Exactly. I used to really struggle with that. I used to really struggle with making jokes at my expense. I don't know why. It was something I really struggled with. I remember one time we were on a holiday in Spain and we went to a water park. It was a pretty good time. Also, I'm having real trouble with the beard because the beard is like longer than this, but the chibi proportions make it really hard to show the beard properly without making him look like a medieval dwarf. But yeah, we were at a water park and I remember my sister unit came down a slide into the pool that I was in. I didn't see her coming, and she absolutely soaked me, splashed me all over. And I was annoyed. I was like, "Oh, how dare you!" And I remember that was the first time I heard Lady Helm use this exact term, which was, learn to laugh at yourself. You don't need to take yourself too seriously. It's okay to admit that there are when something bad happens to you, you can get mad about it. But it's better for everyone involved to just laugh about it. It's over now. Can't do anything about it now. Just deal with it. Laugh about it, Obviously, there are some things you shouldn't just laugh off, but it's a more healthy approach to bad things happening. Also, what's a primary school? Primary school is the lowest level of mandatory education here in England. You begin it when you are aged 5. Although I think depending on when you are born in the year, sometimes it ends up being that you start aged 4 or aged 6. I forget which. But typically you start at age 5, basically. So basically just you finish it at age 11, I think? Something like that. I'm not massively sure off the top of my head, but something along those lines. But basically think of elementary school plus the start of middle school. That's basically primary school. Primary school is basically preschool here in the States. Oh, I see, huh? Yeah, because I know that you guys have very different grades for your schools over there. We don't use grades, we use years. Like year 1, for example, is counterintuitively, year 1 is the second year of primary school. The first year is called reception. I don't know why. I've never understood why. Alright, time for Lord Helm's magnificent hat, which is going to be gigantic. This is a top hat, and Chibi hat's already large. Lord Helm's hat is already large. Therefore, Chibi Lord Helm's hat is going to be gigantic. Now we need a smart polygon here for the emblem. It is... Hold on, counting. 1, 2, 3. Counting here. 8 plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 16-sided. We do 16-sided, we can. It's a bit obtuse, but we can do it. Actually, wait, no, it's not 16, it's 8, isn't it? I'm counting the gaps. Should be doing that. Get that a little bit. Hold on, there we go. When I did the name of the band, it was a screamo metal band. I recorded their songs with Machine Like. Always songs I stupid long names. I'm afraid I won't be of much help there. It's not my particular kind of music, but I hope you managed to figure it out for yourself. Okay, I need to make sure we're getting this in the middle. Well, actually, it doesn't matter, it's not exactly in the middle here. This part needs to be in the middle, but these things can be flexible. Wrong colour, I need to grab the gold from here. And in the middle is another polygon. 6-sided one this time. And they have kindergarten through 12 places. Wow. So it's kindergarten through 4, middle 5 to 8, high school 9 to 12. I see. Yeah, so we have our ones are primary school is reception to year 6, which again, that will take you to like 11 years old. Then you have, what's after that? Then you have secondary school, which is years 7 through 11, which will take you through till about 16 years old. And then it used to be when I was at school that what came next is 6th form. That used to be optional. However, it is no longer optional. It's now mandatory that you have to do 6th form, and that is a further 2 years. So these days over here, you are in school until you are 18. And then, of course, if you go to university afterwards, that might be a few more years. University is optional. And thank goodness, because it's expensive and I did not get anything out of it. Stupidly long stuff. Oh, you want one of those stupidly long names to be the stand name. I getcha. There's the emblem. And we've got the hat band. Oops. Fools. Please, abide by my commands. Let's touch on here too. They're pretty papers, exactly. Yes, that's the best way I can put it. They are pretty papers. They sure look nice on a shelf. A lot of time it's not steam powered, but he does have a bit of an exhaust on his hat. The reason for that is because it doubles as a teapot. I don't know why he likes tea so much, but you know, that's his prerogative and not mine. I forgot this song was in FF9. It's like a remix of a song from an older game, I believe. Actually, this is a little bit too pointed here. A bit too wide, actually. Okay, this is a slight curve on it here. Just a slight. Hold on. This way. Just take the edge off a little bit. It's not a picture perfect spike like that. There we go. You get a college degree for computer science, get hired for something completely different. Definitely. Lord always guessed he got it. You can always use several species of small furry animals gathered in a cave and grouping with a pig. That is a name. That is one of the names of all time. I do love people that just give themselves really weird names for like the sake of it for their band. The one joke that I am sure I am not the first person to have heard this one or to come up with it, but the one joke I remember when I was in school was everyone would joke about wanting to make a band and calling the band Your Mum, so that the next day after a concert, people can say things like, "Oh yeah, I went to see your mum last night. Your mum was awesome last night. Very loud though," etc., etc. Haha! Banging parents jokes, timeless. Because it's hard to distill. You know, that's fair. That makes sense as well. Yeah, here's the handle side. Okay, this is not as sharp as I'm doing it here. We'll round those corners off. A small change, but it makes a big difference on the overall look. Bowling for soup, joke on bowling for bowl of soup and bowling, yeah. just never understood the whole. I never understood, even when I was young, even when I was in school, I never understood the logic behind the, you know, oh yeah, I banged your mum last night as an insult. My mum's probably like double your age, if not more. Why is that an insult to me? You're the one that's desperate to pick up women like you know, 2 or possibly even 3 times your age. Why is that meant to offend me that you have very questionable tastes? I mean, I do know what the like intent behind it is. I don't need it explained to me, but I always thought it was a really strange way of trying to insult someone. I don't know. It's one of those like, it's a headbutt insult, you know? Oh, you're fine, Stasha. It's a headbutt insult, you know? It's like you're insulting yourself as much as you're insulting the person that you're trying to insult. Nobody wins with a headbutt. There's top on, and there's a bit of ribbon in there. I'm making them sound dumb. Exactly, yeah. That's better. Hat. Extremely large hat. I'm surprised that Lord Helm never plays Team Fortress 2. He would be... Oh, that memory. Save. Immediately save. Save the queue. Reload. Oh, yeah, you're fine again as a player. Yeah, okay. It's fine. I'll allow it because, again, here's the thing. If anyone comes in and starts being a jerk, we will just ban them instead. Very simple. Oh my gosh! Post! Post, thank you for the subs! Heck yeah! Keeping the stream going! Thank you so much! We've got a hype train started, let's go! Wow, Post! Since you're here and we're reloading the queue, allow me to pencil you in. You get to take priority over the 2 at the bottom. So we go ahead and put you in here. Post, what would you like? What or whom would you like a chibi of? If it's a character that's not easily to Google, or if it's like a reference for one of your own characters, I'll give you a link for you to send a reference. You just actually grab that link ahead of time. Oh, why is it not showing the thing? There we go. Do that, grab that. There we go. Got your model? Certainly, Post, would you do me a favour and just, would you kindly send me your reference in this thread so I can have it all in one place together. But thank you so much for the subs, Post. I really appreciate that. I'm just going to put Post here. Alright, you are up next. As soon as Lord Helm is finished, you will be up. Go ahead and load up the page you were on. Day 3. Alright, back to Lord Helm. Now the beard needs to be a bit wider as well, I think. Not quite reaching his cheek here. Oh, we missed the, there's that beard there. There we go. There we go, that looks a bit more accurate. Yeah, Lord Helm would love Team Fortress 2, I'm sure, because, you know, hats. Now to Lord Helm's body, and he is jacked. This is a large man. Very small waist, but a very large man. Like, his body is, like, very wide. But he's got huge shoulders. It'll be a bit like this. Put a black in for the moment. And... quite pitchable waist, I'm not gonna lie. Also very muscular legs. Not as big as his top, he's very top heavy, but he is still not... Well, I would say he doesn't skip leg day, but he doesn't need leg day, he was built that way. Okay, this is a bit wonky looking, we'll fix it as we get to it though. I'm just kind of blocking in the rough proportions at the moment. He's gonna be a very large chibi. We give the Gate Guardians one for their money. 80k service days, oh my gosh! Got this Stardom. Jeez. I really need to get around to making some more redeems for you guys. I know I said I was going to, and I do apologise, it's taken me a while to get to them. I haven't had as much time to do it as I would like, I'll be honest. And I keep forgetting. I have no excuse beyond that. Alright, so we're going to have his hand on his hip. We're going to have like his reference artwork here. We're going to put his hand on his hip. On the outside. Always waste my tickets. You're allowed. Hey, we're there for you to use however you see fit. He's got very large hands as well, but only 3 fingers. I don't know why he only has 3 fingers. I never asked me about that. I think he was originally a construction bot. I don't think he was always, like, the Lord. I think when he was newer, I believe he worked in construction. Maybe he lost one in that? I don't know. Oh good, you get me more to stockpile them. True. I do promise you guys I will get some more redeems eventually. It's just getting them assembled, and it's that thing where I don't want them to look bad. Like, I want them to look nice. I want you guys to feel like you're getting a nice thing for your redeem. Even if it's just a redeem that, like, makes me, you know, go ara ara. Or if it's, like, a redeem that's just, like, makes me speak in a Valley Girl accent for a while. I want there to be at least some sort of fun visual to go with it so that you get something besides just me doing a silly voice for a little while. The Valley Girl one is definitely happening, though. That is a threat. You are getting the Valley Girl redeem whether you want it or not. Because I have way too much fun doing that voice. And I know that it causes at least some of you pain. What if it's a bit too bright on the blue? I think it's a bit like that. Let's take it off of the gem instead. Well, that is the gem. That's better, yeah, it's not quite that vibe then. Let's go, Barbie girl, exactly. Thank you for the little hat frame there, Post. I really appreciate that. Low spin coming out, let's go! So Lord Helm has like very large arms. Very large arms. In fact, his arms are so big that he actually can't wear proper shirts. Like, I mean it. He all his shirts are either sleeveless or have had the sleeves burst off of them. I'm pretty sure Lady Helm could probably, because Lady Helm has a little bit of needlework. I'm sure she probably could tweak them to fit him properly. I think he low-key likes them showing off his arms a bit, I'm not gonna lie. A body Hulk. He kind of is. He really is. Looks like he's tough on the outside, but he's a big lovable softie. Exactly is. That is exactly him. He's a bit of a himbo, I'm going to be honest. And I love that about him. He's wonderful. Yeah, unlike with some of the other characters, we're making sure to define his muscles very carefully. This part I always get tripped up on. You know what? Let's look at an arm reference. I always get tripped up on the elbow side of things when it comes to drawing muscular arms. I mean, I know these aren't exactly necessarily entirely anatomically accurate, but I want to try and get as close as I can. God, why are arms like this? Who designed arms? You know what, we'll fudge it. We'll fudge it. I'm looking at this and my head's already spinning. It's fine. He's not anatomically accurate anyway. I think this is close enough. Good enough. And then he has segments on his arms. This Lord Helm box. I've never seen him do it, but it wouldn't surprise me if he used to. I mean, well, I will say this. I haven't seen him box, but I have seen him fight. Doesn't happen very often. You know, the guests at the Helm Manor are generally very well behaved, and it's very rare that we are forced to ask them or make them leave. Has happened on occasion. And I will just say, I would not want to be on the receiving end of Lord Helm's harm. I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say what I almost said. Because I know you guys are gonna be weird about it either way. I almost said I wouldn't want to be on the receiving end of Lord Helm's fist. Go ahead, get your AOs in chat. You know what I meant though. I meant boxing, I meant punching. Weirdos. Yes, Lord Helm's arms are like sort of segmented along the plates here to give a bit more flexibility because, yeah, if you've got like solid metal muscles, they don't really contract or bend as normal muscles do, so you need to have them segmented like this for flexibility purposes. I quite like the look though, not gonna lie, looks nice. Didn't think that way till you said it. Dang. Am I the sus one here? Have I been corrupted? I blame Yomi. I blame Yomi. She's gotten increasingly sus as of late. I'm blaming her for putting bad ideas in my head. I'm gonna say I've got it because your relationship with Lord Helm. Well, that's the weird thing, because again, like, it's that thing where Lord Helm is my father in terms of, like, family relation, but we're robots, so it doesn't really have the same connotation. It's strange. It's strange. It's hard to explain. It's like trying to explain colour to a blind person. Not very easy to do. Yomi is the seed of sin. She very much is. But we love her. So proud of her. I do fist my friends in the ring. Can we, you know what, that's what we're going to do. We need to just, like, start a petition. Start a movement. Let's just start changing every instance of the word punch to fist. That can't go poorly. Nothing weird will come of that, for sure. I mean, as Yomi famously once said, I can fist. You know, I've just realised the best way to describe what Lord Helm is like. Lord Helm is like, think of a heavy weapons guy from Team Fortress 2 and make him, like, extremely British. Like, very, very British. I'm quite British. Lord Helm makes me look like I am not British at all. Oops. Scorpio fisting Samsung. That's fine, you're fine, yeah. And a colorblind teacher and a blind girl student in high school. I played Uno with them. Oh my gosh, guys. You are incorrigible. Right, and then his hands have got, like, a weird construction for his fingers. Lord Helm, because he is not designed to deal with the public as I am, he is a lot more robotic in nature. But typically when we are greeting guests, it's actually Lady Helm that does it. Sometimes Lord Helm comes in, but... Wait, it's a true story, actually? How? How do you play... Like, I'm not even saying this is like like, I'm just genuinely just... How would a blind person play Uno? I can understand a colorblind person, because I know that colorblindness doesn't mean you literally can't see color. Like, there are different types of colorblindness, but how do you play Uno while you're blind? Like, use a brailler for it? Surely that's putting one side at an advantage, though, right? Because, like, if you've got to feel every single card as it's being played down, either everyone has to wait for you to feel it and you've got your hand kind of already there? I don't know. I mean, I'm not calling you a liar, I'm just confused more than anything. But you know what? Wonderful for them if they figured it out. Oh, you just say it? Okay. I guess that makes sense then. We can probably just copy this hand, this finger, actually. Okay, he's only got the 3 fingers, and they're not, like, humanly proportioned in that regard. Oh, whoops. I forgot we were using the, enough for that. Oh. And it's like a little bit off angle, though. Let's just fix that. There we go. It's a red 4 and they fill their cards. Ah, okay. Okay, no, that makes sense, honestly. Yeah, that makes sense, honestly. I just legitimately never thought about how that might work. Couldn't see red or yellow, so you got it because I'm pen. Ah, okay. Funnily enough, one of my raid members when we was doing Fantasy 14, they discovered they were colorblind while we were raiding, right? So in Fantasy 14, you can put down waymarks on the map. I say the map, the actual battlefield itself directly, which you can use to help players, like, coordinate and navigate, right? So you can do a little squiggle for you, actually. So let's say, like, this is the arena here. You know, you might put down a waymark, like, whoops, like here. And this might be, like, the waymark for B, which is blue. So, like, there would be a big floating B circle here. This would help players to coordinate. So, like, okay, after the boss does his attack, we will go to B. And there are 4 of these waymarks. There used to be 3, but I added a 4th one. You have A, which is a kind of magenta-ish, pinkish colour. It's kind of meant to be a bit reddish, but it is a bit more of a pink to it, undeniably. You've got A, and you've got B, which, as I said, is blue. You've got C, which is this kind of yellow colour with like a very slight, it's kind of like ever so slightly lime green hue, kind of this kind of colour. And that is your C waymark. Oops. And then this would be your D waymark. And D is a purple waymark. Actually, it's more of a violet, kind of this sort of hue. Right? And again, this is the D waymark. Oh, this is the colour. There we go. So you've got these 4 waymarks in the arena, right? And this is how you're coordinating your strategies. We would put these waymarks down and we'd say like, okay, the party stacks at B, after the boss does his thing, the healers go to A and the DPS go to D, for argument's sake, right? And one day we were doing some mechanic some fight we were doing, and our healer, our white mage, kept messing up the mechanic. And he's not bad, he's a good player, like we were surprised, like, oh, why is it messing up the mechanic so much? And he said, I'm sorry guys, I'm sorry I kept messing it up. And he says, in my defense, you know, the A and D waymarks look very similar. And we pause and we go, the A and D waymarks look quite similar. White mage, are you sure about that? And he goes, yeah, like they're practically identical. And our summoner is like, White mage, could you look in the Discord for a moment? I'm going to send you an image. And he sent an image, which is, he sent him this image, right? Which, this is quite a subtle one. Actually, this is a better one. He sent him this image. Now, this is quite hard to look at, admittedly. It's not the clearest thing, admittedly, to look at, but he sent him this. Now, if you have normal vision, what you should be able to see from this image is the fact that it contains the number 89. It's a little bit, what's the word? A little bit faint. It's not the clearest thing in the world to look at, but there is the numbers 89, and just to help dispel doubts, I will trace them for you. There is the 8. I've missed that a bit, and here is the 9. Right? Takes number 89. This was sent in the Discord to our white mage. He looked at this image and he said, okay, what am I meant to be looking at here? And we say, can you see the numbers? He goes, what numbers? And that was how our white mage found out while playing Final Fantasy XIV that he is red-purple colorblind. Doesn't affect him, he's fine. Like, he wasn't bummed by it. He's like, huh. What's with that black circle? If you're seeing a black circle, you are not just colorblind. You need to get your audio drivers, your visual drivers renewed, I think. But yeah, it's like, wow, I've heard stories before of people finding out that they were colorblind in very strange or inopportune times, but I've never heard anyone else discover it during FF14 raiding, of all things. You know, I have no idea whether Lord Helm wears a tie or not. I don't think he could fit one under his beard, but I've never seen beneath his beard, so I don't think I'm colorblind. Most people are not. You know, it is a reasonably rare thing. I think it's like 1 in 100 or so, maybe. But even then, there's like different degrees of colorblindness. It's very, very rare to be colorblind to the point where you cannot see color. Like, to see everything in grayscale. That's very, very rare. Usually, yeah, pure monochrome is the most extreme rare one. Exactly, yeah. Usually, if you're colorblind, it'll be like you can't see pink properly, or some colors look a bit more muted to you, or something. Yeah. Nothing all black circle made. Give this orb. We don't need this orb anymore. I do question how Lord Helm manages to get dressed sometimes in the morning, just insofar as I'm amazed that he doesn't get his clothing caught on the seams in his arms when he's putting it on. If he's colorblind in blue or green, I forget which. Yeah, it's relatively uncommon, but it's that sort of thing where it's like, it's pretty rare, but not so rare that you know, most people probably know someone that has some form of it. I actually went to school with someone who did. I forget what he had. I think he had like, I think he had like a similar form to what our white mage had, where it was like a very slightly red and pink or purple. I just got the genius. I kid like a 180, something like that, and he beat the genius kid a lot. Funny enough, that kid urged me enough that I found out the local game store is run by his dad because he knew my first name out of it. Oh, huh. Alright, let's see. He looks a bit off. I think we need to raise his head a little bit. I think we've given him no neck. I think I've missed a bit here. Actually, no, yeah. Raise it a little bit. Yeah, I think we need to raise it a little bit. It's that thing because like his beard is so big that it covers a lot of his body. At least compared to like a normal beard, yeah. I'm trying to do it in chibi form. I'm trying to not make him have like a giant neck, but I think we need to raise him a little bit here. I love this song as well. This is the final boss song. It's very like, there's something, I can't really describe how this song sounds to me apart from slightly wonky. That makes sense, like slightly off kilter. But I love that quality of it. There we go, that's a bit better. Yeah, that's looking better. Still not perfectly on model, admittedly. But I think it's that just more the quality of Chibi that's doing that, although this normally does come up, I have to hide the side of his head. That's why I was looking off, yeah. It's the other side of the head. Right, there's other arm. Lock this in roughly. Lord Helm does use a cane. He hasn't made it. He's absolutely fine at walking. He's probably the most physically capable individual in the Helm Manor. He just likes walking around with it because he thinks it makes him look the part. He wants to look classy. And it's funny because I mean no shade towards him when I say this. He's not exactly what you think of as the most like embodiment of class. He's not classless. But he's definitely not the most distinguished gentleman, shall we say. Hello, saddest tiny boy. Welcome in. Welcome in. Hope you have a wonderful evening. Kane adds to class. It definitely does. It definitely does. Master Helms is the kind of guy who would see his kids argue about something and be like, kids, we're going to fight through in Super Smash Bros. I think Lord Helm would have a very different idea about what Super Smash Bros. Is. I think he would think of that more as an instruction rather than a game. He doesn't really know much about video games. I don't know why we're zooming, why the default tool is zooming me all over the place like this, that's okay. Lord Helm drinks tea with his pinky out and the lips apart. No, he's not classless, he's not crass, but he's not refined, I suppose is what we could say. Lady Helm is far more refined than Lord Helm is. I mean, I did say he used to work in construction, so, you know, whereas Lady Helm is kind of... Do you know what I mean when I say the term old money? It's not quite the same because money doesn't really factor into it as much, but Lady Helm was a lady from her earliest iterations, whereas Lord Helm kind of married into the title through her. You know what I mean? Not quite a Romeo and Juliet story, but certainly a love that crossed the boundaries of class. And my friend used to keep fighting in fighting games and always tell me, if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. It's very funny. I remember how it's funny how like a lot of the sort of quote unquote cheap tactics. It's funny how a lot of the things that I used to think were cheap when I was young, like me and my sister used to play Tekken quite a lot. It's funny how a lot of those things that we thought were like super cheap and OP and whatnot, we later found out actually are not very good at all. It's just that because we were literally small children and we didn't know any better, we couldn't work out how to bypass the strategy of spam a fireball. Happens to all people. Yeah, I think it's a fairly common experience, to be fair. I mean, it's like anything. Like, again, Yu-Gi-Oh! When you're young and you're playing Yu-Gi-Oh! For the first time, you see Blue Eyes Chaos Max, you're like, wow, this card has 40,000 attack, and it can't be targeted, and it does double piercing, and it can't be destroyed. This is the best card in the game. And then these days it's like, yeah, no, you don't. No one plays Chaos Max. Why are you putting that in your deck? Like Eddie from Tekken being the cheap character. For me, in our household, it was Gon, the little dinosaur gag character. To be fair, I think he was kind of cheap because he did, you know, make you make you whiff on medium or high attacks. He's basically the Yoda of the game. God was bad. Oh, he was? Oh, okay. Fair enough. I guess we weren't too wrong on that one then. I knew that your arms were going to be the biggest pain to do, Lord Hal. God and Yoda both were. Oh, yeah, Yoda. That was so weird. Okay, question though. Was Yoda banned for being OP? Or... Because I could be wrong on this. I don't know where I'm remembering this from, but I have this memory in my head that they banned Yoda and Darth Vader not because of them necessarily being OP, but because they were version exclusives. So you didn't have like version parity. I could be wrong on that. I just have this memory of that being a thing. It was like the same reason why they, for a while in Soul Calibur, banned the guest characters from Soul Calibur 2, if I recall correctly, right? Until eventually someone made like a version that had all three of the characters just enabled because, well, yeah, that should be a thing. Because it was Spawn super bad. Okay, fair enough. I might be misremembering. It's highly possible. I'm not super well versed in the competitive fighting scene at all. In 2, they were... Oh, that's probably what I'm thinking of then. I was quite confident about the 2. I was obviously just mixing the 2 up. It's kind of weird how Soul Calibur really did lose its identity after a while. Like, the guest characters were fun, but... Like, by the end of it, we're putting in, like, 2B, and, like... I don't know, Ezio from Assassin's Creed? Like... Okay, I guess Ezio kind of fits, but 2B, really? You guys know me. You guys know that I am well on record as not being a fan of 2B. I really don't like how 2B just shows up in everything. It's really annoying to me. Like, I'm pretty sure that 2B would show up to the opening of an envelope. Also, I put too many lines on here. Compared to his other arm, haven't I? Yeah, that's probably enough lines. Yeah, I think that you could just advertise your birthday party on Craigslist and 2B would probably show up to it. Yeah, Gerald fits. Gerald fits. Ezio-ish, I guess, kind of. The Star Wars guys, definitely no. Definitely no. I don't know why they were in there in the first place, to be honest. That was a really weird one. Right, other arm, done. Oh, no, wait, hold on. This is a bit too thick. Okay, these are just seams, so I don't want to make them too thick. No Sarko's game. I mean, you are right. You are right. I still just don't like it. I don't like crossovers that don't age well, you know? Like in FF14, for example, there is an entire raid series that is just... Okay. for lack of a better word, is just wanking off Nia. The whole thing is just Nia the raid. And I hate that. Because it means that now Nia's stupid stuff is permanently a part of Final Fantasy XIV. And it's dumb, it doesn't fit in, it's completely incongruous. And the raids are shit. I'd be more inclined to be charitable about it if the raids weren't terrible, but they're the worst raids in the game. Everything in that raid has like way too much HP and takes far too long to die. Which, to be fair, that's not a complaint unique to these raids. Like, a lot of people say a lot of things in FF14 have too much HP and take too long to die. But the Nia ones are particularly bad in that regard. But it kind of fits. He has armor as a sword fighter. I don't know, Stratos, that is a real stretch. You are stretching for that one. Like, I mean, by that logic, we can put in the Halo Elite, because the Arbiter wears armor and uses a sword. I'm not advocating for this. So, yeah, Lotkam has very, like, humanish legs, funnily enough. They are metal beneath it, but, like, because he does wear pants, because we mandated that he has to wear pants, like, you can still see the muscles through it, but they do look more like just human muscles by comparison. Yeah, she joins and just fists Pepe. And Spawn, true, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really matter bemoaning the fate of the Soul Calibur series at this point, because I think it's pretty dead. Much as I would love us to get a new Soul Calibur entry, like, the last ones were kind of crap, I'm gonna be real, they really weren't very good. In fact, there's one thing in particular with the new Soul Calibur that I really don't like, which is, okay, again, not unique to Soul Calibur, Tekken does this as well, and I'm sure other fighting games do it as well. I really don't like how a lot of fighting games will have their cast of established characters, and then they decide, okay, we want to do a time skip. We want to move ahead a bit in the story. We want to move ahead a few years, a few decades maybe. And they decide, okay, well, we can't keep our female characters in the game anymore, right? We can't have all our female cast, because, like, we're moved on to, like, 20 years. They're going to be, like, 40-something. But you know what? We'll keep all the guys the same. The guys can stay, but we can't keep the girls. So you end up in this really awkward situation where you've got a game with, like, all these middle-aged men in, like, their 40s and 50s just beating up on 20-year-old women. That, to me, is kind of worse. I'm not gonna lie. That does not make your heroes look very heroic. Tekken keeps a lot of girls. It does, but Tekken also has not had any significant time skips in a while. Like, the big time skip for Tekken was between 2 and 3, I believe. And the only girls they kept through that I can recall, might be missing some, are the Williams sisters, who don't really count in this regard because they were kept in magical cryo-sleep, so they still are young and hot and have not aged. It doesn't count, you know? If your female character, or if your character period does not age like a normal human, then a time skip does not affect them. Like, for the record, I'm not advocating for, I'm not saying I want to have, like, you know, every fighting game become middle-aged men fighting middle-aged women. I'm saying let's perhaps not just randomly time skip our fighting games by huge amounts of time that make things weird. Zenfro's like 3,000. Wait, Zenfro? I'm not familiar with that character. Maybe I am not very well versed in Tekken, I'll say. I kind of stopped paying attention to Tekken closely after, like, Tekken 3. VTuber fighting game when? Well, we do have the HoloLive one. That one's pretty cool. I don't think I've worked very well in a fighting game, though. I don't think I'm not very combat capable. If I was going to be in a fighting game, I think what we would have to do is make me, like, one of the gimmick characters, right? Where you would play as Lord Helm and Helm-Chan, with Lord Helm being like the actual fighter. Helm-Chan is kind of like an assist character, or a bit like in that new. I say that new in the JoJo fighting game. They added Wonder of You, and Wonder of You is the stand. You don't actually play as the user; you just play as the stand himself, and the user is just like in the back. Whoops! Oh wait, it's just in the background the whole time. Helm versus Yomi. Second 6 years, 100% Azazel. Oh wait, fuck that boss, genuinely fuck that boss. To be fair, every fighting game boss is terrible. I have yet to find a fighting game that has a boss that is good. Because the problem is that it comes down to that old thing of a boss should test your abilities that the rest of the game has asked you to demonstrate, you know? So like in a fighting game, you do the regular fights, you learn how to fight in the game. A boss should be a tough fight that is still playing by the same rules. Otherwise, you're no longer being tested on the things that the game's been asking you to be good at this whole time. You're being tested by a different set of rules. And fighting game bosses tend to break that. They tend to be like, you know, challenging other skills. Like dodging in a way that you don't do in the rest of the game. I don't agree with that. I think that's bad design. I think a good boss should be more of what you have already been doing, not, hey, here is a surprise new mechanic. You need to try to enter it on the fly, even though nothing else in the game is like this. And nothing else in the game will be like this. Alright, I think he's good. He's looking very dapper and very tall. Yeah, I think it's about right. I might have made him slightly taller than he should be, but he definitely has the presence. Let's get some shading on here, and he will be getting some... Oh, I missed the rivets on his hat. What's in there? He's gonna print that thing out and hang it on his fridge like the proud dad he is. It's funny you say that actually. In our guild, our Final Fantasy 14 guild, we have a channel for like creative content, you know, like artwork you've done or videos you've made or anything really. And it is literally that channel is called The Fridge. Because when you've done something and you're very proud of it, you hang it up on the fridge. There we go, I've got the rivets in. Every second fan hates Azazel. That's fair, that's fair. I remember, for me, when I think of like the terrible bosses from a fighting game, my go-to example is from, what was it called? Guilty Gear... Oh gosh, I'm going to butcher this name. I can't remember exactly which one it is. I think it was Guilty Gear XX Accent Core Plus, I think it's called. In that game, the final boss was like this super crazy boss version of Ino that just does like huge AoEs that you have to duck and jump and dodge over. And again, it's one of those things where nothing else in the game is like this. It's a very different gameplay style, and I don't care for this. This isn't what I bought this game for. I wanted to punch things. Accent Core Plus. Ah, yeah, thank you, yeah. I thought it was that, but yeah. To be fair, the Guilty Gear games all do kind of blend together with how crazy their names are. Also, I'm really mad at modern Guilty Gear. I can't believe Robo-Kai isn't playable. They took out the best boy. Well, one of the best boys. We did at least still get Faust. I'll give him that. But come on. Where's the Robo representation? I can't believe it. Robo Erasure? In current year? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. A little white shade because we've got to do the highlights as well, but it'd be worth it. Gonna make him look as glorious as he is. In fact, actually, I missed a small detail here. Because there is smoke coming out of this usually, or steam. I'm not sure if it's smoke or steam. It could be both. Steam from the steamed clouds we're having? Yes. May I see it? No. Potemkin as a machine taking 75% HP for jumping. I like Potemkin okay. I will say Potemkin is definitely higher on my tier list ever since he put the helmet on. Good helmet. Good look. Kind of makes me think of a 140k orc with like the big metal jaw. Oh, is that Potemkin? I want to like Potemkin more than I do it, admittedly, because I was spoiled with Potemkin, right? Because the very first fighting game that I tried to take remotely seriously was BlazBlue. And the problem is that I got really big into playing Taiga. Now, Taiga in BlazBlue is not good. Like, he's one of the worst characters, I think. But I don't care. I like him. I like his voice actor. I like his gameplay. The problem is, Taiga is, like, really good as a grappler, in my opinion, and really bad for learning do you like grapplers or not, because Taiga's magnetism just lets him bypass a lot of the challenges that a lot of grapplers face. So if you play Taiga and think you like grapplers, like I did, and then you try learning other grapplers, like I did, you realize that other grapplers would kill to have half the tools that Taiga has. And Taiga's still bad. He's still bad. I actually remember, very vividly, when I first got Guilty Gear, the first character that I wanted to learn to play wasn't Taiga. It was actually Taukaka. Because how cute, wacky cat girl. She's cute, she's funny, I like her, I want to play her. I did really badly at her. And I remember going against Taiga. This was Calamity Trigger, mind you, which I think they actually... I forget whether they buffed her health or nerfed his damage. But in Calamity Trigger, Genesic Emerald Taiga Buster was like more than half of your HP if you were playing Taukaka. And I remember, like, one day playing against people online, I proper full-on baby raged. I rage quit the game, went online, and in my frustration, I remember literally Googling BlazBlue, how is Taiga fair? I do not know what I was expecting to find in the results, right? But the funniest thing was, I found a game FAQs thread with the exact words I had typed in. Someone who had been in my position where they had been beaten by Taiga, absolutely demolished, and they'd raged and gone, how is Taiga fair? He does so much damage. And the thing that I remember reading on this thread that made me chuckle, in hindsight, at the time I was like, what? This is madness. This guy is talking out of his backside. Someone had replied to this thread, and they'd replied very calmly, very reasonably, and they broke down all of Taiga's flaws. How he's slow, how he, basically doesn't have a real backdash, how he can't run, he can't air dash. And the very, last thing in their post was, ultimately the question you should be asking isn't, how is Taiga supposed to be fair? And more, how is this game supposed to be fair to Taiga? Because he gets bullied by everyone if they know what they're doing. Mind you, that did not stop me from learning Taiga. Oh, I missed a detail. I missed a detail here. Because Lord Helm has a pocket watch. How am I going to do this one? We'll do it with this. I'm going to do a little bit of a cheaty chain here, because I don't like doing chains. They're a pain in the backside, but mildly. It's attached to the second button. What we'll do is we'll just do like a loop here and follow where it goes. And we'll just feed that chain along there. That needs to go on top though. I need to move the hand on top as well, actually. Oh, hold on. Again. There we go. There we go. And then we'll just take the chain off and put the remaining links on. Chain link 2. Chain link 4. Chain link 6. Chain link 8, activate chamber. Fighting games are part of the character, and part, I played Bardock in Fighter Z, and he's felt super hard, but damn if I'm not going to die without a bloodbath. Yeah, I think that is the thing, yeah. Finding a character that you enjoy, I think, is an important thing with them. Like, in anything, I think, like card games, Yu-Gi-Oh! You could find the best archetype in the world. If you don't vibe with it, you don't want to play it. Doesn't matter how good it is, like, unless you're purely just in it to win and you don't care about anything else, you're probably gonna, like, be willing to play something worse if you enjoy it more. This is the part I'm dreading. These arms, the shading on these arms will be pain. I can feel it. Let's come back to the arms in a moment, since we're down here already, I guess. One fighting game that I would love to see come back, Bloody Roar. I loved that game, and it wasn't even like... It was nothing to do with the gameplay at all. I just thought the concept was really cool. I'm not a furry, but I just think the idea of fighting game where everyone is a werewolf or a were-panther or a were-whatever, I just think that's a really cool idea. And I thought the characters were all really neat. Stun the insect is husbando material, just saying. If you don't believe so, then you're shallow, just saying. I like Darkstalkers. Isn't that also Templar? They're both dead! I do like Darkstalkers. I am aware of it. I've not played it, but I do like that it's just like a big monster mash. I think that's pretty cool. And I do like one thing I do like with Darkstalkers in particular is one of the characters has what I think is one of the funniest fighting game moves ever, and it's what's his name? The vampire. I think his name is Dimitri. He has that one attack, which is Midnight Bliss, that's what it's called, where it's just like, it's the gender-bend attack. I just find that really funny because I love how they don't do much these days, when Capcom were doing all their wacky crossovers, they had to make unique sprites for all the characters just for that, and I just thought that was really funny. I really like attacks that have those kind of like unique reactions for every character. Like in BlazBlue, you have like Amane, who in his astral finish would like turn the character into a kid or a gag character or something. Or Velius, how he had a different version of his astral finish where he's got like, the opponent in various bindings depending on what they are. Tager's behind it between two giant magnets and stuff like that. Ultimately it boils down to the sort of attacks where you want to see how they look on each character because they always look slightly different. Those sort of attacks I always really enjoy. I don't know if there's a name for that kind of attack particularly, but just where every character has a different reaction or a different sprite involved, I think that's neat. Now I find it to fight upon big difference of strength, the fact that both of the choose to throw in the towel fair. But as she got is the super, so it might say unique light. Yeah, that's good as well. But just, I like the sort of very over-the-top responses to that sort of stuff. I can't think of too many examples of that either. Like, you've got Midnight Bliss, you've got Amane's Astral, Velius' Astral. There's probably a lot more out there that I'm just not very familiar with, by virtue of not being huge into fighting games, admittedly. Trunks' burning attack, he goes, Freezer! That's almost like Caesar! Very funny how some of the Dragon Ball Z names are just literally burning attack. It's an attack that burns. Special beam cannon. It's a beam that's kind of fired like a cannon, and it's kind of special. It's like, pretty decent. Then again, I think you could do the same thing in reverse. I think you could make some very cool attack names using extremely mundane Japanese words. I remember a friend of mine once said, if you say it with enough enthusiasm, any phrase in Japanese can sound like you're summoning your ultimate special attack. And I don't think they're necessarily wrong. Just go around yelling, Owen done! It just means cheerleaders. Just means cheerleader. Man, it's attacks in Japanese and literally, yeah, days of the week, yeah. Like bloody Sunday, isn't it one of them? Should have kept your eye on the birdie. Man, Lord help, you're going to be glistening by the time we're done. All this shading. Literally MO of Chip Xanath. Wait, what is Chip's, what are his special attacks? I don't know Chip very well. Oh, bloody Saturday. Oh, double Sunday. That's what I was thinking. Double Sunday. I remember someone told me this once. Is this true or is this a joke? Is it true that Chip Xanath in Guilty Gear did like huge amounts of cocaine? Like, I genuinely don't know. Is that actually a thing in the lore, or is it just like a joke because he just like runs around? It's actually true. That is very funny. That is hilarious. And morphine. I'm like, wait. I can understand how doing cocaine maybe could power you up in combat. I feel like morphine would be the opposite effect. That would be a handicap more than anything. Oh, who trained him was sent to kill him. Oh, huh. I remember Eddie Izzard, the comedian, did a great bit about... So, during the Olympics, or any sporting event, you know, obviously, performance-enhancing drugs are banned. Makes sense. However, what if we had an allowance for performance-debilitating drugs? Smoke a joint and still win the 100 meters. Surely that makes it more of an accomplishment, if anything, right? I'm not advocating for drugs. I'm not advocating for drugs. I'm just doing a funny joke. But, like, I don't know. If I was a judge and I was in the Olympics and someone won the 100 meters and it turned out that they'd done, like, I don't know, LSD before the event, surely that makes it more impressive, right? Like, if you're debilitating yourself. Chip is Guilty Gear's greatest weave, just running down a joke. That's hilarious. I do like when developers make like weeb characters deliberately. In Fate Grand Order, there is the character Osaka Behime, and she is a weeaboo in the dub. Well, I say dub, the translation, because originally she was like a hikikomori, but that doesn't really translate very well. So as a result, they filled her dialogue with random, what's the word? English, where she would just like randomly slip into Japanese halfway through, like "Gomena, sorry," or something like that. Oh, you're fine. Just a druggie. Owned debts to assassinate to kill him. He felt so sorry for Chip. He beat his ass and trained to be a ninja, and he kicked the drugs. Dang. Have you ever been so pathetic that the guy sent to kill you feels sorry for you? Oh, jeez. I do love how wacky the fighting game characters are, though. That is definitely a big part of the appeal for sure. Have you guys ever seen or heard of or played? There is a board game exists called the Exceed Fighting Game System. It is a board game that is designed to emulate the gameplay of one-on-one fighting games. It's not bad. It's not incredible. It's okay. It's fine. But it does have officially licensed expansions for, I believe, Street Fighter, Blaze Blue. I don't think it's got a Guilty Gear one. But like a lot of licensed characters actually are just in the game. It's kind of great. That is that would be our dream for our game, if we could eventually license like actual JRPG characters for it. But his part is that Biker was getting annoyed that he kept saying I'm Japanese for whatever reason with his key. So she taught him actual Japanese, but he still does it because he thinks it sounds cool. That's amazing. That is great. I love Biker. Biker's great. I know a tiny, tiny bit of Japanese, but very little. I probably have about as much of an understanding of Japanese as maybe the average Japanese 3-year-old. Maybe. Maybe. I did Duolingo for like a year, basically, is where I'm at. And even then, the last part of the year wasn't super hardcore studying, shall we say. A lot of slacking off. But, you know, enough to keep the owl satisfied. A menacing owl. Except he doesn't believe in violence. He only tries to earn money so his country that's comic and does go to war and hurt people. And that is Box for the Wholesome Animal Farm. Literally 1989. Or whatever the year is of that book, I forget. 89? 84? I forget. I'm not very cultured, I'm sorry. I think it's 84. There we go, we've got the arms done. Look at those pythons glistening in the sun. Actually, we kind of done the rest beforehand, didn't we? Well, almost. A few bits we can touch up, but didn't realise we actually did the whole body before we did the arms. Or almost the whole body, I should say. Just this little bit here. There we go, and I think that is not correct. That is that. His thigh muscle is bleeding into his knee. That is not how that works. It needs to be higher. On this side as well, actually. There we go, that's better. There we go. Lord Helm is finished. Looking as dapper as always. Go ahead and get him grouped up. Put him down with the rest. And tag even over Joseph. I think Lord Helm would actually get on really well with Joseph, I'm not gonna lie. He really would. They have similar energy. That one has no feeling anymore, his sight's also gone, and he knows he likes Maria but can't feel it, so he's basically supposed to go back, but could if he wants to emotionally numb. That's because pain is all he feels, a physical feeling. Oof. That is unfortunate. That is sad, but, you know, you've got to give him some motivators. Alright, Lord Helm's done, let's get post. Get post to send their reference. It did, let's go! Alright, post, I will do my best for you. You've got a very simple design. But we're going to do what we can to try and make you as beautiful as possible. So here is post. They are post. So, I mean, we'll do our best. I don't feel ready for it. It's pretty complicated. It is pretty complicated post. I don't know if we can manage it, but we'll do our best for you. So we've got 5 whole planks of wood. It's quite a lot. But you know what? We'll make you Ultra HD by making it 3D. There we go. The depth. The depth. And then 3 planks parallel. And again, the depth. That's not quite parallel. That's a bit more parallel. There we go. Tiny gap, but not too much. Post, if you want another chibi, I don't mind, because your design is very basic. I don't mind if there's anything else that you would like me to do as a chibi, I don't mind, because obviously your design is very simple. I don't mind if there's anything else you have in mind. If not, that's fine. If not, that is fine. But you know, I don't want you to feel like you're not getting value for your money. It's entirely up to you. I am fine either way. Do not feel obligated, but if there's anything you think of, let me know. Oh, you like that? Well, every character's a unique illustrated skill. Dizzy has one for... Yes, Dizzy! That's Dizzy instant kill. Faust. Faust's instant kill from Strive is a similar deal. Where, like, they all get different, like, weird, wacky facial features. You know, we'll put a bit of grass down the bottom as well for you. Need a little bit of a lawn here. There we go. And that way you can plant yourself wherever you like. Dinarika, hiya! Hope you're doing well. Welcome in. I want to have a better colour. Yeah. A little bit of shade under this board because of the depth. Down here. And your eyes do have depth, so we're going to give you a shade which we can cheat a little bit to do that this way. She looks at the huge explosion like, what the hell was that? And Slayer doesn't care. She's like, oh well, I could have died. I love Slayer. Slayer and Rachel Alucard in BlazBlue have that one thing that I love, which is the fighting game character who does not care. Like, they are like they could be because they're like monstrously powerful, or they're just like bored or whatever, or not, or whatever. But the character that is like fighting you, but they are not taking it remotely seriously, that is one of my favorite things. We need it this way to get the intercept. There we go. A lot of steps for doing this, which I probably made more work myself, but I've got BlazBlue. Oh, that's it! I love to know more about BlazBlue. It's my favourite fighting game of all time, generally speaking. Alright, Post, I think you're about done in a moment. Nice quick one for us, but hey. No less valuable than anyone else. We'll fill in this little gap here, because the shading would have been under that. Alright, Post, I think we have captured your beautiful likeness here. Actually, maybe move the posts up a little bit. I think it's a little bit far down your central post. Oops, hold on. Yep, definitely. A little bit higher. Oops. Right, leaving the shading behind. Like this. A bit on the sides of this. There we go. Well, that's moved across somehow. There we go. There you go, Post! Oops, what's happened here? Oh, that was from that little crevice there. There you go. There you go, Post, you are done. You look gorgeous. You've never looked better. And this coat is infinity years old. Oh, because it keeps getting put through the time loop? That's so silly. I heckin' love BlazBlue. It's so goofy. 10 out of 10! Oh, I'm glad you like it, Post. Feel free. I would put Post. I'll put this on the Twitter later. Feel free to use whatever you like. I'll also put them in the Discord later. Apparently, I didn't realise this. Apparently, Twitter does not save the transparency when you upload images there. I didn't realise that. So, if anyone wants any of these chippies on their own to just save for transparency purposes, they will be in the art channel tonight. Let's cross off Post, and we get to move on to the penultimate 2. And here is where things jack up, because you know what? Give me a moment here. I'm going to change the music accordingly to this. Bear with me. Because I want a more appropriate music for this one, I think. This should work. Because for the last 2 chibis on the list, I wanted something that would really push me. Something very unlike anything else. Because we've got some wonderful faces on here. We've got frogs. We've got Super Saiyans. We've got waifus. We've got waifus. We've got waifus. We've got a lot of waifus. We've got husbandos. But there's one thing we're missing. You ready for this? I'm missing some mechs. We're doing Mecha Chibi tonight, guys. I'll leave it to your imagination what I go behind that last one. But we're going to start off with my all-time favourite mobile suit, the RGC-80 Gym Cannon. I have no idea how this is going to go, because I have done Mecha Chibi before. And it's kind of less of like doing anatomy and more like constructing. Is how I'm expecting Haro. Haro would have been an easy one. And we're near the end of the list, so we're going to jack the difficulty up. We're past the easy mode. We're going into extreme difficulty. So here's the thing. The gym cannon is very large. But we are going to flub the scale on this, because here's the thing. In terms of height, right? The gym cannon is not actually that disproportionate in terms of scale. Like, if we put the heads next to each other, for the scale purposes here, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, they're about 8.5 heads tall, which is very tall, but they're not disproportionately so. So we are still going to be doing about 3 orbs. And I'm not going to make them giant, because here's the thing. If we make these giant, we're just going to have a very large chibi with a lot of blank spaces on it. So we are going to cheat on the scale. They are going to be a human-sized gym cannon. Let's get started. And you know what? I actually have a gym cannon directly in front of me in the shelf above me, above my desk. So I can reference that as well if I need additional references. This is going to be a weird one. I don't know how it's going to go. We'll see. So let's rough out the pose. I guess we'll... Yeah, I guess we'll call it, but we'll give him a shield. We're going to give him the shield, because the shield is great, because it covers half the body. We'll give him a shield, and we'll give him his iconic beam spray gun, as well as obviously the cannon coming out here. Cannon will go here. So the thing about guns, remember, is... This is why Gundam cosplay is insane to me. If you're drawing a humanoid body, you've got the neck and the shoulders, and they come out like this. Like this, right? Okay, this is really poor drawing, but you get what I'm saying. Like the neck's here, shoulders like this. Gundam bodies, though, are this. Literally, the shoulders are wider than the arms completely. There's not a gentle slope there. You just have a big T shape almost. So we've got to consider that. Essentially, this will be the axle for the arms here. For lack of a better word, axle's probably not the best word. And then the torso would be like right down here. I want to try to get this pose interesting. This is going to be the hard part. Making the pose interesting at the same time. So I want to try and get the gun pointing over towards past it. Like the arm will be coming out like this. With its beam spray gun in hand. But the body is still all facing this way. So this is all the side of the torso. I know this looks like a hot mess, but trust me, I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing, kind of. We're going to even maybe do a bit of a dynamic angle on this. Screw it, let's get fancy. Let's get fancy tonight. Why not? We're nearing the end. We're nearing the end. So we might as well go ham with trying wacky stuff. There's big boots on. Fun fact, by the way, if you didn't know, the gym cannon has a space assault type variation. The way you can tell the difference between the space assault type at a glance is the feet. Gym cannon has the leg warmers that are huge. The space assault type has the skinny ones with thrusters. But it's going to be a great time with us. Dr. Leon, always a pleasure. You take care. Have a wonderful rest of your evening. Take care. I may be getting ambitious here, we'll say. But I think this might kind of work. It's going to be a pain. We are definitely going to cheat with a shield. We're definitely going to use a shield to hide like half this arm. Alright, let's get that head sculpt done. We're definitely got like a slightly downwards angle here, so we're going to work with that, not against it. So let's start putting the side of the head on. And you know, we can put it in the orbs now. We don't need these orbs for this anymore. Proportions being down, we're doing a robot. Yeah, love the song. In the camera. The camera, also known as the one acceptable sticker in any Gundam kit. Well, one of two. There were two acceptable stickers in Gundam kits. The first is the camera, the second one is the optics. Those are the only 2 times the stickers are permissible. Casting, yeah. I just put on Extreme Versus playlist. It's It seems appropriate. Alright, and the gem cannon specifically has a extended headpiece at the back that it contains the two antennae. I love this. I don't know what this instrument is supposed to be, but I love the sound of it. It sounds very weird. Again, it has that kind of wonkiness to it I really enjoy. You put the bunny ears antenna on it. Makes it just like in every Gundam game. I really hope we get a good OST with Gundam Breaker 4. I think we will. I think that they now know very well how to not mess up a Gundam game in the West. So I'm confident. I am so excited for it, I'm not gonna lie. Like, Gundam Breaker 3 was one of my favourite games on the PlayStation 4, I think that was on. Was it PS4 or was it late PS3? I genuinely can't remember. But either way, I had spent so much time in that game. Just don't fuck it up, Bandai, please. Just do not fuck it up, that's all I'm asking for you. I do not ask for much for you. But please, grant me this one wish. Also, we made this very white. This palette is slightly off-white, we'll go with that. Based on a keytar? Oh, it could be, you know, I've never heard a keytar before, I'll be honest. I wouldn't know what one sounds like if I heard it, so I'll take your word for it, yeah. Alright. What's the best Gundam song? And why is it Ash Like Snow? There is a really great video you can find, last I checked it's still on YouTube, of an English female vocal version of Ash Like Snow. It is so good. It is, like Ash Like Snow is a great track regardless, but, you know, every song sounds a bit better when you can understand what they're saying. How are we going to sculpt this head? I'll start with the mouth, question mark? And the Jim doesn't have a neck either, like the Jim does not have a... The Jim's head is kind of like a thumb. We'll do it like this for the moment, just get the shape thing. Can't hear you over Tozoretsa Sekai. I don't remember which one that is. I'm not very good with names of tracks, I'll be entirely honest. Ash Like Snow is like the only one I know the name off the top of my head, and that's just because of the fandom. They're picture making a Trailblazer. You know what? I'll allow it. That's not a bad one. That's not a bad pick. To be fair, I think quite a lot of the, what is it? The Gundam 00 in general has quite a few good openings. And just quite a few good tracks in general. Right, it's actually looking kind of on model. I think we're actually kind of nailing it. Okay, we botched it there. That's because we are combining vectors in weird ways. That line will fix that. And then there is a bit of depth to this. It's not flush. Where's that line from? Oh, no, there we go. Back to Paradise. I don't remember that one, I'm afraid. I'm sorry. Again, I'm very bad with names of tracks. There's only a couple that I will definitely recognise by name alone. Like Flying in the Sky, that's a good one. Yeah, I'm just not very good with names, I'm afraid. I'm sorry. Okay, we're looking not too bad. The back of the head looks a bit too bulbous, so I think we need to bring this in a bit. Yeah, that's looking more accurate. We can probably bring this in a little bit as well. Looking good. Let's fix this angle here. That will correct with some shading later. Alright, the head's looking alright. Head is looking okay. So I'm playing when he says something in the O2. Ah, gotcha. Alright, that's the easy part done. The head was the easy part. It was always going to be. Now we've got to construct this torso shape, which thankfully, at least I do know what the Jim Cannon torso shape looks like, because I built it twice. One's in high grade and one's in master grade. But you know what? We're actually going to just move the head away. I think it would be easier if we just construct the whole thing properly and then put the head on afterwards. We're just building Gunpla. We're just building Gunpla digitally now. That's all we're doing now. It's just that easy. Who needs to buy Gunpla? Just, you know, draw your own necks. Simple. Think about how much money you'll save. Burning love, burning love. Is that... again, I'm really bad with the names. I can only apologise. Is that the one from G Gundam? I'm really, really bad with the names. I do apologise. A lot of the time, if I'm looking for Gundam tracks specifically, I will just go ahead and Google track that plays in Gundam during X position. You know, track that plays when Master Asia dies, or track that plays during Burning Finger. Oh, okay, gotcha. I see. I am dumb. I'm a buffoon. Okay. So cannon assembly. I would love a cannon. I'm sure it'd be very inconvenient to have on a day-to-day basis, but I would kind of love a cannon attachment, just for the occasion, you know. I don't know what I would do with it. I don't have a need for it. I just want one, you know. You ever have that where it's like, I don't need this, I would not have a use for this, I just want one? That's me. I wish I had a shoulder cannon. I have no use for it. It would not be beneficial to my duties in any manner, shape or form. I just think it'd be cool. I never understood why the gym cannon has this void here. It's a very strange part of the design that I don't particularly care for, but it is how it works, so we'll put it in faithfully, but I never understood why the vent here is just, like, opened. I don't know if maybe the cannon required, like, excessive cooling, maybe? I don't know. It's a bit of a strange decision. I'm sure there's some purpose behind it that's written in a book somewhere. Remember, guys, I will say it isn't an anime. It is not anime, you are correct. Anime Janai. Alright, and now for the important part, the cannon. Which you would think I have this memorized how this looks, but actually I don't. Also, I just have to remind you guys, this is the penultimate chibi. This is not the final chibi. The final chibi is harder than this, by a considerable margin. Please look forward to finding out what that one is, because I am going to weep when we get to it. Probably. Maybe. Probably not. I wouldn't have put it on there if I wasn't willing to take the challenge. Alright, so let's have a look at this assembly here. There's like 3 pipes here. First bit here comes up. We'll do the full cylinder here. Comes back to around halfway here. But that's at the back. Oh right, there's a billion layers on top of that. Putting you out of the way, sir. What is EF making multiple models of the gym and left it open for a different model's purpose? Honestly, probably fair, yeah. Have you ever seen the early type gym cannons? Sorry, not gym cannons, early type gun cannon rather. The early type gun cannon, I don't think has ever actually been represented in media, but it is stated as just basically being a gym that they put a gun cannon, they put cannons onto. Just, they put, oh, it was a gym cannon. If I remember correctly, the early gym cannons were literally just regular gyms that they put gun cannon torsos onto. It's really silly. And then surprisingly enough, turns out the gyms weren't designed to hold that much weight and could not stabilize. Who would have guessed? I do love how a lot of the early mobile suit development on both sides is basically just throw shit at the wall and really hope it sticks. Really hope it does, because someone will die if you don't. And the whole time, Zeon is just naming all of their newest amphibious stuff after noises that the captain's baby made that day. Gog! Zugok! Agugai! I'm sorry, I will never take the Zeon amphibious forces seriously because they just sound like baby talk to me. Oh, well, just tossing shit at the wall hoping it works. I guess so. I guess so. This is why we should abolish war and instead sell all of our disputes through children's card games. not only would it be less, you know, bloodshed, less money, but think of how funny it would be. Also named after a Roman. Wait, they are? Like, really? Am I just that uncultured that I don't know anything about Roman words? Or are we talking about different ones? Like, is Akugai named after a Roman word, or is it like a different line I'm not thinking of? I got the Roman word? Is mayonnaise an instrument? That was looking a bit crooked. Let's fix that up. There we go. I think we can probably put that way there, because like their head's gonna block a lot of this. Yeah, it's like I didn't be blocking that. Maybe I'm gonna shrink the head a little bit. Yeah, we'll shrink the head a bit for this, because again we're doing a mech. The usual rules don't apply. We haven't got to abide by the strict chibi rules. This needs to actually line up with this. And the guy's German still? Huh. No, it's in fact an instrument. It's sending people to the Shadow Realm legal. Look, if Aladdin taught me anything, it's that you're only in trouble if you get caught. If you send the guy to the Shadow Realm, and he never comes back to the Shadow Realm, and nobody saw you do it, did it ever happen? Really? I mean, it did, but, you know, who's gonna know? So doing this kind of mecha chibis really does not make me envy the people that have to sculpt Gunpla. Like, man, that is a heckin' challenge. Put it mildly. Although we're looking not too bad. This looks a little bit off, but I think... Actually, I know what the problem is, because this doesn't line up with this. And this line needs to be parallel. That's the issue. This needs to connect to this, this needs to connect to this, this needs to connect to this. And this is a straight down bit, meaning this comes down further. This bit can come back any further in the back. It looks a little bit... Oh, I know what the problem is now. No, the problem is this is too far back. This needs to be along this line. So we'll bring the red down a bit. Accordingly, bring this down a bit more. That's looking a little better. I think the black's a bit too high there. I think that's a bit more better. We're not going to get it picture perfect, but actually, wait, I've just realised what we can do, because this needs to come in a bit here. It's not parallel there. I think as far as possible, I'm going to get to the exact reference here. It's a small detail anyway, but it will bug me if I didn't fix it. I keep it handy, fam. I don't feel like making din din. I might just drink ranch dressing. No! Don't drink dressing! Shadows! Make yourself some dinner. You should make your dinner now! Or order food, I don't know. If you've got the money to do that, you can order food in instead, I don't know. I'm very tempted to order food in tomorrow, potentially. Because I can only bother to cook. I haven't... But we've been doing some very long streams these past couple of days, and I've been having fun. I'm not complaining about the length of the streams, but it's left me very little time for doing like food prep before or after stream. So the temptation to just treat myself tomorrow with a meal is very real. Put in the chest vent. Always feels very strange when it comes to drawing this, because this is like this chest vent looks exactly the same as my cheek, and it's kind of very uncomfortable to me. It's kind of like if a human was drawing like a body part on like a monster that looks like a human arm or something, yeah? It just creates that strange uncanniness to me. Torso's coming okay, although torso is admittedly the easy bit as well, because it's just a brick, basically. Funny-shaped brick. Got a shade colour there. Okay. Alright. Oof. Okay. Easy bit's done. Almost. Waist assembly. That's pretty easy. Basically an hourglass. Gundams are just Legos. They kinda are. Kinda are. I've had people before, like, when I've talked about doing Gundams to them, like, oh, that sounds so complicated. I'm like, no, really, they are. They are less complicated than your average Lego kit, I guarantee you. Back in a bit. Maybe underside. Yeah, I saw the torso come in a bit. Oh. Tiny bit. Good enough, I think. Okay, I know it looks like a hot mess right now, but alright, so now for the parts I'm not looking forward to, which is like the arms and the legs. That's why we're deliberately hiding an arm behind it, because we want to try to avoid doing these things if we can avoid them. Oh, I'm not gonna lie, I'm actually kind of happy with how the head's looking there. The head and the body there are actually looking pretty good. This is exactly the exact same satisfaction you get out of putting together a gunpla. You know what, let's put off the arms a bit longer. Let's work on the legs first. Start with the waist assembly. Now, what this doesn't show is that the front skirt is the separate piece, so... And it's a single solid piece. Very weird design they went with that. Again, I love you, Jim Ken. You may be my favourite level suit, but that doesn't mean there aren't questionable design choices being made here. That's the side, that's the top. Goes under there. A weird crotch piece comes up like this, out like this. And it's actually more of a triangle here. Would go there, that would go up. And I don't think the side assembly or anything particular on it. I think it's just a big one of these, basically. One of my first drawings I ever made when I got into it was Good Perspective Gundam. Oh my gosh, the quality Gundam. I've seen model kits of that, and that's hilarious to me. Also, the EFS admit, after that Astronaut's PP rifle, they would say anything goes. You know what? Fair. It is very fair. Anyway, I think I'm actually going to look at the time, guys. We are finishing tonight, and I think what I'm going to do, I'm actually going to take out the. I want to close the queue. I'm going to stop taking new ones now, I think, because here's the thing. If someone comes in now and gave us like 5 subs and we had to do one more chibi, as I had to do, not like I mind, that would make us go very late with what I've got planned for the last one, I think. And I think rather than just like start tomorrow for like an hour, I think it'd be better to just like, edit here. I'm going to look at the skirt on my actual model. One second, let me stand up. I need to see how this is angled. I think it's square, but it looks angled on this reference. Oh, it is slightly angled at the sides. Okay, gotcha. This angle in the middle comes down a little bit. Yeah, these actually come down slightly down here. Because this would come down further than that. This would come down even further. This would come down to about here, probably. That looks a bit more accurate. We'll put that whole waist assembly its own layer. Oops, we missed a line. They're amazing for because I like a post, so they really show you how the armor can limit. So it's true, yeah, it really is a neat thing. I think as well, that didn't turn out right. I think as well, another neat thing about is building Gundams can kind of help give you an idea for learning drawing, insofar as like limitations of the body as well. Like when you're trying to pose a Gundam, you don't just learn what it can do, but you learn what it can't do. Alright. I'm actually really chuffed with how this is looking. I'm actually I like him. He looks cute. Oh, correct. Hello. Welcome in. Welcome. Hello, wonderfully. Welcome to the end of day 3 soon. We got 2 more in the queue, and I've closed the queue on the chibis tonight because I want to finish tonight. Not because I'm desperate to, but I don't want to just start up for another hour tomorrow. It wouldn't feel worth it. And these last 2 are going to be a challenge, that's for sure. But welcome in. Hope you have a wonderful evening. Always a pleasure to see you, of course. Gym Cannon, let's go. Yeah, we are making it the Gym Cannon. And we have something even tougher than this planned when we're done. I'm not looking forward to that. No, I'm not. I am looking forward to it. I wouldn't be doing it if I didn't want to do it. So let my older brother want to download Master. Oh, nice! Thank you. I'm glad that your brother is willing to make such poor decisions. I'm joking. And it's red. I love red. Oh, yeah, you're going to put Gym Cannon in red. Always going to put the Gym Cannon in red. I mean, I know there is a variant that isn't red, but why would you not put it in red? Iconic. And not iconic in the sense of, like, you know... Oh, out of memory. Yeah, I'm not surprised. We are using a lot of memory using this, guys. Let's say the Q. I say Q. It's 3 times faster. That's the other side. That's the bad guys. Bad guys, air quotes. That's day 3 up again. We're working on the knee. The knee pad. Not red wearing people normally die first. Wrong franchise, Stratos. Wrong franchise. Besides, if we're mixing the franchises in Yu-Gi-Oh!, the red wearing people win every time at the moment. Because they're fire. When the people were crying for new fire support, they didn't mean this. I do know what this bit actually looks like, because if you've built a gym before, and if you've built a few gyms before, you know exactly what the joints on the knees and the elbows and the knees look like. Oh, but that's a huge Yu-Gi-Oh card, so I want to go back to that franchise for this time. It's like, oh, nice, heck yeah. I hope he enjoys his time coming back to it, because I know how coming back to Yu-Gi-Oh can be a bit of a massive culture shock if you've not kept up with it for some time. I know I certainly had that experience. Whoo boy, whoo boy. Now this is a little bit too high. Actually, this has come down further. Yeah, because there is a gap there, but it's not too significant. Now for the leg warmers, the classic. Making his legs a bit bigger here, that's fine. To remember the OG days, fair. I'm gonna do Penny 96 Vendred and Mutant supports. Google, how are Monarchs fair? I've never Googled that in Yu-Gi-Oh, but I've definitely Googled how do you beat blank in Yu-Gi-Oh before. That I have definitely done. How is Snake Eye fair? How do you beat Snake Eye? First response, you don't, lol. Try not to scoop. Lie down. Scoop a lot. People that have made it. Yeah, Trev, yeah. One thing I will agree though with, I mean, a few people have said this, but the one that comes to my mind the most in terms of someone saying this is NBT. Is that Yu-Gi-Oh players are really bad at sharing certain things in a like easy to digest manner, like deck lists or whatever. I wish that there are definitely good media for Yu-Gi-Oh out there, but I wish it was better than it is. We are getting dunked on by like Magic the Gathering players and some of the other TCGs in that regard. Let's move that aside. I think that's good. Looks a bit squiffy, but I think, considering what we're doing, I think it's passable. And then the feet, which are just big, stumpy gym feet. Their profiles of rogue decks too, like the deck lockdown came from another hero player. Oh, nice, heck yeah. I really should watch a little bit more than I do in terms of like deck profiles. The thing that always bothers me with deck profiles is, okay, here's a fun game to play at home. Go onto YouTube, find a Yu-Gi-Oh deck profile. Any deck, does not matter what the deck is. Could be a good deck, could be a bad deck. Find the part in the video where they just show you the deck. Like, don't get me wrong, I understand sometimes it's helpful to have a card-by-card breakdown, especially if you're doing something a little bit non-standard. But sometimes I just want to say, hey, how many copies of Pudica are people running these days? And then I have to sit through a 20-minute Traptrix profile just to see, oh, they're running 2, okay. Alright, it looks a little bit wonky, but I think it's about as good when we get it, honestly. Tyzilla, hello! Welcome. Vanguard is dead. Also, any massive cards, something like Oko was legal for someone when making errata. Errata cans, but was I don't know what that is, I'm afraid. Yeah, I just wish that Yu-Gi-Oh players would just put their deck list in the video somewhere. Just a JPEG of all your cards in the video at the start or at the end. Either would suffice. That's literally all I'm wanting in this situation. Single one shows you the card where like, exactly, yeah. It's like, gonna be heading to bed. No problem, Tyson. Have a wonderful night. Take care. Wizards can out as cans just by saying it works. Oh, okay, fair. Oh, cards, you mean? Right, yeah. Marta cards. Alright. We're gonna leg in. We're our first leg in. Second leg's gonna be a bit more front on, like this leg. So we'll just grab that leg. Shrink it down for references. Best track in Char's counterattack, don't at me. Although admittedly, I will say I like this part of Char's counterattack the most. Like the loot track. This track does get less interesting after the initial bit, I'll be honest. But it's still a great track. Beyond the time. I'm sorry, Stratus, again. I apologize. I don't know which one that is. I don't remember the names, I'm bad. I'm a fake fan. Helm-Chan cancelled for not actually knowing every single name of the OST in Char's counterattack. It turns out you've got me, guys. My secret, I actually don't even like Gundam. I'm sorry, I'm actually a Neon Genesis Evangelion nerd. That's my secret. I've fooled you all. I bet you feel really foolish right now, don't you? It's one that plays when Ammo's home about the falling asteroid. Ooh, it's been so long since I've seen it. I know the scene you're talking about, but I could not put a track to it, unfortunately. It's been... I think the last time I saw Char counterattack was like... old. Probably like 6 or so years ago, maybe? Maybe even longer. Very long while ago, I don't remember it that well. Opening 3 in Origins. I'm really sorry. It's probably one of those ones where if I hear it, like, I'll look it up later and I'll probably go, oh yeah, this one. I'm just completely drawing on it at the moment, though. So I'm gonna watch my angle here, because this is straight on. We're doing like an above view, so the angle would be like, in this case, these would come down like this. I do like the gym cannon leg warmers, I'm not gonna lie. They're somehow very cute on a mech. Like, I can't see there's anything other than leg warmers. Shoot. That's what I need to do. I need to turn Jim Cannon into an anime girl. I don't know how it would work. But if anyone can, I think it's me. I think if anyone can do it, I'm up to the task. Oh yeah, thank you, I'd appreciate it. Yeah, because I will probably forget if I'm entirely honest. And it's not that I don't care, I am just forgetful. They still be Jim though. Jenny Cannon. Wait, wasn't that was the My Life as a Teenage Robot character's name, wasn't it? Huh. Coincidence? I think not. No, it's definitely coincidence. Definitely. It was, yeah. I've actually never seen that show, embarrassingly enough. I wonder how good of representation it is for the experience. You know, because I lived that experience. I wonder if... Is there an episode where Jenny, like, embarrasses herself because she has a bad update and then makes a fool of herself in front of everyone in school? Because, I mean, not that I had such an experience. No, I definitely didn't do that. No, I definitely didn't have a bad patch that made a fool of myself in front of everyone. That would never happen. Multiple times? Oh, good. So playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Because it forced me to play around Archetype, and I'd rather have a fully customized deck. And most of the different types and attributes who effects complement each other. Yeah, I'm gonna play Archetypes. There are some decks that can get away with playing less of archetypal cards and more of cards that just kind of work together. Zombies is kind of the one that comes to my mind in that regard. Like, you could play a big zombie deck where you're not playing any one zombie type. But you got the skin, and the skin became evil. Has that happened to you? My skin's never become evil, no. My skin wasn't really removable. Alright. Well, look, I'm gonna say it. I'm very happy with how he's looking. This is a gym cannon. Like, this looks legit. Alright. I need the shield. The gym cannon shield. Or just the gym shield, I guess. Because it's the same shield. No, it's the Gundam shield. I don't want the gym shield. They're different. Different in a way that only a true gym connoisseur would understand. Wait. Are they all the same in this one? What am I thinking of? I think of the gym too. Am I getting gyms mixed up? Hold on. I'm looking at my Gundams right now, so my track is probably getting a bit crazy. Oh no, I'm thinking of the powered gym had the one without the star on. That's what I'm thinking of. Okay, I am misremembering. I was thinking that the gym shield didn't have the star on it. This cross. But no, the gym shield does. But the gym powered gym doesn't. That's what I was mixing up with. Well, thankfully, this is a fairly easy shape to make. So. Fake gym fan. Look, when you've built as many gyms as I am, you're gonna start mixing them up. It's inevitable. You can't help it. In fact, you know what? Indulge me for a second here. I'm gonna break my tracking again because I'm gonna lean back even further. I'm going to now name for you, for your listening pleasure, I am now going to name every single gym on my shelf in front of me. And I wanted to stand up to do this because I can't see them clearly from below. Going from the left to the right, we have Gym Cannon Space Assault type, Powered Gym, Gym Cold Districts types, Gym Quell, Gym Guard Custom, Gym Custom, Gym Sniper 2, Gym Sniper 2 White Dingo, Gym Sniper Custom, Gym Sniper, Gym White Dingo, Ground Type Gym, Gym Striker, Gym 2 Desert Version, Gym 2, Gym Command, Gym 3, I don't know if I said it or not, but Gym Sniper, Gym 2 Semi-Striker, Gym. And that's all of them. I had to check at the end. The end ones are, jesters, so I don't count. No Gym Sniper with beam from 8th MS team? Yes, that one's there. The Gym Sniper is there. The high-grade Gym Sniper kit is awful. It's garbage. It's basically just a bad ground-type gym kit with the beam rifle. You are basically just paying for the beam rifle. I thought they did a nice high-grade version of it at some point, but I could never find it. To be fair, it is basically just ground-type gym in green. Oh wait, for this team gets a mid-AF? Yeah. Well, they did give us some new ones. They did give us the, the high-grade, easy aids and the high-grade, goof custom, etc. But, yeah, those old kits that one didn't age quite so well, as a certain entertainer might say. Jim Hawkins, I need more gyms. I actually have, but I have Gym Sniper and Gym Cannon are the only two mobile suits I own in both high grade and master grade. Because I don't really collect master grades. So if I'm gonna get a master grade, it has to be of a kit that I am, or a kit or a suit I'm a big fan of. And I do love the even though the kit for the high grade is very mid, as you said, the gym sniper from the 8th MS team is a great design. I love weapons that are so big you need a generator for them or a backpack. High grade is good. High grade goof is awful. Really, I was not my experience. I had a great time with the goof custom. I had no trouble with that kit at all. Maybe I just got a better copy or something. I don't know. This comes slightly high off the bottom here. I never understood why the shield looked like this, I'll be honest. Very strange shape for a shield. Fix this geometry here. You like the real grade? That's fair. I've never built a real grade. Nothing against it. My thing is that my reasoning is I mostly collect high grades purely because actually I just realized why this isn't looking right. This is actually there is a corner of this. But yeah, my main thing for getting high grades is I like high grades because it does not matter what your favorite mobile suit is, you will find it in high grade form, and that's what I love. I love just having a bunch of just guys that look good on a shelf together. Even if they're like guys I've never heard of before, like I own some high grades that I would never have gone actively looking out, you know? Like a lot of the Xeon weirdness, you know. I'm not very much into the old Zeeks, but... Okay, this is bugging me. Look at these. Oh. There we go. How's the corners look? Actually, I'm less convinced about this now. I haven't found a high grade Big Zam. Oh god, I wish. That is the dream. The dream would be high grade Big Zam. Genuinely, that would be... If Steve Bandai, who, as we all know... Okay, this is the wrong shape. I found a better reference here. I'm realizing what we're doing wrong with this. If Steve Bandai, who, as we all know, is the head of Bandai, came up to me tomorrow and said, Helm-Chan, we've noticed you're a big Gundam fan. We would like to reward you by giving you the ability to make any Gundam kit you want a reality. What would you ask for? Very simple. High grade Big Zam. Not even hard decision. Easiest decision of my life. That's better. That's why we were getting this wrong. The white did not line up how I thought it did. That's looking better. Also, this is also a fantastic track, by the way. Unicorn, gorgeous track. Let's see, so this would come up like this, projecting out the lines here. Up to there, up to there. That one can get the white. You see OST, I love it. Yeah, it's such a good OST. Such a good OST. I don't think Unicorn itself as a whole was like, fine. I didn't love it, I didn't hate it. I guess mid would be an okay term for it. That said, the designs and the soundtrack, pretty great. Pretty great. This slightly off yellow we've been using here kind of looks like cheese. I want two other robots, the Unicorn and the new Gundam. Fair. Unicorn is great. The only thing I will say about the Unicorn that I don't like, and this is really, we are mega nitpicking, we are giga nitpicking here. This is not even a complaint about Unicorn itself, but I'm a little bored of Unicorn purely because I've built like 5 of them. Because I have the Unicorn, I have the Banshee, I have the Banshee Norn, I have the Phoenix, I have the full armor Unicorn, and I have the what's the other one? The full armor Unicorn Plan B, which I got when we went to Japan a few years back. So, considering those are basically the exact same kit with a different coat of paint, I'm a little bit bored of the assembly, but that is by no means a real reflection of the design. That's just me. That's a me problem. Skill issue. Yeah, I think if you build any kit that many times, you're gonna start getting bored of it. That's just unavoidable. Also, this is another great track as well. Especially this single-handedly makes me want a Crossbone anime. Just this track alone. This bassline mod. And the guy is a prototype unicorn model in lore. Ah, right. Fair. This shield is actually being more of a troublesome than I thought it would be. I actually thought the shield would be quite easy, but it's a bit of a bugger. This one is a little bit too big as the issue. Be more like that sort of size. I've actually got to think Vigilante. I've not actually heard that one. I never saw Narrative. I'll have to give that one a listen at some point though. Okay, but here's the real question. What has the better song? Burning Finger or Shining Finger? You tell me. There is a correct answer here. You will be judged. Okay, we're looking nearly there, but the bottom looks a bit too square. Yes! You know what? That is an acceptable answer. I will give you that one. Shining Finger. That is in fact the correct answer. But yes is an acceptable replacement. I really just wish... I know we're not. Like, we are definitely never going to get it again. But man, I want more G Gundam stuff. I want another G Gundam! Like a bloody finger. Put the shield up like this a little bit. And I think that putting it here is perfect and we can completely obscure the arm. Yeah! Work smarter, not harder. Oh, we didn't do the white in white. Other way around. The white is white. We need to make it that kind of off-white. Bit of the rest. There we go. So that amazing start and animated treat of this is my final attack. It really does, yeah. But Godfinger is like too dramatic, I think, for G Gundam. Like G Gundam is very goofy, and I think that it doesn't fit as much of a serious theme. Alright, let's get the beam spray gun. Wait, what is this? Hold on. What is this? Okay, sorry. I got really excited for a moment there. So, I have the Gym Cannon image up on Google, right? And I was just about to pull out the beam spray gun. I just saw this. This does a lot for me, but unfortunately this is a custom. It is a custom, but man, I want to meet the man who made this and shake his hand because he has incredibly good taste. Okay, look at the beam spray gun. References. Perfect, that's a great reference. Even the angle we want. Yeah, it's basically exactly what we want. Perfect. Gonna Yu Hakusho and Hunter x Hunter Road for G Gundam. I've never seen either of those, unfortunately. I'd like to, but it's just that thing where it's like... It's so old and there's other things I want to watch, you know? So let's do our janky-ass gym hand here. We're not going to trace the gym. We are not tracing this, by the way. I'm just putting it here because it is really the angle we want as well, so this helps me imagine how the hand will fit around it. I have been guilty of tracing in the past, but I would never put out like a... If I ever trace something, it would only be because I would do it for like a small thing that I'm just going to show to like one or two people as like a D&D reference. I would never put out finished work like that, of course. That'll work. What you, Hakusho? It's apparently something I've grew up with. If Yusuke met Pegasus, he definitely could call a sassy bitch. Right, so the beam spray gun is a tube that sits on the top of the hand assembly. A slightly lighter grey. We have a carry. I don't know. I never understood why the beam spray gun needs a carry handle. What purpose does this serve? Like, it mounts magnetically to the mobile suit in question, right? So, like, why would you need this? Like, if you're in a position where you can carry this gun with your mobile suit, you don't need a handle. My favorite line was that as a teacher blaming Yusuke for commenting dirt, and Yusuke said, "You shouldn't talk, makes you sound stupid." That reminds me of, oh god, I forget exactly where I heard this line from originally, but I've heard it in a few places, which is, where someone will say something like, "Oh, you're making me sound stupid, or you're making a fool out of me," and then you say, "I'm not making a fool out of you. You're doing that perfectly well on your own. You don't need my help." Or a variation thereof. I never understood why it's called the beam spray gun either. It doesn't spray. It literally has one job based on its name, and it fails to do so. It just shoots a single beam. Where is the spray involved? That's not what a spray means. I remember when the very first Gundam game I ever played. Before I really knew much about Gundam, like my knowledge of Gundam came entirely from Double O at the time. I remember encountering the beam spray gun, and I chose it thinking, "Oh, well, clearly this must be a shotgun, right? Spray gun? Makes sense." And then I was really confused, like, wait, this is a pistol. What? Why is it called a beam spray gun? And it might be for the base to pick up and handle it? I guess, maybe, yeah. Well, no, wait, no, the beam spray gun doesn't use ammo, though. That's the thing, like, the beam spray gun, despite having a very obvious magazine well here, it's an energy weapon. There's no ammunition to be fired. It's powered by the mobile suit in question, which is raising its own questions, admittedly, but... Oops. What is this track? I don't recognise it. Oh, it's a crossbow one, okay. Part of that track kind of sounded like the instrument was like farting, I'm not gonna lie. That nozzle's a little bit too short as well, let's make it a bit longer. Extend the nozzle. Maybe the beavers are saying some real life files. Maybe, yeah. Jupiter Empire thing. Ah, gotcha. It's very weird to me how Crossbone has like established themes for things, considering it doesn't have an actual anime. It's not a bad thing, it's not a complaint, it's just kind of strange. Like, this has become the theme of whatever, even though it only ever appeared in like a couple games. Yeah, it's weird. I hope Crossbone gets an anime one day. It definitely seems deserving of it from everything I've seen. And then we've got the back side of it, so we've got like 3 vents here. We're basing off this particular reference, it might not be accurate, but it's close enough. And then I remember the pommel? Butt? Butt, I guess. It's a gun, isn't it? But guns have butts. Hazy! Hello, Hazy! Hazy Raid, heck yeah! Welcome in, Raiders. I'm Helm-Chan, the perfectly normal robot maid. We are coming to the end of my Chibithon. We've been drawing chibis today. Look at all these beautiful beans. Let me shout you out, of course, Hazy. Let me shout you out. Oh, no, I almost spelled your name wrong. Let's do it. Oh! Yomi must be here. Thank you, Yomi. Chibis, yeah, we've been doing chibis. We're coming to the end soonish. This is our penultimate chibi. We are doing the Gym Cannon from Gundam. Because I hate myself and want to challenge myself. But the final one will be quite the treat. Thank you for the vote though so much, Hazy. I really appreciate that. If you need to go and take care of post-stream aftercare, I totally understand. But thank you for bringing your community over. Of course, of course. Always lovely to see you, Hazy. You're always a delight. Also, Yomi, since you're here, Yomi, look. Look at this Spyro girl. I accidentally made something amazing. I turned Spyro the Dragon into an anime girl, and I kind of fell in love with her. I love this design so much. Yomi, this is going to be a thing. I'm drawing this character again. This Spyro girl is going to be a thing. This is going to happen. This is not optional. Yeah, we got Joseph. I wanted to try to do a wide variety of different like builds and different types. In fact, let me show you. We got a few more as well. Let me show you a few more we've done from our previous days, because this is day 3. We're going to probably finish up today, which is great. But let me show you the ones we've done in the previous days real quick while we've got you all here. Folder, Chibithon day 2, and Chibithon day 1. There we go. So this was our day 1 affair. So I have closed the queue, but what I had been doing was allowing people to donate subs to extend the stream. So some of these were people donating subs to ask for specific characters. So, Jewel Thief Dave, thank you so much for the follow. I love your name, it's a wonderful name. So yeah, we got an original character from someone here. Frog the Jam, the lovely Saying, Goku, hi everyone, it's me, Goku. Lovely Super Mika, Dr. Leon, and I forget this character's name, I'm sorry, someone donated for this, I forget her name. What was the character's name again? Their name was... This was... Amelie Azazel from Welcome to the Demon School. And we got Evil Twin Key Skill. And then for day 2, a bit more clustered here, we've got a few lovely faces here. We've got, of course, let's spread that a little bit here. Oops. I overlapped them for a group shot, but that makes them hard to show off. Hold on, let's just spread that a bit. And there we go. We have got Kelly Doe. We have got the Gate Guardian. The Gate Guardian is here. I am going to put this on Twitter later and ask people what is he offering you or what has he grabbed. We've got Evil Twin Leader to go with Key Skill, the Sleepy Balbooska, Dear Bellstar, the Black Witch, here to ruin the Master Duel meta, and as part of my ongoing series of turning things into anime girls that should probably not be anime girls, we have Crash Bandicoot and Croc, who is wearing Crocs because she is Croc. And very clever. So naughty, yeah, I love how they've been turning out. These designs of like turning things into anime girls is a lot of fun. I always have a ton of fun doing them. And then today we've got Tasmanian Tiger, Clonoa, Spyro. We had another request, someone asked for their OC. Joseph, Post, and Lord Helm himself is here to grace us with his presence. We're working on the Gym Cannon. We're nearly done with the Gym Cannon actually. We just got the right arm to do. And then we will be on to our final chibi of the Chibithon. And I have definitely not made the easiest last. I've saved the hardest for last. But Hazy, it's lovely to see you. Thank you for being community over. If you need to go and take care of your post-stream care, I totally understand, of course. But it's lovely to just see you again, love. I hope whatever it was you were up to with your stream, you had a wonderful time with it. Let's go ahead and fix up this. Actually, I think that... Yeah, the carry handle's a bit too far forward compared to this. I may not be able to draw it from memory, but I certainly do know my proportions on the beam spray, aren't they? That's a bit better. It's amazing. Of course, always. I'm going to get some rest and do some college work, so a lovely night. Always a pleasure, Hazy. You have a great night's sleep. Take care of yourself, and yeah, always a pleasure. Have a great one. I'll put our gun here. Oops, no, we missed the other side barrel. There we go. Alright. Hand looks a little bit large. We'll shrink it a bit. Shrink it a little bit. There we go. I actually don't know if the gym can make this pose. I'll be real. I think he's a bit too restricted in his movement. But you know what? We'll fudge it. We'll fudge it. We did cut off his leg, which I should have copied, but we'll just cut off his arm instead. And look what we're doing with that. Yeah, I think we can just fudge the arm here. swore we already had this track, but I'm not complaining about getting it again. The track absolutely slaps. Okay. Black cap on the end. Single red stripe. Put in the elbow core here. But I'm just trying to think of how the Jew would have to do this. It would have to have the elbow like that. Actually, that works. Yeah, it would. Yeah, the elbow would be sideways, pointing up, because it's basically doing like the arm is out forward and then turns to the right or left, whatever this is. Whatever it is from his perspective. This would come up here. Yeah, we are definitely going to hide some of this, which is always a plus when you're doing mechs. Hiding the hard geometry. Let me think here. Right up and then sideways. That means that the shoulder assembly actually would come out like this. This is the front of the shoulder in this instance. Yeah. Okay, we're actually not going to hide as much as I thought. That's okay. Okay, mate, and I got what's more of a good message to be fun. Helmet Pose, thank you for the subs. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful night's sleep. It's always a pleasure to have you here. Take care. And as I said, I'll post these in the Discord and on Twitter for you if you want to download later. Okay, so the arm would come out like this, which actually means that kind of solves for how the rest of the arm attaches. Because that means we now can line this up with the rest of the arm. Like that. That looks convincing. I'm mildly annoyed though about hiding like so much of the chest this way. What if we like rotate it down slightly? That look okay? That looks okay. It's a bit squiffed. We have to change this a little bit, but I want to show off that chest again. We spent so much time drawing it. I'm gonna do a whole robot, gosh darn it, I want to show off the whole robot. I paid for the whole robot and I'm gonna use the whole robot. I think we'll just have to kind of fudge this elbow a little bit here. I don't think there's a... I mean, to be fair, the Jim's elbows are kind of fudged anyway, in real life. Like, this does not work, this assembly here, in this image, so... Where's my actual Jim? How does his elbow work? Let me have a quick look at him. Oh, right! Duh! Yeah, it's a double hinge. Right. That's how I did it. Well, not a double hinge, but there's a third piece in the assembly here. That's how it's done. Don't use that. Yeah, so there's a grey piece that goes between the upper and lower arms, which we can use to fudge this elbow connection a little bit more. Because this can be basically whatever shape we need it to be. And then this arm looks a little bit skinny here, so let's bring that out a bit. Nope. Over here. Oops. Don't want to join that there. This line is coming here. This is the side. Alright, I'm happy with that. I'm gonna sign off on that. Yeah, the shoulder's a bit... Not shoulder, elbow's a bit gnarly. It's not perfect, but it's good enough. Well, I think we can just do a little bit of a list here just for the back of the shoulder armour. And like, yeah, this is possibly hiding more than it should, but it's good enough. I want to get onto the last one to that, but getting late. So, go ahead and start shading the boy. See why they comment gun the figures like this, cute but not funny? They do! Actually, Stratus. Stratus, Zordon. Keep mixing. I haven't done that for a while. There's a line for this, actually. They're not that easy to find, but let me find you a picture. There is this line that is called Gundam Converge, right? Which is exactly this. Chibified but you still have lots of that lovely mechanical detail on there. I only have a couple of these, but there are quite a lot of mobile suits you can get. I have 2 gyms, a gym cannon, which I found in Japan, and a gun tank early type from the Origin. So, I will say, they're very small. They are about like maybe an inch, inch and a half, 2 inches or so tall. They're very small, so they're very like pocket sized. They can be a little pricey, but they are really cool. If you want to like a bunch of guys that look great on a desk together, this line is a very good line to have. I would definitely have bought more of these if I hadn't already committed to a huge high-grade collection, that's for sure. Yes, Gundam Converge. They actually come with, funnily enough, they come with like bubble gum for some reason. I don't know why, but you know what, pop off I guess. I don't know if they do any G Gundam ones though, I have to look that up. I think it's mostly, what's the word? I think the line is mostly Universal Century. I have seen some wing ones, but I'm not sure if that was like a special set or not. I have to say, I'm very happy with how this gym cannon's turned out. I knew it would be tricky, but we got there in the end. Period Defender Gundam Force World. Oh yeah, the SD ones, yeah. I've never been too big into the SD Gundams, I'll admit. I have no issues with them, like, in principle. The problem I had was I bought a couple of SD kits, and I was just kind of... Okay, I know this is kind of dumb, what I'm about to say, like, this is kind of like, what did you expect? They were way more basic than I was expecting them to be, though. Like, I don't know what I was expecting, but, like, I bought a Heavy Arms one, and I think it was a fairly old one, to be entirely fair. But literally, I built the thing in like 10 minutes. Like, I've built 30-minute missions kits that took more time than that. I've been Superior Defending Gundam Force. I'm not sure. It didn't have eyes. Like, I know some of the SD ones have like cartoony eyeballs on them. It didn't have any of that. I can tell you that much for a fact. They were like just regular solid mobile suit eyes. So I'm not sure if that helps to narrow it down at all or not. I'm not very familiar with the line. Is that? Oh, okay. Oh, maybe is that a bad line then? I'm not familiar with the SD ones. I think the only SD one I remember building and did have a good time with was barely counts as an SD one. It was the Super. What's it? The Star. What's it called? What was Fumina's one called? Star Winning Gundam? Or was that the main characters? I'm forgetting the name suddenly. I can't think what it was called. Kadozy Game! Thank you for the follow! Welcome in! I'm having a wonderful evening tonight. I'm trying to... What's the name of that one Gundam from Build Fighters that looks like an SD Gundam but then has a non-chibi mode? I am completely forgetting what that thing's name is called suddenly. Good things with the SD bump toys. I can see that. They're a shit ton of stickers, but they're fun to paint and customise paint-wise. That's fair. If that's what you're into, I can see them being good. For me, personally, I am completely incompetent at painting. So I am never doing that. Was it just called a Winning Gundam? You might be right, hold on. Oh yeah, oh, Star Winning Gundam. It was Star Winning, okay. I was getting the names mixed up. Yeah, that one. That was an alright build. I do have that one displayed in the non-high grade mode. The non-high grade. The non-chibi mode, just because it fits the rest of my shelves. But I did like the gimmick of it being an SD and a high grade. That's quite a neat design. Kind of fell off of the old Build Fit series, come to think of it. Yomi and I briefly started, well, okay, we watched all of Build Fighters. And we watched we watched all of Build Fighters, we watched part of Build Fighters Try. We kind of fell off on that. And we watched all of Build Divers, and then we just bounced really hard off of the one after that. I forget what that one was even called. It's a shame, because I thought Build Fighters was, like, honestly really good. Like, okay, Star Build Strike versus Wing Gundam Fenice, honestly, one of my actual favourite Gundam fights, and it's not even a real Gundam fight. Because of the 2-piece figure, I was given a gift of an hour to build and paint. Yeah, sometimes they can be quite basic. Especially if it's like the old ungraded kits. I have some of the old ungraded, what's the word? G-Gundam kits. And those are extremely basic. It's a sub! Welcome in, as we Frenchy, yeah! We were doing a Chibithon. I've closed the queue now, but we were doing a little promotion where people could donate subs to get a chibi, so yeah, congrats on your sub! Welcome in, hope you're having a wonderful evening tonight. Why is this layering incorrectly? Oh, because this is grouped. That would do it. Oh, hold on. I don't make that white. There we go. One of the nice things about doing shading on mecha is, because they're just like blocky, you can just grab whole pieces of them and just change the colour and it just works. Best fight of the entire anime, hands down. Yeah, it really is. It's a fantastic fight. And again, it's very funny. I honestly rate it as one of my best Gundam fights, period, like in terms of the animes. And the funny thing is, it's not even a real Gundam fight, it's action figures. But it's still just, it's so good. I love Fellini. Fellini is absolutely his Bandai material. Like, the man flirts with a woman at a cafe by sending her a gunpla via the waiter. If that's not smooth, I don't know what is. Riz since before Riz was even called Riz. A few more bits here to fetch in. We are getting very close to being done with the Gym-Can, guys, and that means we're going to move on to the final chibi of the Chibithon. And I have saved something a little bit special for the final one. It's going to be a long one. We're going to be going late tonight. But you know what? We signed up for this. We'll see how much I regret this when we get halfway through it, because I have a feeling I may. But we're committed. He just fucks up the move. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Build Fighters really did have such a perfect blend of... the action was good, the comedy was good, the characters were pretty good. But yeah, not every one of them was a banger, but like... There's no characters in that show where I'm like, wow, you are terrible, I hate you. At worst, it's just like, you're fine. I guess I'll tolerate you being here, but like, you know, I don't really care for you. Unlike in, Try, where there were a couple of characters that were really just very obnoxious. Mashed as there was. I don't even remember the names, it's been so long. I feel like I would probably will agree with you when I remind myself who that is. Well, I'll tell you what the weirdest thing for me was, actually. I stumbled upon the dub of Build Fighters Try. It is so bad, like, ungodly awful. I heard someone say that it was a Southeast Asian dub. So it's entirely possible that some of the people there, it's not necessarily their first language, but man, is it. It makes for some really rough listening, and that comes from someone that generally likes dubs. Like, I prefer watching my stuff in dub when I can, because it lets me do other things with my free time. And even I couldn't listen to more than like a minute of that. It was that bad. Alright. Think we're about done. I'm looking for any bits we've missed, but I think we've got basically everything here. Gym-Can, ready for deployment. Whew. Alright, it's time. We've had a lot of fun tonight, we've had a lot of interesting chibis. A lot of very different body types, a lot of different species. It's time for the final piece of the Chibithon. What could be so bad that I would think it's harder than doing an actual literal Gundam? What could possibly be lurking beneath this static that could be so terrifying that I left it to the very last? This music is very appropriate for this build-up I'm giving here. What could possibly have a name that is almost as long as number 41, Baguska, the terribly tired tapir? Well, you know him. You love him. You cannot stay on the field when he is there for very long, because he will detach two materials to send you to the graveyard. And then along came Zeus. Yeah, we're doing it. We're doing it. Divine Arsenal, A Zeus, Sky Thunder is our final chibi for the Chibithon, because I do not hate myself enough, apparently. You don't know what Zeus is. He's a robot. And just like the Jim Cannon, he's a complicated boy. Oh god. Oh gosh. I had not looked at this guy any closely before. I may have bitten off more than I can chew, but you know what? That's fine. It's chibi. When it comes to chibi, we simplify where we can. Let's shrink him down. Oh, he is so large. He's a gigantic man. The absolute unit. He is huge. He's so large. Okay, I think we're not going to try and get cute with this one insofar as trying to do something wacky with the pose. I think we're just going to try and one-to-one the pose, because... I mean, look at this. Look at this. Why am I even attempting this? What is that? This is a Divine Arsenal AA Zeus Sky Thunder. It is a Yu-Gi-Oh card. More accurately, it is a rank 12 light machine monster with 3000 attack and 3000 defense. And the effect that, once per turn, if an Xyz monster battled this turn, you can also Xyz summon Divine Arsenal A Zeus Sky Thunder by using one Xyz monster you control as material. Transfer its materials to this card. Quick effect, you can detach two materials from this card. Send all other cards in the field to the GY. Once per turn, if another card you control is destroyed by battle or an opponent's card effect, you can attach one card from your hand, deck, or extra deck to this card as material. And he's a heckin' big lad. Can't wait for his figure. Yes, Yami! Definitely, I'm so excited. Final boss, but he is, yeah. He is the final boss of the Chibithon. I'm scared. Nah, we're fine. We're gonna do this. Let's block out his pose. The wings, we're gonna cheat on. When we get to the wings, we're 100% just gonna copy paste the wings. Draw Melfi riding him instead. Alright, I'm just gonna try and block out this shape here, because, oh, this is gonna be a pain. At least he hasn't got feet. That is the small consolation. He has no feet, so at least that's one less detail to draw. He just has very pointy legs. And he's kind of like very thick legs, actually. I never realised. Damn, he's thick. Zeus technology which is beyond the need of feet, true. I actually generally get the impression that Zeus is probably one of those kind of robots that only exists in space. Like, it was probably constructed in space, it probably would collapse under its own weight in Earth's gravity, I would imagine. That's the impression I always got from it, at least. The orb. We don't even need the orbs anymore. Screw the orbs, we have moved beyond the need for orbs. And he's really good looking, though. He is a looker. This is his final mission. Oh, this is Trans-Am Riser, right. I get the names mixed up. We're just roughing out these shapes, getting them in there. The below is tin and I've got, yeah. We're a giant ship, you can ignore half of the true. just gonna, like, again, try and get in what we can here with the pose. Oh, by the way, he's gonna have small arms. Like, Zeus has got quite large arms normally, but he's gonna be small because he's Chibi. Chibi means smaller arms. I'm thinking what we're gonna do is we're gonna do him without the giant wing shoulders first. We're just gonna go ahead and do the main body of Zeus, and then we'll put the wings on afterwards. That seems like the play. Let's get let's get the bigger efforts again, just so I can get a better look at the face. Just because that is by the time we've shrunk him down to be a bit more sampleable on screen, the head is very small. Alright. Very cool head sculpt, I will say. I am so excited to build this guy when they release his kit eventually. Let's start with the eyes here. Eyes? Visor? Eyes or visor? One of them? The angriest chibi we have here, I think. I'd be Gurren Lagann. I wouldn't know, unfortunately. I only watched a little bit of Gurren Lagann. I did unfortunately bounce off of that one. I have a friend who's super into it though. He keeps telling me I should watch it, and I'm like, I've got other things I want to watch though. I probably would enjoy it if I tried it again. It's Metroid. Okay, so he's got like a big square chin. I like this. I might fudge the angle a little bit here again, but it's fine. It's fan art. Doesn't have to be precise. And I will say this as a very tiny flex. I've never seen a chibi of Zeus before. I'm sure someone probably has done it. I am certain I am not the first. But it'd be the first one I've seen. Like the silver color. Gosh, this face, if you can even call it a face, is really bizarre. Actually, I don't even like how this is turning out. This is not pointy enough. It's got just like a very distinct point here. Like this. Yeah, that's more the shape, I think. Let's use that for a base. There's a black layer beneath it. Wrong side. We'll get this kind of dark grey colour. And I guess we'll put all these lines on. I'm not sure how much of this is like panel lining or lighting or what. We'll just slap it all on there. Oh, I didn't do this correctly. Either. Hold on. Have I done it? That needs to be the lighter grey. And then the gold comes beneath that. Okay, we're starting to get somewhere. Now it's Dark Face Metroid. Back. Zebbies is exploding and you're an awful goose. Right, so the totally not Gundam antenna comes out like this. It's yellow on the underside. And then silver on the top. And she ran out of room to scroll there. A lot of detail. Yeah, there's a lot of detail. He's a very detailed guy. I mean, I'm not surprised they're making a kit of this thing. Well, I actually got the Yu-Gi-Oh! Artwork book, the one that came out recently, the card game artworks. Very nice book. And it's really wild how many like details go into the designs of these cards that you don't ever see. Like, they're just not visible. I look how rare Zeus's face is, like all the details there. You are never seeing this on the table. Like, even if you get your Zeus card and hold it like close enough to your face that you can inhale the paint off of it, you're never going to notice these details. But they put them on there anyway, because I guess they're just that dedicated. God bless them for it. Alright. Not too bad, not too bad. This is going okay. I thought this was going to go worse than this. It could be going better. Well, we are kind of on the easy part. The head is at least vaguely humanoid in shape. You know, we actually have to move down. We're too high to the top of the page. And we've got room to do his big middle horn. Blade almost. As a shape like this. 3 presumably cameras, I'm guessing? 3 dots either way. Well, today, everyone, take care, have a fun stream, and good night. Good night, Rodrigo. Have a wonderful night. Thank you for being here. Hope you've enjoyed yourself, and I hope to see you again soon. Take care. Alright, we are finishing Zeus tonight. We are finishing the stream tonight. We are finishing the Chibithon tonight. The final boss of the Chibithon is before us. We will defeat him eventually. Even if we have to be up all night to do it. Which is a lie, because we've already been up all night. It's actually 4:48 in the morning currently. So we have been up all night to defeat him. And this is where we get to the weird shapes. He's got a cylinder in the back of his head. Which is partially this shade. But then we've got like a black shade here. Which I guess we can use this shade for. Now, I really should have probably saved this chibi idea for when I was, when we actually had the kit and I could look at him in person, but you know what, that's fine. We'll look at it later and laugh at how off-model he ends up being. And you know what, maybe I'll make this Zeus into like a sticker for the Discord after. We can finally have an Along Came Zeus sticker. Actually, that's not a bad idea. I said that's a flippant remark, but I might actually do that. Which, by the way, of course, little plug if anyone here isn't. If you'd like to join, we do have a Discord. Helm-Chan Discord is open for business. If you like what I'm doing here and you'd like to know more about when I'm going live, we do all kinds of different things. We do Yu-Gi-Oh!, we do platformers, we do RPGs, and we might do a little bit more in the future. This is kind of a little one-off event for myself, but we might make not necessarily chibis, maybe a bit of something different, but I've had a lot of fun doing art, and it's been fun hanging out with you guys while I've been doing it. You know, it actually is not looking too bad. Again, we're fudging a lot of these shapes, but I mean, that's fine. The giant robot, we're allowed to fudge our shapes. I mean, it looks like Zeus from a distance so far. We're succeeding the assignment. So far. Right, let's work out what's going on with the cheeks. So he's got like a samurai helmet shape. Yeah, we definitely have to work a little bit of bodge work here because you can kind of see it looks like the head almost seems to connect to the body through a different means. Like this bit here, this whole ordeal here. We may just omit that in favour of making the chibi more cohesive. We can see there that is a separate piece there. Actually, that looks like the neck rather than the head there, actually. I think the head stops here. Let's go underneath here, which will just fill in with a chunk of, like, just dark grey. Almost black. Look at this orb. Yeah. Okay, I think the head's actually nearly done. Definitely get a newfound appreciation for how complicated this design is now. Holy cow. Oh, there's a fighting one piece there. That one, and then we have just a single. I'm gonna have to see this piece of the cheek. Okay, don't grab that line, thank you. We'll just fill in the void here with a bit more of that almost black colour. Your hand-drawing robot animations are crazy. You are correct. I don't know how they did it back in the day. Okay, I'm actually quite happy with that head. I think we're doing okay so far. I might tidy the eyes up a little bit, but I think we're not doing too bad. Like, I think if I showed this to someone who didn't know I was doing a chibi, perhaps, or... I think that this is recognizably Zeus, is what I'm getting at here. Alright. It might even be an idea to do Zeus in pieces like we did with the gym cannon, although I didn't mean that we did end up doing pieces we threw away. Maybe that's not the best idea, actually. Take the whole upper body piece here and have a look at that. Alright. Look at Engine and go, let's make this but 100 times harder. Exactly. Exactly. Alright. Alright, so here's the thing. Zeus's chin is actually covering a good chunk of his body here. So let's try and abuse that. Let's try and use as much of that as we can to cover up parts we're not wanting to draw. Like... Actually, no, I guess the chest would stick out a little bit, wouldn't it? Yeah, that's in front of his head. Darn it. Okay. Go ahead and drop in some blue on that. This really does feel more like architecture than artwork at this point. We are just constructing this thing from various shapes and tricking our brains into thinking this is how it works. Some of these gold going here. So far this isn't too bad. The head is a bit tricky. So far the torso's not too bad. Like, there's a lot going on. But he's not too complicated. It's just a lot of bits, and understanding how the bits go together is, so far at least, not too hard to understand. This connects to this piece here. That is way too high, isn't it? That's right on the top. There we go. Okay. Oh, have we reached the end of the soundtracks? Oh my gosh, we did. Let's just restart the soundtracks, that'll do. Hopefully we can get through this before one more playthrough of this whole playlist is done. It only seems appropriate to have, you know, giant robot music going while we're building Zeus. Okay. Come together. what goes around this assembly? That is just silver, okay. Oh, it can just be done in silver. Oops, did I need to cut that? Layer that. That could probably have a little darker layer around it even. Actually, that's not grey, that should be the black colour. I think. Yeah. And this comes down side a little bit. But watch out, I'm kind of going onto the abs here, past it. What's fun? We're going to Chibithon it. A Char might help with a robot. I feel like Char would take you up on that offer if you gave him that. Become a robot, become a better pilot. He'd be like, yeah, bet. To be fair, if you are given the choice to become a robot, I would highly encourage you to take it. Hashtag not biased. This bit comes out after this. Alright, we've fudged it a bit. And by a bit, I mean quite a lot. But again, we're doing a chibi. Proportions being perfect are not exactly on the agenda. He's a psycho after all. Wow, wow, Stratos, wow. Maybe he's the correct one. Maybe you're the insane one. Did you ever think of that? My flesh not being ruined by a magnet. If you're ruined by a magnet, if your robot is ruined by a magnet, your robot is terrible. Alright, let's get his abs in. I'm just going to grab this for a closer look. Zeus is ridiculously... Why does Zeus have abs? I'm not complaining. I'm not complaining that Zeus has abs. I just question why he has abs. What if it turns out Zeus is just a guy in a suit? That would be kind of disappointing, actually. You know what you say, speaking up for Char. What are you talking about? What are you on about? I'm not a Char fangirl. I'm a Federation fangirl. After all, the Federation has gyms. Way better than smelly Zaku's. Starting to move out the way. Alright. Let's move this to the back so we can see the abs a little clearer. I think this bit's a bit off. Let's just fix that a little bit. Bring that bit up slightly. Don't need that anymore. Too zoomed in on that, I couldn't realise what was going on, but I just focused 2 pieces there. And these abs are really bothering me. Why am I not able to get these correct? No, don't delete that, that's okay. Let's try that again. Let's grab a nice close zoom in. Let's try that again. Well, because they're just very small pieces here we're trying to do. So we have the round bit in the middle here. And we have like a butterfly joint out here. It's all in the reverse. This bit comes around and comes underneath there. The flat bottom. The reverse here. This bit comes up and comes around an invisible button at the bottom here. Comes around, comes down here. Okay, I think that's about it. Okay, I think we were not squishing them enough to account for the proportions. That's the issue. Not perfect, but good enough. We are doing chibi, so it's going to be about... It was a sassy lost child. Rangers us welcome. We are doing the Divine Arsenal, AA Zeus, Sky Thunder. There's a weird abs like act. Yeah, I don't know what they're meant to be, but... I mean, it could eventually look a bit like abs, but yeah. Let's take the head off, take the arms off, and let's just group this for easier layering later. Here we go. Up top. Maybe just a little bit. Just a little bit. Here we go. Go away this card. It is a very strong card. Very good for generic boss monster. Okay. Alright. Do we do the body? You know what? Let's do the arms last because that does kind of lead into the wings that I'm dreading to do. They might not even be that bad. Maybe they'll be easy. Who knows? Let's grab the waist. A whole bottle of Stratos, but why though? But why, dear? Why would you do that? I'm not questioning that you can. I'm questioning why you did it. You could have not. You could have just not. You could have had a sandwich, packet of crisps maybe. But why? Next time you try to bring up a point about Super Potty being legal, I'm going to remind you of this moment. A moment where you drank an entire bottle of French dressing. Yes, it will not be relevant to the balance discussion at hand, but I feel like it speaks to the mentality of someone that would defend Super Polly when they drink an entire bottle of ranch dressing. Or French dressing, rather. Sorry, my mistake. Completely different. Anti-Esther was banned for the same sins. Exactly, yeah. Anti-Esther also. It's a shame because I like that card. Just enter with the artwork. Very cool design, but obviously never should have existed. Any Yu-Gi-Oh card that just says your opponent cannot play Yu-Gi-Oh this turn probably doesn't have much of a business in existing. At least on our reality. Maybe a different one. You know, at the risk of jinxing myself here, I'm not gonna lie. So far, asterisk, this has not been as hard as I thought it would be. It's hard, it's challenging, but I was expecting Zeus to be a lot more difficult than this, I'm going to be entirely honest. I may regret saying this in like 10 minutes. But so far, like, these shapes are quite clean and easy to work with. Gonna die for breath. Oh, Zay, welcome back! Welcome back! We are on our final chibi of the Chibithon. We are doing the Divine Arsenal AAA Zeus Sky Thunder, who is a considerably large robot. But you know what? Not going too bad. Honestly, it's a challenging chibi to do for sure, but almost feels in some way. Maybe I just got warmed up on the gym cannon, but in some ways this actually feels easier than the gym cannon. I guess part of that might be because we are doing, we are just copying the reference. We're not like trying to imagine a new pose for it. That definitely probably makes it a bit easier. Okay, this assembly kind of comes out like this. Definitely gets a touch deep almost. No, that'd be the grey that almost goes back. There we go. Body is fine, so they would take place Super Body because Snake Eyes isn't. Actually, Stratos. Actually, Snake Eye does play Super Poly. Snake Eye plays Super Poly for the Snake Eye mirror. Because you can Super Poly using, I believe it was Earth Golem at Ignista as your Super Poly target. To remove, I forget what it was you used, like IP and something else. One of those, hold on. What was the materials of Earth Golem again? It removes, right, a Cyburst plus a Link. No, it's a Cyburst plus Link, so you can remove IP Masquerena as either of those. And then you can remove Appaloosa or whatever. You can use IP and Apo to make Earth Golem at Ignista and just remove two really dirty pieces of interaction. So, yes, Stratos, I have got you. They do use Super Poly, so there. You can't hear it because I'm making a tongue sticking out sound. I don't have a tongue to stick out, but I can make the sound. Actually, I should probably do the other side of the waist before we go to the legs for good. Like, after if they're smart. Yeah. But if they're going for broke, you know. Or you could use it to remove, say, Ambler Whale. Or the other one, the Princess. Because again, Link Monster. And just use IP as your Cyburst target. That's the thing. Remember earlier how we were saying that in a vacuum, Verte is not a problem card. Verte becomes a problem because of every card that could come after the fact. That's the same thing with Super Poly. Super Poly is the same problem as Verte in that Super Poly becomes really good once you have a lot of generic targets for it. And the thing about that is, over time, we don't know what targets are going to get added in the future. That's the thing. It's the exact same thing as Verte. Alright, voice is done. I'm not gonna lie, I'm actually very happy with how this is turning out. Those little lines there can be a bit cleaned up. This is coming along pretty good, I'm not gonna lie. I was not expecting this to turn out particularly strong. I was kind of doing it as a bit of a laugh, but you know what? We'll take it. We will take it. You just be good to a delicate. Yeah, exactly, yeah. But that's the thing, we're getting so many generic fusions these days that are just good stuff, like Garuba. And even arguably stuff like Dragos de Paleo, you know? Alright. Here's where I think we might get into a bit of a challenge with these leggies. Because yeah, these leg assemblies are going to be awkward. Well, maybe not, actually. If we chibify this enough, we might get away with simplifying a lot less detail out. Because right now my open godhead, oh no! Also, Mr. Konami's fault making everything just stuck. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. But in the same way that cards like Verte and Azeroth have to pay for these design sins, I think Super Poly will have to go behind the bike shed eventually. Or the bike. Not the bike shed! Behind the barn! Behind the bike shed is where you do other things. And it's very much not where I want to take Super Poly. To probably that huge stuck behind the bike shed. You know what? I am glad to hear that the stereotype of lewd things happening behind the bike shed is universal. I was actually, after I said that, I wasn't sure if that was a very British thing that wouldn't be familiar. I'm glad to hear that that is alive and well, even across the pond. Alright. Yes, we've managed to chibify the heck out of the upper legs, which is kind of nice. But the lower leg is large, but that's okay, because there's a lot of larger shapes. Okay, let's group the lower leg here. Upper leg, rather, sorry. Start working on this large leg here. Starts with this vent on the side. Take out a little bit. I've got the oh, hold on. There we go. The bluish, but cyanish colour in the middle for the boxes. For the boxes! Metal boxes! One of these hiding metal boxes are cowards! The fools! We should take away the metal boxes. I still still have not played Dawn of War. I still probably will never play Dawn of War. It's not my kind of game. That will not stop me from making the memes. Alright, looking good. I went away from college too as class clown. It's great. I just thought it was a joke from because oh yeah, okay, so okay, never mind, yeah. Yeah, it's just like the stereotype is that in British schools all the illicit things go on behind the black shed. About Telstone, I don't know Destiny except in Heroes. I know nothing about Destiny. I've never played that game. Not my cup of tea. But I do like making memes about things I barely understand. For example, I have been told this is a hilarious joke. I do not know this. I do not really understand this joke. But I've been told that to Magic players this is very funny. You go up to a Magic player and you say to them, hey, would you like to hear a joke? And then when they say yes, you just say, banding. I've had this explained to me about why this is a joke. I still do not entirely understand the joke. As far as I can gather, the joke is that banding is just a bad mechanic that doesn't exist anymore. That's what I've been able to gather. Green off his head. We can definitely just copy this. This is the exact same shape. A little bit smaller. Telstone is just a BS broken weapon that every patch accidentally breaks something to the point it keeps getting off-banned and back on, to the point it was banned for a totally related crime. That's great. That kind of reminds me of, like, that aspect of, like, getting in trouble for something completely unrelated. I remember there was a bug in FF14 at some point where, for some reason, one of the fishing spots in the game, and only one of them, one very specific fishing spot, would randomly crash the server. It was Camp Bronze Lake. And it got to the point where, after this was revealed, that this was causing server crashes, and they did fix it, but people now joke to this day that when the server crashes, someone went fishing in Camp Bronze Lake. Uh-oh, I think we're running out of memory. Let's save. Let's save and reload. Simpsons, when Marge goes bar when music goes inches and he goes, what do I do? So he pulls out a bit of Telstone of it. That's great. That is great. Let's get the load it back up with the Zeus. Hopefully that will be our last reset. I hope. Okay, he does have two thrusters on his shoes. On his shoes? Feet? Hello? I'm gonna call it. His grippers. No, don't call them grippers. New rule chat, you are not allowed to refer to Divine Arsehole AA Zeus's feet as having grippers. This is verboten. I will not allow it. I know I just did, but do as I say, not as I do. Because gosh darn it. Gosh darn it! Guess I kind of walked into that a little bit. I'm very curious, looking at all these details up close doing this artwork, I do wonder how many of these details will be represented in the kit. Like, these very thin lines we're doing right now, these little cross lines we got, I wonder if these would be a separate colour piece that's like laid into the kit. I really hope there's not many stickers, because stickers are a dirty word in model kits. Here's a joke. Man called 911. The police officer says, 911, what's your emergency? Man says, help, my wives are fighting each other. The police officer says, why is that an emergency? Man replies, with the ugly one is winning. Oh my gosh. Oh, jeez. I do love it. I do love a terrible joke from time to time. Would it be stickers or just something simple? I don't know. It depends, because if it was Bandai, I'd agree with you, but I believe the Zeus kit is someone else. I don't know if it's Kotobukiya. I'm not sure who's doing it off the top of my head. If it was Bandai, then I would be like, yeah, definitely, they'll just be like stickers or something. But if it's a different company, there's a chance they maybe, for lack of a better, pardon my French, there's a chance they maybe give more of a shit than Bandai do. Then again, I think even Bandai have kind of wised up the fact that literally no one likes stickers on their kits. It was a lot easier to do than I thought it was going to be. That looked like it was going to be a pain. Is it red in the middle again? Red in the middle again. This with the other cluster on his other side. I think we're about an hour into Zeus. Actually, maybe a bit less. I was trying to memorize what time it was when I started Zeus, so I could work out how long we spent on him. I think it was about 4:40 my time. That seems like not a lot of time though. If it was 4:40, we've only been doing it for like 40 minutes. That seems like nowhere near enough time. Not complaining, just surprised. We can definitely check here. That's right, we're gonna cheat. Use a distort tool here. There we go, that's the ticket. Thank you guys all for sticking around this long as well. I know we're going quite late tonight. I know we've been starting early this part during the Chibithon, but I don't have a blast with it. I really wanted to use my time off in a way that's a bit more productively and that we could share time together. And I think it's been a great time. I will be taking the rest of the week off after we're done with Chibithon to rest, because as much fun as this has been, it has been tiring. But no, thank you all for sticking around this late. I know we're going very late for me. I know we normally are done by around this time. But you know what? Sometimes one must suffer for one's art. Just ask Jin from League of Legends, he knows about that. Cinemika, hello! Lovely to have you here as always. As I always say, whether you're here to lurk, or post actively, or whatever, I love having you guys here. I will never complain about someone that's a bit more quiet or lurking, because at the end of the day, I do that in other people's streams. Often if I'm in someone's stream, apart from Yomi, where I like to harass her, because she's my best friend, if I'm in someone else's stream, often I will be quite quiet just because I'm like working on something on the side. Oh, that's that colour. There we go. It says Climax by Max Factory. Max Factory. I recognise the name Max Factory, but I can't think of what else they make. I definitely recognise the name. So not Kotobukiya then. Yeah, I guess we'll have to wait and see. Either way, I'm excited for it. A joke, but it's too long. A joke, but it's too long, eh? You know, Stratos, the average Earth Machine player's turn is not a joke. They get to draw 2, okay? It's not a joke. Is this Divine Arsehole AA Zeus Sky Thunder from Yu-Gi-Oh? It certainly is! Welcome in, Pikachu King. We are getting there with him. Slowly but surely. Here's the final chibi in our Chibithon Marathon. And I saved the hardest for last. We've done a few tonight, including a gym cannon from Gundam, because I needed some mecha warm-up practice. And so far, honestly, this is I'm not gonna lie, this might be my favorite one just in terms of fun. This is a lot of fun, this design to work off of. I thought it was gonna be a lot worse. I also have to say, I appreciate you typing out in full, just because typing out Divine Art or AA Zeus Sky Thunder is always funnier than just saying Zeus. I don't know why. Just the extra length makes it funnier to me. Donkey didn't think it was funny either. Alright, so let's see. This is like the very side, so you don't really get the button from here. Oh no. No, you're kidding me. Not now. Oh, are you kidding me? Internet, why? No! Oh, are you I can't believe this. Come on, we're nearly at the end. Oh, no! My internet has gone down. Please fix yourself, internet. Why is this happening? Oh my god. Why do you do this now? I'm in the middle of a stream, guys. Come on. I know we're going long, but... Please, 1 second. Leave the recording going while I try and resolve this issue. Oh my gosh, are you kidding me? Right now? We're like right near the end. I'm going to scream. Why is this not working, this stupid thing? Yes, please connect again. Portal, please connect, I beg of you. Reconnected. We are reconnecting. Okay, we are back. I apologize tremendously for that hiccup there. For some reason, my router just decided, hey, you know what would be a really funny prank? What if we just, what if we just decide, hey, I know, let's just decide to install a, well, I'm assuming this is what it said. I'm assuming it updated itself. Let's do that right in the middle of Helm-Chan's stream. That would be really funny, wouldn't it? Wouldn't that be the funniest thing in the world? I hate my router. I hate my router. And it's time to follow. I better refund. Ah, Pikachu, thank you. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that. I apologize for the technical issues there. So here's the thing. Because I am, as my accent makes clear, I am in England. As a result of this, it means that right now it's very late for me. Oh, we are probably also going to get an advert jump scare. I do apologize. I'll try and delay it for a little bit because, as far as I think Twitch is concerned, this is a new stream now officially. But yeah, because I'm in England, it's very early in the morning for me. It's actually 5 in the morning. And the thing is, my router is designed in such a way that it installs updates early in the morning because for most people that's convenient. For me, that's the exact opposite of convenient. Second time it's entered the stream so far, but you know what? That's only second time in like 6 months. That's not too bad going, I suppose. So I do apologise for the inconvenience there, and thank you all for your patience very much so. I do apologise. Should not happen again, hopefully. The Chibithon will continue until morale improves. Until we get done tonight. But yeah, thank you all for your patience in this matter. Unfortunately, this is a matter that is entirely beyond my control. I did look into this at one point, and as far as I can tell, there is no way I can just disable these kind of updates to the router because it's like it's one given to us by our internet provider. So unfortunately, it's just kind of one of those you have to deal with, sadly. I'm trying to cheat this. I don't think it's worth it. What happened? Just my internet decided to go down. I think my router was installing an update out of nowhere. I have to come back of suffering a Visa stick with a very bad hat. Oh no! Visa Starfrost. Visa Starfrost here. Thankfully or unthankfully, I didn't actually pause the recording. So, whenever I eventually get around to putting this VOD up on the YouTube, I say eventually because I mean I don't really prioritize the YouTube as much. It's just an archive, you know. But it will include a 2-minute section of Helm-Chan walking back and forth and complaining loudly about her internet deciding to go down at the most inopportune time. Huzzah! Bonus content. It's way too thin. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 chunks. We love bonus. Exactly, yeah, bonus content, yeah? I'm actually just ahead of the curve, you see. I'm offering you DLC. This is VTuber DLC. Just go ahead and go to my channel, my YouTube channel, subscribe to that. And when I eventually upload this, you get to hear me complain about my internet. In the never before scenes, deleted scenes. So there you go. You hear about that Ancient Gear snake group product? They released its name in effect. Oh, neat, yeah, I'll take a look after. I do like Ancient Gears, I think they're neat. They're just big bunguses that just beat you over the head. I can mess this up a little bit, haven't I? You do it this way. To work. I want it to work. There we go. In fact, in a team fight, Hidden Character 2 was called a happy birthday and also is a Merry Christmas. What? Really? Where did that come from? Huh. And again, I mean, a lot of video games have very strange terms around them. Like competitive ones. This thing's looking a little bit too straight here. I need to bend this a bit more. Hold on, just a bit low. There we go. Maybe like in the bunguses. They are big bunguses. The big guys are just like, haha. What if we just like hit you, but like really hard? And you know what? Sometimes a deck that's just whole entire game plan is we're just gonna hit you really hard. Sometimes it's just kind of refreshing to go against, you know? It's just so damn respectable. You can't be mad at a deck whose game plan is just we're gonna just punch you in the face, but like really hard. You can see 2 characters at once like a birthday. Ah, I see. Gotcha. I think we can grab these plates here as well and reuse them. It's all about working smarter, not harder. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look up though, what Max Factory did, because I definitely recognise that manufacturer name, but I can't for the life of me tell you where from. I think where I'm getting tripped up in thinking about this actually, so there's a makeup brand over here called Max Factor, and I think that might be tripping me up a little bit. Maybe I'm mixing them up with makeup brand. Zeus, does he think Curtis's original way is better, but I don't like Super Star Slayer. Yeah, I gotta say, oh wait, you prefer Typhon? I don't mind it. I don't know. I'm not really sold on Typhon as a card, frankly, I'll be entirely honest, but I don't like him as a Zeus rival in general. I don't know, he looks too edgy. He doesn't look like he belongs in the same series as Zeus. Zeus looks like he's like from like Gundam Unicorn, and Typhon looks like he's from something unrelated. Like crossover in Super Robot Wars, but that's about it. I can't think what Typhon really specifically reminds me of, but it doesn't look very Zeusy. And to be the Banshee. Yeah, I guess. Like, I can see the idea, he is just edgy Zeus, but I don't know, he looks too different. He doesn't look like, okay, Typhon, to me at least, to my design sensibilities, looks like a magic mech. He looks more super robot than real robot. Whereas Zeus is very much real robot material. Wow, I've got to say, I'm very happy with how he's turning out here, actually. We got both the legs done, we got the head done. Which says he has to attach to any engine to make the deck works. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird. Oh, wait. Oh, I see, sorry. Should be a Yu-Gi-Oh! Protag like OTD Stroke, but only the Skull Servants. Yeah, I could get on board with that. Alright, leggies done. Chest done. Abdomen done. It is time for us to do, as every Homestuck wishes they could do, and retrieve arms from chest. Okay. Let's see. So the cool part about Zeus's upper arms is like the entire upper arm is the shoulder. Which is very good because it's very easy to see what's going on with the shoulder. Armory arm time. I forget, what did they do with Armory arm? Like, I know that people were very excited because Hidden Arsenal contained a different version of it. Was it like an unerrated version or something? I know that was like a Synchro era thing, so it's kind of not really my wheelhouse, admittedly. I just remember there was something involving Armory Arm in Hidden Arsenal that everyone was very excited about. And I don't really understand what it was. Unrated because we matched the OCG. Ah, gotcha. Yeah, like I think people that were playing older formats were happy to have an unofficial, unerrated version of it. We can Google it. Max Factory apparently has worked on Musashi Kantai Collection and some Pacific Rim figures. Oh, okay. Well, I don't own any Pacific Rim figures, but I've seen some pictures of them, and I don't know if they were their ones, but they looked nice. I mean, they've definitely got the pedigree, I'll give them that. I wonder what the colour separation was like, because that's the kind of nerdy thing you start to care about when it comes to figures afterwards. Like, not how fun is it to build, how's the colour separation? How many stickers are there? Very appropriate as well, we've got the, this is a unicorn, is it? Oh, this is Sally, what am I about? I was going to say we got the unicorn gun. No, this is Charles Counterattack, what am I talking about? This is the Unicorn Gundam one. I know what they're saying. You know what's really weird? Actually, I've just realised, my internet went down. The YouTube playlist was uninterrupted. Huh. Huh, weird. Alright, there's one shoulder. And again, we're gonna like hide a lot of the sins here because you can't see most of the shoulder behind his torso anyway. Actually, I just realized this should have some lines here to match the other side. Bit of flip. Now this looks... We may need to redraw part of this with the other shoulder, because this is clearly not going to work this angle. How does it look on here? We actually can't see it because of the shoulder plate, the wing shoulder very well. We step on it like this to just imply that's curving the other way. That might be good enough to pass for a shoulder piece until we put the wing shoulders on, or whatever they are. I don't know what they are. I think they're like giant cannons in the animation. I do love the excessive use of cameras all over this guy though. Oh yeah, there we go. Now he's taking shape. Now this is a Zeus. The English prince didn't check the GUI just to destroy monsters, so classify OTK only worked there. The exact line is, when a monster is destroyed and sent to the GUI in Japanese. So MF77, because apparently they have some images of those what it looks like. Huh. I'm not familiar. Maybe it's a military thing, maybe. I have no idea, I'm afraid. Alright, let's grab Juice's gigantic Yowie hand here. We are definitely shrinking the Yowie hands down. Very small upper arm, which is honestly not that surprising. A lot of mecha seem to have the tiny, little stubby like upper arm with a big old shoulder pad. And then, right, this shape is weird. So it's like a cylinder. It's a cylinder that's coming out, I think? Something like this. And then we've got the lines that come around like this. There's the black edging. We can probably just rip one of these tiles off the leg again here to reuse for this section. Bring it down a bit. The other way was better. But I forget. What's this, Gundam ST? This is Divine Arsenal AA Zeus. Sky Thunder. We've already had the Gundam ST tonight with our Jin Cannon. Yeah, it's a Yu-Gi-Oh card. I picked this because it is about the most ornate thing I can think of in Yu-Gi-Oh that I would like to draw. And I'm challenging myself with the end of the Chibithon. I have attempted to draw Zeus in the past. I put significantly less effort into it than I'm putting into this. And this is already far better than that attempt was. Colour from Pokemon X and Y. Exactly, yeah, you get it. Exactly, you know what we're about here. What if I never made a boxing Gundam? It could be a flight type. Well, technically Stratos they did. In G Gundam. But I guess ultimately it comes down to what would be the purpose of a Gundam needing to punch, because the Gundam has, you know, beam weaponry. Why would you bother giving a Gundam like the ability to punch really hard when it can just whip out a beam saber and slice through metal, you know? Come to think of it, do any Gundams have conventional melee weaponry? I'm actually not sure. I know even the Pixie uses beam daggers. When I say Gundam, in this case I am talking Universal Century. Any Universal Century Gundams actually use, like, physical blades? Right, so this has got, like, gold on the inside of his hands, and then, like, black on the outside. And this one will cover up like that. This one will come up like that. This one, like, is visible on the outside and inside, and this one is as well. This one is very visible on both sides. Underwater ones, they don't have any heat hooks, it gives them away. Wait, what does the Aqua Gundam not have a beam saber? Ah, I thought it did. To be fair, most of my knowledge from the Aqua Gundam comes from getting destroyed by NGBO2, so I don't really massively know it very well, I'll be honest. It doesn't? Huh. Fair enough then. Well, I guess that explains it, but why? I don't think it would be making sense to make a punch Gundam for underwater. So, like, if the one use case for a physical weapon would be underwater combat, I don't think it would be worth their time to make a punch Gundam just for that. And then being because it would super hit the water and give away your location. Fair. I mean, I kind of feel like the giant 20-meter tall robot would kind of give away its location as well, but yeah, I mean, I do see your point. His hand looks too small. I need to make the hand bigger. Not the whole arm, just the hand specifically. Oi, Josuke, I made the handle even bigger. Ain't that wacky? Yeah, just a little bigger. So, because it was kind of getting lost with the arm assembly. Not bad. Pretty happy with that. Also very bad if his hands still aren't cooling and making bubbles. That's fair, yeah. That makes sense. Alright, one arm and the wing binders to go, and then we just got to shade this boy. And I'm not gonna lie, the shading is going to be easy. We are not going to be doing super detailed shading just for him. Actually, this angle looks even easier to draw from, actually. We'll take that. This is going down a bit. Yeah. I love this track. I don't know how they managed to, like, perfectly nail the vibe of Pirate Gundam so well with this one track alone, but they damn well did it. Zero, the Winged Knight, and Bakanetsu Maru both use traditional metal swords. I mean, you're not wrong, but that's not quite the assignment, Spoon, and I think you know that. I guess in that regard, the Shin Musha Gundam does also use full metal weaponry, as a full metal katana and a naginata. And I don't think we count that one. I think that one's not real. Very good kit though, actually. I actually do have the Master Grade Shin Musha. Very nice kit. Unfortunately, I had a bit of a mishap with it where it fell off a shelf. And unfortunately, the katana sheath, the peg that keeps the katana sheath attached to the waist, snapped, unfortunately. So he can't properly wear his katana. Rip. I've got quite a few stories of broken Gunpla. It's not because I'm a careless owner, it's just I own so many and they fit on this shelf so badly that it's gonna happen eventually. Alright, so then we got like the gold ring on this hand here. Actually, I want to fudge this a little bit because I think we can hide some of this detail by doing the hand here. And the hand is like open hand, like you caught a fish this big. Just do like finger by finger here. You can hide quite a lot of detail this way, which suits for a chicken. And the hammer was also an upgrade for the gunman because remember, beams was cause power. True, I kind of forgot the hyper hammer. How many times was he actually using it? Because it definitely feels like one of those things that I kind of almost tried to forget happened. Not gonna lie. Got this thing here. I remember when I actually got round to finally watching the original series for the first time. I was genuinely astonished. I had no idea, because no one ever told me this. I did not realize that the beam javelin was literally the beam sabers. I thought it was a separate weapon that they could equip it with. I didn't realize it was just, no, the beam sabers just extend, lol. Like, oh, okay, sure, why not? That's how that works. Okay, his thumb. Almost got the thumb. Get the yellow on the inside. Right behind there. Alright. We're nearly done. I've got to say, he looks pretty good even without the wings. We are doing the wings. We're not going to cheap out on the wings now, but even without the wings, he still looks pretty complete as like a cool robot. And I hope that, except for the new movie, hope Epion comes back. Just let him go Master Grade EX. Yeah, honestly, Epion's pretty cool. I find it very funny how Epion has an animation error, question mark, whereby in exactly one scene, it just manifests Vulcans and then never sees them again. I mean, we can just put these here, right? That's good enough, right? No, of course not. We're not going to cheese out that way. We probably are going to cheat on the wings insofar as copy and pasting them to the other side, but we're allowed to. Let's rotate this here so we can get a better view. Alright, we're going to start with the back pieces here. Okay, you know what, we can just make some of these assemblies here and copy and paste those as well. Good enough. I mean, it's one square short, but who's counting? I'm a defense of the jam. Scientist is alias for crimes. You're welcome. That makes up was true. Tony gets bad. Look, I don't care. I don't subscribe to this revisionist history nonsense, okay? My card says Frog the Jam. I will call him by the name printed on his cardboard. If he wants to be called something else, then he can provide me with his cardboard and I will adjust how I address him accordingly. I still stand by it. If I could influence one thing in the power of Yu-Gi-Oh, I want Frog the Jam to come back. Not rename Frog the Jam back to Frog the Jam. I have accepted, you know. I understand that is beyond the powers of even John Konami himself. However, What is within his powers is to invent a new Frog-the-Jam. Make a new monster called Frog-the-Jam and make it playable. Let's dethrone the fire meta with the frog meta. There we go. Thank you for coming to my TED talk. Just gonna estimate how this probably looks. In the background anyway, so it's not gonna be super obvious. In fact, you know what? Let's do this to make this properly symmetrical. Right, there's our first wing binder. Then what we can do for the second one is we can cheat a bit. We'll make it like a bit. We'll rotate it a little bit, and then we can just add some depth on the outside here. Cut off these. Yeah, well, that working smarter, not harder. Get that in like that. And then we just put the bits on the outside here like this. I swear, the baseline in this still sounds like it's farting to me, I'm not gonna lie. I need to do a little bit on the trimming here. Hide this a little bit. Alright, that'll be good enough for the second one. Actually, I just realized there's a little bit of this solid at the bottom here. I still don't know what these are. I think, based on the trailer and the video, I think they are like rail guns. Like, have a asleep? I'll send them later tomorrow. Good night. Have a great night, Stratos. Thank you for staying as late as you are. I know we've gone very late tonight, and unfortunately my internet made it even later than I wanted. But thank you for being here. Have a wonderful night. Always a pleasure to have you here. Take care. Going to help with some character design stuff. I hope you're interested in taking a look at something later. Helm-Chan, absolutely. I love doing character designs. I mean, I'm falling in love with this one. These were my latest three of my platform character girls. We've got Spyro, Klonoa, and Tyler Tasmanian Tiger. I've kind of fallen in love with this Spyro. I'm going to be redrawing this later. But for now, we're going to finish on the Zeus. But yeah, no, so absolutely. If you want any if you want to sort of character design stuff, hit me up. Just you can look into my DMs anytime. Here's what's really awkward for this one. This one we do really are basically have to redraw, I think. Actually, maybe not. Maybe not. It's slightly bigger because it's slightly closer. Can't really see the other side, so we'll do it a bit like this. And desperately trying not to rush this too much, because there's the thing. We're nearing the end, and it's very tempting when you get to the end of something like this to start rushing, and I don't want to make the wings look bad. These boxes are a bit tricky. Especially because the wings are one of the more impressive parts of the design. They are very flashy. Heroes will have too much support. Spyro is best. Yeah, I really do love the Spyro one. Give me a challenge or a thought process. Certainly, Mr. Player, what can I do for you? What is on your mind? If the challenge is turn Zeus into an anime girl, maybe another day. I think Zeus could be anime girlified, but I think you would lose a lot of the Zeus in the process. I think if you were going to do that to Zeus, you'd have to make him into a Mecha Musume, which I'm not opposed to. I like Mecha Musume. But it's a very different assignment to anime girl, I feel. Zeus anime girl, Richard Myers, go. Maybe one day, yeah. I don't know why, for some reason I kind of feel like Zeus would end up as kind of like a bit what we did with Geomathemech Final Sigma. And they're both like very smug kind of Ojo summer types. I don't know why. And it's just the vibe I get out of Zeus and that concept there. Zeus better than Hamp? Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, do strikers even play Hamp? Okay, I know it's a striker card, but is it not a striker card you don't actually bother playing? Yeah, you don't play it. Just made more striker cards because... question marks. So, we've made some more Sky Striker cards. Okay, but why though? Because Razor. Alright, bet. New pack filler, let's go. Reminder, Sky Striker Ace Ray is 13 years old. If you know someone that plays Sky Strikers, call your local authorities today. I have a friend that gives me grief for playing Trap Tricks, and they play Sky Striker. Well, they used to play Sky Striker. I don't think they do anymore. He's like, sir, please. I'm not even looting mine. Never lose Trap Tricks. If you are looting Trap Tricks, stop it. Get some help. Trap Tricks are for head pats, and head pats only. Got the pipes on this, there we go. Alright. Wing assemblies complete. Just need the big bit that connects them all, and then we should be in a good state. Phew, he is looking mighty. Situation encourage you, Ultra aren't real. Alright. Let's save again, because I'm very paranoid right now. That's why we should have monsters like the Synchro Cypher and be able to banish themselves to do stuff. Maybe. I don't know, I mean, I'll be honest, I'm not very inclined to be charitable towards Sky Strikers because I kind of feel like Sky Strikers have, like, way too much support as it is. If Sky Strikers never get another card, it will be too soon. Oh, I tell you what, everyone, I am definitely going to be... When we're done with Zeus, we will be wrapping up very shortly. Because I am definitely feeling the energy fatigue right now. Definitely to go and plug myself in and have a nice recharge. And you should as well, have a nice recharge for yourself. I really appreciate you all being here through all of this. I've had a lot of fun with this. Even if Zeus here has been a significant amount of work, but you know what? Honestly, very worth. I am feeling a sense of pride and accomplishment from doing this artwork, for Zeus in particular. And of course we got Best Girl Spyro, so you know, that's even better. Alright. Nearly done. Nearly done, Helm. Keep it together. Keep it together. We're nearly done. We're nearly done. Just got to do the large jet turbine assembly, and we're finished. Let's start with the bottom. And we can put the actual almost black on too. One second. Gotcha, Richard D. Saint. I'll give you a proper look and a proper analysis when we're done. Maybe tomorrow, actually. I don't want to say when I'm done. I think I'm probably going to go to bed when I'm done, but... Yeah, of course. Thank you for asking. Yeah, happy to give you my input on that. Okay, this glow here is... It's fine. It'll work, I think. Now we're trying to illustrate this. I want to texture it somehow, but I don't know what I'd do with that. This hand of mine is burning red! Its loud roar tells me to go to bed because I've been doing this for... 8 hours? Oh my god, 8 hours? Oh my god. I think we broke our stream record, guys. I think this may be our longest Helm-Chan stream to date. All thanks to Zeus. You know, that's fine. That means that whenever we get around to doing a proper subathon, one of our goals can be a stream that breaks our previous record of over 8 hours. True. As far as Twitch is concerned, it's currently now only 36 minutes. You are correct. But the recording don't lie, and neither do I, apart from occasionally. But I am programmed to be truthful. Most of the time. There are situations in which it is beneficial to lie for me. And committed. I was here, you were here, you were here, and you were here. Gonna have the longest and shortest stream on the channel. I don't know about that. It might be the shortest stream on the channel. We've had a couple of other streams where it's been interrupted like this. We had one during our Spyro streams. Right when we were at like the what was it? The last world of Spyro 2, I think it was actually the other time our internet went down. I don't remember how long we went afterwards, though. I don't remember if that was like at the start of the world or the end of it, so I'm genuinely unsure. It might be. It may well be. Yeah, I can definitely feel myself slipping a little bit here with the attention just a little bit. Just a bit tired, a bit eepy. Eepy Helm. You know what? I think I know what I want to do with these, actually. These, I wanted to do something with. They look too big and flat. I think if we do a bit of the grid effect here, and make that a darker colour, maybe a slightly lighter version of that. Yeah, just gives a bit of texture in there, I think, yeah. Just a little bit of something, just kind of imply they're not just a solid blob of colour. And, oh right, the actual underside of the jet might help as well. Well, let's just do it this way. Oh wait, is that not? Okay, there we go. There we go. Let's shove the outlet rim of that on. And then the lines to show the inner parts of it. Place that on the wrong layer. There we go. Good enough. Very intense zooming for these 5 pixels. Everyone, yeah. So Dual Striker Ham is Azu's technically a Sky Striker? I don't think so. Considering how much Konami love to market the heck out of Sky Strikers, I'm pretty sure if Zeus had anything to do with Sky Strikers, we would know about it. They would be like, look, Zeus, he's a Sky Striker, wow. Right, why is there so much detail on this one part? Spite me specifically, no doubt. They're like, oh yes, I'm going to put a load of detail on this shoulder piece, so that many years from now, when a silly little VTuber maid decides to draw a chibi of this thing, for some reason, she will have lots of extra details to do at the very end of her stream, despite her specifically. All of this said in Japanese, of course. Sky Thunder, not Sky Striker, yeah. By the way, Ham isn't used. When this card is drawn by battle, target one card your opponent controller to destroy it. Wow, that is so bad. That is a comically awful effect. What the heck? They are literally just printing like GOAT format cards and putting them in modern archetypes for some reason. We can probably just copy this for a second. Oh, the second one, right? How does this line up a lot here? This is too wide on the left. We do have a ring around this. Looks like it connects to the white plates. What is this? Where did this come from? I don't even remember drawing this. What is this? What is this blob from? Oh, I know why this is here. This was before I moved things. Okay, we're fine. Oh, you're starting to lose yourself. What are you doing? Here we have the gold piece that comes out to the side. Another camera. Camera over this gold piece. Kaiju with Striker a lot. Bang. Yeah, you know what? Sky Striker is too bad of a strategy. We need to give him a Kaiju as well. Give him a Kaiju. Why not? Archetypal Kaiju? Yeah. I mean, I can't complain too bad. At least it's not skill drain on legs. You know, Step 1, take perfectly okay deck. Step 2, give it a skill drain. Step 3, profit. Well, that made sense. I think I got just excited for Zeus. Zeus was hype. Zeus was hype as heck. Obviously, you know what my favourite one was. You don't need to ask what my favourite one was. But Zeus was hype as hell. I don't know who pilots him. I wonder if he is piloted. Like, I could even imagine Zeus isn't even a piloted mech. I could imagine him being, like, autonomous, potentially. Like, there is a moment where, in the animation for Zeus, there's a moment where he sees Typhon, and he moves in a very human-like manner. Which, to be fair, that doesn't mean that he has to be living. Like, you know, lots of Gundams do that on occasion, but it does make me wonder if he is being piloted or if Zeus is just a robot himself. Like an Iron Giant situation, perhaps? But ye gods, whoever designed Zeus really loved their cameras. I can't be mad, I love loads of cameras on the mech as well, but they really loved them. I'm so glad we have all agreed that we are copying this the other side. Alright. Up, down, up, down, up, down. Chew, chew, chew. Fire this up into its respective parts, and then slap some pink in, and we'll be done with the first wing. And then we're just going to copy it for the second one, be done in like 2 seconds. Space Channel Helm, exactly. I like Space Channel 5. I have a bit of a soft spot for rhythm games. I'm not amazing at them. I'm okay. I'm pretty good. But I do like rhythm games. Oh goodness! I tell you what, I can definitely tell that I'm going to need. As I said, I'm going to take the rest of the week off after we're done with tonight's stream, because we have had like 3 streams back to back, and they're long ones. We've gone very late tonight. And we went very late yesterday. Well, we went okay late yesterday, not massively late. The day before we went very late. We've gone very late for like 2 out of 3 days and kind of late on one day, so I think I've earned a bit of an extended break. And I can also feel that I definitely need to rest my vocal synthesizer when I'm done. Alright. That's looking pretty good, though I say so myself. Actually, we're going to do some 2 parts. This part needs to go to the back. Hold on, I got something here. That part, this part? We got everything? No, we haven't got everything. We've got all the pieces. This is the back. And this is the front. Grab that whole assembly and shove that in there. Rotate a little bit for the dramatic effect. And then we'll just copy it, flip it. It'll be our dirty little secret. But you know what? Say what you like. That is Divine Arsenal AA Zeus Sky Thunder. It is literally him. I am actually very happy with that. I will take this. Save. And then we're just going to shade him and see where we go from there. I have no idea who we're going to raid in tonight. I don't think we have many people that are roots that we will be able to raid into, but we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Let's get some colour, some shade in this boy, so we can wrap up for the night and I can get myself to bed. Thank you, thank you. I am actually genuinely thrilled with this. I'm genuinely thrilled with how it's turned out. Well, we're not done just yet. We have to get the shading on first. Let's get that done going. But we're gonna be not rushing the shading, but the shading will be a much faster process. That is for sure. I'm just largely going to be guessing what parts might be in shadow, frankly. We're not worried about getting it too accurate. It just has to look good enough, frankly. And mind you, he has so many panel lines that it does mean that when we're putting the shading in, it does kind of keep catching errant strays here and there. Basically, the way it works is with these vectors, they will try to connect. If I give you an illustration real quick. If I do a line like this, and I start drawing a line here, it wants to try to connect to this line here, which is what happens sometimes. Because again, vectors are not really designed for doing artwork like this. I am kind of using a tool outside of its intended purpose. But you know what? It works. And since I haven't got a tablet to do nice artwork properly, it's the best I can do on the computer at the moment. You know what? We can just do this, I think, for some of this. So these assemblies here. It is in a weird way. Bear with me a sec. Get that black. 30. We'll just cut off this outer edge. Yeah. Much quicker way of doing that bit. Oh, actually, we should cut off the dang it. Cut off the blows as well. Want those to be illuminated. Oh, right. Just grab those. Welcome, Rex! Hello! Welcome! Welcome to the end of our Chibithon. We have finished our final chibi. We are wrapping things up shortly, but we've got a lot of shading to do on the Divine Arsenal AA Zeus Sky Thunder here. Welcome in. I hope you're having a wonderful evening. I am certainly having a fantastic one myself, and I certainly hope you are as well. There we go. Nice little shortcut there. It's so weird, like, there's so many parts of this guy, I don't know where to shade him, frankly, but I'm just going to kind of, again, eyeball it and kind of go with our gut. Do what feels good, you know? Just enough to kind of get the idea across of where he's at and how he exists in physical space. Honestly, I think a lot of the geometry is doing a lot of the heavy lifting for us here, frankly. I don't know, it's very unique process. Thank you! It is, yeah, it's a very different way of doing art. By the end of the day, you know, art is art. There's no right or wrong way to do it. As long as you get a result that you think looks nice and you're having fun, then have at it, I say. I mean, heck, I spent a lot of time building Frog the Jam in Minecraft on Yomi server. And it's definitely not using that for its intended purpose, that's for sure. And here's one of the fun things. Because of how vectors work, I can very easily recolor this if I want to, right? Oh, I just realised his wing's not quite attached though. Let's get that a little bit more aligned. That. There we go. Let's see what line was showing there. But yeah, because because of how this works, I can very easily recolor this entire image. I have a plan for that. I'm not going to spoil it here. I'm going to do this off stream in my own time. But I've got something. I can do something very fun with this, and I think you'll enjoy it when it's done. So please look forward to that. This is not the last you will have seen of Zeus. I don't want to go too heavy with the shading. I don't want to look too muddy if I do too much with it. So we're going to, again, just go for like the larger areas here, I think. Just pick those out to put a bit of a feeling of depth in. Hear me out. Okay, Mr. Player. Well, I'm hearing you out. But I'll let you cook. What is your thought process here? Where are we going? Frog the Jam with the arms and wings of Zeus. Damn. I could do that. I could easily do that. I might even do that off stream. Here's the thing. This Zeus here is a metric buttload of vectors. In fact, hold on. Would you guys like to know how many lines are currently involved in Zeus? Let's find out, shall we? Let's ungroup. "457 objects are involved in Zeus currently. And in fact, that's not even everything, because we have some objects here that are still grouped already. So yeah, an awful lot of there's an awful lot of vectors involved in Zeus. So I will definitely play with Zeus and do some goofy stuff with him after stream. But I think I want to give my computer a little break. I think it's earned it, processing all these vectors tonight. Come on, what's going on with this? Having a line here that I'm not trying to grab. Oh, 100-year-old cooking, but I'll let you surprise us. Yeah! I will surprise you all with it, probably at the end of the week. As I said, I'm going to take the next couple of days to really just rest myself, and my voice in particular. Saturday I already have plans for, so I will not be around much that day. But next week we'll be back to business as usual, more or less. Get back to Final Fantasy V, where I don't think next stream will be our last. I think we maybe have 2 more streams in Final Fantasy V. And of course we need to find a new platformer rather to fill the platformer slot, because well, we finished Spyro. And maybe it'll even be one of the lovely ladies we've made a chibi for will be for our platformer, we shall see. I have a few ideas. I'm going to be entirely honest, it may come down to what's on Steam sale this week. We'll find out. Not because I'm like especially cheap, just I don't have a strong preference, so when in doubt, if I don't have a strong preference, why not let the finances decide for me? Almost there. I can feel it. actually feel myself a bit tense right now, just because I'm like, wow, we've really nearly done this. This is actually coming to fruition. You also, we haven't even been at it that long. Like, we've been at it, okay, the stream has been going for a while. The stream's been going very late. This is easily my longest stream to date in total. Ignoring the part where my internet died and now Twitch thinks we only went for like 30 minutes. But even though Zeus himself hasn't taken us that long, I reckon it's taken us maybe an hour and a half, even. It does not feel like it's been, it feels like it's been longer, which is weird. Like, it's not like I've not been enjoying it. It just feels like there's so many more bits here, it feels like it has to have taken longer. Definitely getting a little bit overly particular with some of this, but I just want it to look good. We've put all this time into making this lovely line art. It would be an absolute waste to just get too sloppy with the shading. Even if we're not going to get too perfect about it. Been a great event, honestly. I'm glad essentially I'm glad, I really am. I was actually really nervous. Because here's the thing. I'm under no illusion. I'm very aware of the fact that Master Duel streams are the best streams we do. You know, we definitely don't get as many people here when we're not playing Master Duel. And I know that quite a lot of the guests are here for Yu-Gi-Oh! Well, you see, that's what I originally came here for, you know. I personally think that a lot of the time, when you find a stream that you enjoy, the activity is less important than the game they're playing. But I am under no illusion that a lot of the guests that have joined the Manor have done so because of my Master Duel streams. And I was very worried that doing an art stream would be something that maybe wouldn't even appeal to the guests that do stick around for the other stuff, you know? The guests that stay for the RPGs and the platformers, maybe an art stream would be something a bit too passive or not flashy enough, or maybe my art's just not good enough that people would want to watch me do it, you know? I do worry. Even though I'm doing this as a hobby, I want to be, you know, I don't want to be doing badly. I'm not trying to push for partner or anything like that, but at the same time, if I was just sitting here on my own, well, what's the point of streaming? You know, if I'm just streaming to an empty audience, then I would feel like I'm wasting my time in some manner. Or even just letting you guys down by doing something that you guys wouldn't want to see or wouldn't enjoy seeing. So the fact that you guys have been so supportive and like giving me this feedback that you are enjoying seeing the art, it really has been a big confidence boost to me in this. And maybe down the line, maybe we'll do some more art, maybe some non-chibis. I do have this idea that I might try and talk Yomi into, of maybe doing a collab art stream. Because as I've said before, Yomi is great with rendering. Yomi can do wonderful shading, the likes of which I could never imagine doing myself. I couldn't even get close to doing that. And I think maybe like we could down the line do a tag team stream where we do some art together. I'll draw it. I'll do the lines and colours, and then Yomi can do the rendering. And trust me, Yomi has the hard part. The amount of time and effort that Yomi puts into her shading when she does it. There was a time where we were doing art for a while regularly, and Yomi had to say to me, "Look, Helm, I'm sorry, I can't shade your pictures for a while. I don't have the time because I spend like 3 or 4 days doing it." No exaggeration. She spends that long on her work. Yomi is much more perfectionist than I am. I came for Yu-Gi-Oh! But stayed for Yu-Gi-Oh! Oh, thank you, Zorda. You are really sweet. Thank you so much. Like, I know that we have a few guests who are like that, who are here for the stream, and I am personally a believer of that. I think that there are, you know, if you are enjoying the streamer enough, the game is secondary. That's how I genuinely do believe that. Because I mean, heck, Yomi, for example, has sometimes done games that I would never really want to watch normally, but because she's my best friend, I'll happily watch her do it, you know? Because I enjoy her, I will happily watch her play it. Oh, Debu, thank you. Alright, I think we're getting to the end here. I think we're just kind of adding a few bits here for the sake of it at this point. Is there anything here that looks obviously like it should be shaded that we haven't done? I think we're good. I'm gonna sign off on it. We're going to sign off on Divine Arsenal AA Zeus Sky Thunder as our final chibi for our final day of our Chibithon. We did it, guys. We got through the queue. Enjoying having your stream on during my day. I'm really glad. I'm glad that I'm just entertaining to listen to and relaxing to listen to, maybe. But we've done it. We have got it all done. Whew. Man, I am exhausted. Let's check the timer again. 8 hours, 36 minutes. Yeah, we've been at it for a while. I think I have earned a break. We're going to wrap ourselves up a bit quickly tonight, guys. I hope you understand why. We're going to go ahead and get ourselves a chatting screen. We'll wind down. All of these will be in the Mana Discord, as well as on the Twitter. Although I have been told that apparently Twitter does not save transparency. So, if you want to save a copy of these, it may be best to do so through the Discord. I'll meet you guys by the chatting screen, and we'll see who's online and we can raid into it. Please keep your arms, legs, and story body parts clear of the closing doors, and I'll see you in just a moment. Oh, Shadow Moth, hello, welcome! It's like Mandalorian modes where you can't take it off. Aha! You have fallen into a common misconception, for you see, my name is Helm-Chan, but I am actually not wearing a helmet. What you may see as a helmet is actually, in fact, my head. It is not removable. Well, it is technically removable, but only in the same sense that a human head is removable. As in, it is not recommendable. So a cyborg, close. I am actually entirely robotic. My body is designed to deliberately attempt to replicate a human. But I am actually entirely robotic. It's artificial skin from the neck down. But the fact that you mistake me as such is a huge compliment to my construction. An android? If we're gonna get pedantic, a gynoid, but yes. Because, technically speaking, android is male robots. But yes, welcome in, we are wrapping up. We've had a heckin' long stream, despite what the numbers may report. We had a bug, an internet connection bug, that made our stream skip. So, as a result of that, we were forced to restart the stream technically, so we've been going for actually 8 hours, despite what the timer may say. Hope you have a great rest of the day. Thank you, Zordal, thank you. I just want to look for someone to raid real quick. I want to drop into someone and share the love, of course. Who should we raid to? Do we have anyone online that we know? Let's see. I want to make sure I'm raiding someone that you guys, I think, will enjoy. Can I open a friend? If you have a recommendation, I'll take a look. Certainly, I'm not going to commit to saying yes, but if you have someone in mind, I'll totally give a look and see what they're up to, yeah. What is your friend's name, Mr. Player? Oh, another maid. Ooh, okay. I need a maid. Let's have a look, see what they're up to. Oh, I'll just rather mute, because otherwise you're going to get the audio, because we have the full thing going on here. Let's see here. There's visual novels, JRPGs. Ooh, okay. Heck yeah, we'll give them a raid. Looks like they're playing, Helldivers right now. So, we're going to give them our usual message. But I'm feeling a bit lower energy, so we're going to do it in normal case for a change. Perfectly normal maid raid. And you know what? It's funny, we're waiting for one maid to... No, let's do a different bit. Let's wait a little bit. From one maid to another. There we go. That's the raid message, guys. If you're not subscribed, feel free to just cross the emote off the end. It will work just as fine. I am going to go and pass out and plug myself into my charging port for probably the next several hours. Thank you all for being here, guys. Thank you all for sticking out this late. Thank you all for watching my silly little scribbles and for just being here. As always, I do this for you guys. You make it all worthwhile. Please keep your arms and legs clear of the closing doors as we go off, and give your love to anyone we get there. As always, thank you all again very much for being here, especially this late. I really do appreciate it. And as always, everyone, it's been an absolute pleasure to serve you all. See you all again next week.